Welcome to San Andreas, I'm CJ from Grove Street, land of the heinous gangbangers and cold heat. And Los Santos neighbors get no sleep, even with anybody competing, even police. Old deep in the green rag with gold feet, blast with the flower strap, that's OG. Stay in shape, hit the gym, lift the weights. The super cutter, big and buff, nice and straight. You got stats, respect, weapons, steel, stamina, muscle, fat, and sex appeal. You get clothes from Binkos and prolapse, suburban sick, victim and research. Watch your back when it rival rulers. They'll test just to guess if you're survivors. A brother with screw ducking shields at the club and bail. Jump out, busting, gun until they tuck their tail. It seemed like I'm on impossible nostrils. Mid switch to predicaments, hostile positions. 10 Benny and Velasquez harass me. Cop course been on our ass the last week. Cause the Dre is full of gangsters on board. Hands is a language for the bangers on board. And it's dangerous, whole boy. Get your brains through for how you do the thing, this whole boy. Deep pop, be poppin', hoppin', stuff them out in the block, shake before the cops come. Listen for sirens, they don't got none. Back another lap, get your spagger with the shotgun. Hitting them up with they Grove Street locked in a dirty sling shot. Roll me by.
I'ma smoke where I wanna smoke. Fuck that. I'ma choke who I wanna choke. Fuck that. I'ma ride where I wanna ride. Fuck Cause that. I'm a nigga for life, so I'm a nigga till I decide. I'ma smoke where I wanna smoke. Fuck that. I'ma choke who I wanna choke. Fuck that. I'ma ride where I wanna ride. Fuck Cause I'm a nigga for life, so I'm a motherfucking nigga till I decide.
Welcome to San Andreas, I'm CJ from Grove Street, land of the heinous gangbangers and cold heat. And Los Santos neighbors get no sleep, even with anybody competing, even police. Old deep in the green rag with gold feet, blast with the flower strap, that's OG. Stay in shape, hit the gym, lift the weights. The super cutter, big and buff, nice and straight. You got stats, respect, weapons, steel, stamina, muscle, fat, and sex appeal. You get clothes from Binkos and prolapse, suburban sick, victim and research. Watch your back when it rival rulers. They'll test just to guess if you're survivors. A brother with screw ducking shields at the club and bail. Jump out, busting, gun until they tuck their tail. It seemed like I'm on impossible nostrils. Mid switch to predicaments, hostile positions. 10 Benny and Velasquez harass me. Cop course been on our ass the last week. Cause the Dre is full of gangsters on board. Hands is a language for the bangers on board. And it's dangerous, whole boy. Get your brains through for how you do the thing, this whole boy. Deep pop, be poppin', hoppin', stuff them out in the block, shake before the cops come. Listen for sirens, they don't got none. Back another lap, get your spagger with the shotgun. Hitting them up with they Grove Street locked in a dirty sling shot. Roll me by.
I'ma smoke where I wanna smoke. Fuck that. I'ma choke who I wanna choke. Fuck that. I'ma ride where I wanna ride. Fuck Cause that. I'm a nigga for life, so I'm a nigga till I decide. I'ma smoke where I wanna smoke. Fuck that. I'ma choke who I wanna choke. Fuck that. I'ma ride where I wanna ride. Fuck Cause I'm a nigga for life, so I'm a motherfucking nigga till I decide.
Okay, what's good, everybody? It's your boy, Hustler and Muscular, aka HNM, back in the building. Ladies, get out of your feelings, because you know I'm in the mood for some sexual healing. I know I can't sing, but oh well. But, anyways, how is everyone doing out there tonight? Because I know this show is gonna be out of sight. I wouldn't have it any other way because that ain't right. Yeah. But anyways, this is going to be an interesting show. For those out there on my Instagram, the link is right there in the description below. Ooh. But yeah. Like, comment, subscribe, and support your boy as he's giving y'all these facts that are never whack, because everybody knows I'm always on track. Now, today's topic, we're going to talk about dating couples or married couples having friends of the opposite sex. That raises the question, can you be a married man or a woman and have friends of the opposite sex? Can a married woman have friends that are men? And can a married man have friends that are women? It caused a lot of debate, but me personally, I say if you're married to somebody, you don't need to be out here trying to make new friends with other people, you know? If you're a man and you're married or whatever, you don't need to be out here trying to make friends with other women. I don't care if they're women you work with, go to college with, you know, from around the neighborhood. If you're a married man, you don't need to be out here trying to make friends with other women. Now, as far as the females you grew up with since middle school or high school or whatever, that might work, but you have to set some sort of limitations. You have to set some sort of boundaries. In other words, your female friends you've known from way back when can't be coming around you and your wife like that anymore. It's going to make her feel some kind of way. So you have to set boundaries for the friends you've known since high school or college. Like there's a time where they can come out, and there's a time where they got to just stay to themselves and stay in their own lanes. So yes, it's imperative to set boundaries. And the same thing applies to women. Ladies, if you're a married man, you know you can't be out here having male friends. You can't be out here meeting new male friends at work, at school, from around the way. But a lot of people will say that any man who's uncomfortable with his girlfriend or wife having friends of the opposite sex is just insecure, or you're just jealous, stupid ass shit like that. Well, you know what I was told when I was growing up? I was taught to leave married women the fuck alone and leave committed women the fuck alone. So yeah, if you're a married woman, I'm not interacting with you on that level. Ironically, it's the married women I tend to get along with the most and tend to connect with the most. I mean, they're married, so hell. While all the women who are single, they ain't jack shit outside of a one-night hookup. I'm not saying that's for all of y'all, but I'm just saying. But people have this narrative that women should have the freedom to just simply have as many men as they want, male friends as they want. If the husband has a problem with it, then he's the damn problem. Which I think is the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. So I'm supposed to respect you as a person and cut off all my guy friends, but yet you can't do the same thing for me? No, that's BS. No. So the standard goes both ways. The standard has to go both ways. Again, married people don't need to be trying to make friends of the opposite sex, make new friends of the opposite sex. That's just my whole take on it. But people will always say, oh, well, if a man has a problem with his wife seeing other men, then she has a problem. So you're okay with the idea of him stepping out or whatever? Is that what you're saying? So if a man has a problem with it, then he's the problem. But flip the script. Y'all don't want y'all husbands having female friends? Is that what I'm hearing? Is that what I've been hearing nowadays? It seems a lot of ladies have no problem with they have no problem, you know, having other male friends while being in a relationship, but yet let the husband want the same thing. He wants to have female friends outside the marriage, and now they want to complain like, oh no, that's disrespectful. Sorry about that. But yet they'll say, oh, that's disrespectful. You should honor your wife and cut her off. Because yes, I've been told that when you're in a relationship with somebody, whatever females you was messing around with in the past, cut those chicks off, which I guess makes sense. Especially if they were just women you were not involved with like that. If they were women that you just had a one night fling with or whatever, then cut them off completely. Same thing with y'all ladies. Whatever dudes y'all was fucking around with, cut them off because you're in a whole relationship. And ladies, for your sake, I hope you don't have a body count past 3, because that's going to show later on down the line when you find it hard to commit to one guy because you got so many men that you can't even choose who's a good fit for you. I saw Kevin Samuels' video where this one chick said she been ran through so many times, she don't know what the hell she want. That's ridiculous. So it helps if you have the lowest possible body count when dealing with women, when dealing with men. I'm sorry. It will definitely help you in the long run. But the less bodies you rack up, the more susceptible you are to a marriage and a committed relationship. And don't give me that bullshit like, oh, this is oppression. Oh, this is disrespect towards women. You're trying to oppress me by telling me what the fuck I can and cannot do. No, sweet, I'm telling you what the fuck you need to do if you want to maintain a healthy relationship. And trying to make new friends, male friends outside of the marriage is not going to fucking work. Telling you straight up, it's just not going to work. And before you talk about some oppression bullshit, I say the same thing to men. Fellas, if you're married, don't be trying to make friends with other women. Whatever chicks you had a fling with years ago, cut them off completely. And that shouldn't be much of a problem for men, because whatever chicks they was fucking around with prior to their marriage is just an afterthought once they find one woman that satisfies them. Once a good man finds a woman that satisfies him emotionally, physically, sexually, the whole 9, because we don't ask for much, he's gonna be okay. He wouldn't mind cutting them other broads off. He won't mind that at all. But the ladies, on the other hand, want to keep all their guy friends as possible backup. So that's something that y'all got to watch out for. If your wife has a lot of male friends, it's a distinct possibility that she just have them around as backup. And I don't get the logic behind it. You're in a committed marriage. You walk down a freaking aisle, said your vows, and did this, said this, that, and the third. Now you're committed to this man. You think it's that damn easy to just say, I don't want to be married anymore? No, it's a long fucking process. Divorce court, child support court, family court, it's a long process. You can't just try it out, see if it works, and then dip out. People don't work that way. It don't work like that. No, it doesn't. So yeah, it just doesn't work that way. If you're dating somebody or married to somebody, you don't need to be trying to make friends of the opposite sex. Now, as far as social media is concerned, let me tell you what I would do personally. What I'm gonna do personally is this. If I'm in a relationship with a woman, hold on a minute. Okay, shout out to Umi Pre. Nice of you to join me. Never seen you before, but how are you doing? Thanks for joining my panel. But anyways, like I said, if I'm in a relationship with a woman, here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna go through your Instagram and Facebook or whatever, and I'm gonna decide personally what pictures you can and cannot keep. I may say, for example, keep that one. I like that one. You can keep it. You in the bikini? Well, that's gotta go. That's in lingerie. That's gotta go. Okay, this one picture you lingerie, okay, that can stay because you're wearing red, my favorite color, or blue, another one of my favorite colors. Okay, this one can stay, that one can stay, this one can stay. I like this picture, it can stay. Oh no, that one's gotta go. You're not finna be making me look bad wearing shit like that. No, that's what I'm gonna do. You can keep your social media, but certain pictures and certain content you can be putting up there because you're representing the both of us. If you embarrass yourself, best believe I'm going to be embarrassed too. So no, it just don't work that way. And that goes for y'all fellas too. Whatever Gracie stuff y'all put on social media while prior to the relationship, get rid of that shit, or put it on private. That way nobody can see it but a chosen few. Because you got women out here that will still be on social media thirst trapping while in a whole marriage. OF or OnlyFans, for example. That's unacceptable. And you don't hear about men doing this kind of shit. No. That's just unacceptable in my eyes, you know? So you can't be an advocate user of social media knowing that you are already in a relationship with someone. And that goes both ways for men and women too. Men can't be on social media thirst trapping, if that's even possible for us men. And by the same token, women can't be out here thirst trapping for other men. It should go both ways, but we have this stupid ass society that's putting in our minds that if we have a problem with what our wives are doing, no matter what the fuck it is, we are the problem, not the wife. No, sweetheart, you're the fucking problem. I'm only reacting based on what I'm seeing. If I'm seeing you acting out of pocket, you best believe I'm gonna have to say something no matter what. Again, shout out to Umi Pri. I think he was on my I think you commented on my last channel. Wish you could have chimed in. But you know what? I got the link pinned in the description, but for those of y'all that can't see it, I guess I'll go ahead and drop it again because I had this issue last time where I pinned the link, but apparently they couldn't see it. Don't know how that happened, but it is what it is. Links right here in the description below. Anybody that's in the back want to come up and talk about this topic, feel free to do so. The topic is, can dating or married couples have friends of the opposite sex without it causing any drama? I already gave my 2 cents on it. I say don't be making new friends while you're in a relationship or a marriage. That's the way I look at that. No more thirst trapping on social media as well. Y'all got to talk about that. And this is primarily why I don't try to take women who be on social media that seriously. Because if I have to put myself in a position where I got to tell you, no, that's not going to work. No, that's not going to be. I'm just not going to deal with you. And I come off as controlling. I'm coming off as someone that's bashing. I'm just not going to deal with you. I'll fuck with you. I'm not going to take you seriously. You want to. And here's the thing. And another thing, ladies, if you're a woman and you have a plethora of guy friends that you enjoy dealing with, whether it be for platonic or sexual purposes, whatever man that you're dealing with, you better give him the same kind of respect. Let this man deal with other women in addition to you. Don't you dare get mad if you come to find out you ain't the only one he dealing with, because he knows in the back of his mind that you ain't the only one, that he ain't the only one you're dealing with. I don't have that issue because I've had friends with benefits, and we kind of more or less have that understanding. She understands that, hey, you're my friend with the sexual benefits. We're not in a relationship. You want to be on social media. I like to be on social media. Hell, sometimes I have one female friend I've been talking to for 13 years, been sexually involved for 13 years. She'll talk to other men on her phone, and then sometimes I'll join in on a conversation, and we all just join in, have a good time. She's talking to that guy while she's sexually satisfying me. So basically, I'm getting the best of it because I'm the one that's currently with her. I'm the one whose dick she's satisfying. And it's causes the other way around too. If I'm with her and I'm talking to another female on my phone, my lady friend will be like, oh, can I talk to her too? Can I meet her too one day? And I get it. All of y'all don't do that, but hey, it happens. It does happen. It's possible for that to happen. I'm not finna act like that kind of stuff doesn't happen. I'm pretty sure y'all got that one female or male friend that's just open to that kind of stuff. So I'm not gonna act like it doesn't happen. But anyways, the link is in the description right there for anybody that want to chime in on this topic. I don't want to rant on for too long because I want to give other people a chance to come up and talk about this. Again, can married or dating couples have friends of the opposite sex? Yes, no, maybe. And I already spoke on the fact that when you have friends you've known, old friends, family friends or whatever, you have to set boundaries. Your best guy friend can't be coming around, and fellas, your best girlfriend from back in middle school cannot be coming around like that. The only way y'all might be able to work that out, let's say you're a guy, you have a friend you've known since high school, y'all bump into each other out of the blue, and she knows you're married, and she want to hang out with y'all. maybe she can bring another one of her guy friends and y'all go on a little double date. That's the only way that's gonna work. If you're a single person hanging around a married couple, you better have somebody of the opposite sex by your side so you don't be like a damn third wheel. Nobody wants to be a fucking third wheel. I've been a third wheel before, and it's not something I care much for because I don't give a shit. But some people don't want to be no damn third wheel. That's just how that works. Okay, now to further insinuate this point further, I have a plethora of videos that I'm going to show off to people. Okay, give me a second. I got a plethora of videos to show off. While I get that set up, until then, feel free to like, comment, subscribe, support your boy, because he has hopes of making this channel grow. All right, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Hold on a second. Let me fix something here. Okay, I'm back. So for my first video I'm going to show y'all, I'm going to react to this stuff to further. And this is talking about Steve Harvey. Yeah, I know what he's been going through lately. He's not in the best position to speak on relationships given his situation. But this is a video he made over 6 years ago. Oh, wait, for those of y'all that can't see it. Here we go. This says, shout out to School Time for posting this video. It says, Steve Harvey keeps it real about women with male friends. So he's going to talk about the truth behind women having male friends. Okay, let's hear what he has to say. And you know, this was, keep in mind, this is about 6 years ago. So I guess say what you will about the guy now, but let's hear what he had to say back then. Let's see what's changed 6 years ago compared to present day. But okay, fair use, everybody, fair use.
First breakthrough bestseller. So where did this come from?
I mean, it's a blessing, true enough, but really, it was just me sitting down being.
Let me fix the volume.
All of my friends are men. I don't have female friends. I don't. I'm incapable of that.
Why?
Well, because you know, come on.
Because you have a wife.
Well, I have a wife, and I don't really have female friends because look. Okay, let's get rid of this myth right here. Okay, I'm gonna tell you this. Let's get rid of this right here. That you're an attractive woman. There's some guy somewhere saying, "Yeah, we're friends." No, that's not true. He's your friend only because you have made it absolutely clear that nothing else is happening except this friendship we have.
Okay, I ain't gonna lie. Steve Harvey is dead on about that. I ain't gonna lie. Now, this may not apply to every situation, But you got to admit, the guy was telling the truth there. A lot of these women talking about they got friends or whatever. All these men are just friends. No, we can best anticipate that not all these men that y'all keep in your rotation are just friends. They're only there because, like he said, it's been made clear that nothing's going to happen beyond this friendship. But deep down inside, this man probably want to smash first chance you get. We've all been that guy lying in wait for an opportunity for a female to just cut off a relationship or cut off this guy. That way we can slide in there and take our opportunity. We've all been that guy. That's why we don't deal with females who have a lot of male friends, because of shit like that happening. These men, and let me make something clear. I'm not trying to say all of y'all ladies do this kind of shit, because some of us actually do have legit platonic friends of the opposite sex. I know I do. I got women friends I could never imagine myself sleeping with. Just the idea of me having sex with, say, a female will make me cringe, honestly, tell you the truth. So I'm not finna sit up here and say that y'all ladies don't have platonic male friends or men don't have platonic female friends. Because again, there are some people out there y'all would never imagine y'allself sleeping with, honestly. Oh, what's good? Shout out to my homegirl, Brienne, my #1 fan, always cooking like a frying pan. Welcome to my panel. That's why this your first time up here. So come on up here, my girl. Rock with your boy H&M and speak on this topic. In case you missed it, the topic is, can married and dating couples have friends of the opposite sex outside of the marriage? And you know what, Brienne, as a married woman, it will be my honor for you to come up here and speak on this topic, because you know you're married, you've been with your husband for some years, so please come up here and speak on this topic if you get a chance to, and bring your husband if he can make it. If little bunny ain't giving you no trouble, please hit that link right here and speak on this topic. What do you think, my girl? Can you have, as a woman, can you have friends of the opposite sex while being married? Yes, no, maybe. And by the same token, can your husband have female friends of the opposite sex? Is that even possible? I would love to hear from your perspective, from that of a married woman, preferably a married or committed woman. While you contemplate that, let's get back to this video. Fair use, fair use.
We remain your friends in hopes that one day there'll be a crack in the door, a chink in the armor, and trust and believe that guy that you think is just your buddy, he will slide in that crack the moment he gets the opportunity. Because we're guys.
Think this way?
He ain't lying. Okay, he ain't lying about that. Shoot. That's one of the few times Steve Harvey actually made sense on something, honestly. That's one of the few times he actually made sense on something. Because he ain't lying. Because again, this is how we men think. I'm not saying this applies to all of us, but come on. Y'all ladies know damn well half of these men that y'all talk to as friends are not just platonic friends. Some of these guys want to smash. Some of these guys just put up with it just because we know ain't nothing gonna happen. Me personally, if I find you attractive, I'm not putting myself in your goddamn friend zone. I'm gonna stay in my neutral zone, meaning you just a chick I know from around the way. I'm not gonna call us friends or anything like that, unless you're somebody I'm not attracted to. Again, if the idea of me sleeping with you makes me cringe, makes me want to throw up in my sleep or something, then I could consider you a platonic friend. But you're someone I'm attracted to, I'm not putting myself in your goddamn friend zone. That just ain't happening. No, not for me. I'm better than that. Because I've heard stories of men who put themselves in the friend zone, hoping that turned to something else, and then when they get fucked over. I've also heard stories of men who pretend to be a woman's friend just to get in good at her, be the good, nice guy for her, and maybe she'll come around and see you as a possible mate. We all know that shit don't work. And by the way, Brienne, how would you like it if I'm not, well, I know you're married and everything, but how would you like it if you met a guy, y'all friends, platonic friends, and then months, years down the line, you come to find out that he had a crush on you all this time, and he just was your friend just because he knew he had a feeling that one day it's going to turn to something else. How would that make you feel? And Omi Pre, if you're still back there, you can answer this question too in the comments, in the chat, whatever you want to do. It's up to y'all. But yeah, some of these guys will just be your friends because they anticipate that, hey, maybe something might pop off when the moment is right, or to just stay there simply because they know ain't nothing gonna pop off and they just got to deal with it. I've been in that position before. I find this chick attractive, but she's seeing someone else. I said, fuck it, move on, go find somebody else. I'd rather deal with street trash than to be dealing with a female that's already taken and not interested in me. But anyways, fair use, fair use.
9.9% of us think that way. And you tell this to a woman and it just blows her back. No, I have male friends. You have male friends because they know it can be nothing else right now. I'll tell you what, all your male friends, just ask them in a friendly way. If I wanted to date you, would you be okay with that? And watch the fireworks. Watch.
Okay, Grant. Hold on. Okay, granted, Steve Harvey ain't lying about that. I ain't gonna lie. He is not lying about that. Because again, how many times have y'all seen videos of men interviewing a couple? The interviewer asked one girl to call up one of her guy friends, tell them that they want to link up and see what happens. How many times have y'all seen that little experiment play out? 9 times out of, I'm not gonna say this happens in every situation, but a lot of times, them kind of situations, you call up one of your guy friends talking about you want to link up and do a little something, he's down automatically. That does happen. Now, me personally, I would be put off by a woman who was in a relationship just a couple months ago. Now she hit me about the blue saying she wanted to kick it. I'll be off put by that. So it makes me wonder, where the hell do you stand in all this shit? Where do you stand? Are you legit looking for a relationship? Or are you just looking for a rebound guy? You looking to take me seriously? But then again, if one of your girlfriends hitting you up acting like that shit, maybe you should take her seriously at all. That's just the way that works. Again, anybody want to come up, the link is in the description. And again, Brianne, if you're back there listening in, I would love to have this little conversation with you. I would love to hear from your pretty little mouth whether or not dating and married couples can have friends of the opposite sex, being a married woman and everything. So if you're back there listening, feel free to come up. But anyways, that's just the way that goes. Sometimes y'all ladies do this shit on purpose, keeping these guys in the friend zone just in case, as a backup plan. That shit ain't cool, but it is what it is. Okay, I have another video to show you guys. And by the way, anybody that want to come up, shout out to the people in the back. Shout out to the people on the panel, wherever you are. Links in the description. Feel free to come up if you want to. Now let's see. Oh, here we go. But I do think, yeah, but that's the thing about it. Like I said, a lot of y'all keep these men in y'all friend zone just for the simple fact that you want a backup plan, aka a rebound guy. It's happened to me. I'm gonna say this happened to me at least twice, where I had a chick that was in a relationship about 6 months ago or whatever the hell. Then she hit me. Then I bump into her talking about the relationship ended. She didn't really give a clear-cut reason. She just said some stupid ass shit like, oh, well, he just wasn't the one, or some bullshit like that. I don't know. Some stupid ish like that. I don't know. So I'm thinking like, wow, maybe I can take her seriously. Maybe, I can't say take her seriously, but I can't say maybe take her seriously, but let's just give this a try and see where it goes. Who knows? Who knows where this goes? Because I knew in the back of my mind, I'm probably just a rebound guy. But then again, I ain't looking for no goddamn relationship out of her ass anyway. I just want to see if it's going to lead to her getting my PP satisfied. Hopefully, maybe not. Maybe it'll lead to that. Maybe it won't. I don't know. But at that time, I didn't care. But yeah, that's what they do. Have these men on the back burner as rebound men. That's how they do it. But anyways, I digress. I'm gonna pass the mic to my home girl, Brianne, my #1 fan. The girl be cooking like a frying pan. What's on your mind, my girl?
Hello, I was listening in the back. So for the topic, I don't believe, having friends of the opposite sex is a good idea. We have plenty of associates, especially like my husband has a lot of work events and stuff, and everyone's cool, but like we don't, invite people back to our house or anything like that. It's just everything being on like surface level is good. On top of that, having a new baby, like you don't want a bunch of people at your house or knowing where you live. But in general, I think being cordial with people is a good thing because we've gotten a lot of baby clothes and baby toys that way. But I don't think we really even live in a type of society where having a stable friendship is the norm anymore. Most people are used to being alone, especially after the sickness.
Do you have
A
any
lot of
female
people,
friends?
I ain't got none. None.
Okay. If you did have female friends, would your wife be?
I know.
yeah, that was accurate. Yeah. I mean, I don't have
Oh, my
female
bad.
friends
I'm
who have
sorry.
family.
My bad. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. But go ahead. You were saying. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to do that.
No, but it was accurate. She said, what, I don't have female friends? And I know a lot of women who say that. So I have cousins I talk to on a, bi-weekly, monthly basis. But I can't initially think of anybody that's not related to me through either blood or marriage that I talk to on a consistent basis. Maybe once or twice a year, but, that's not a friendship. That's, just an associate or, someone that you just happen to bump into. Um, yeah, it's having a friendship like that. I think I had like guy friends in the past, but it always came out that they wanted to date, and I wasn't interested in that. So then the friendship ended.
What did I tell you, my girl? See, I told you.
Yeah, I thought I
Me.
had at least two good guy friends between the ages of like, let's say 18 and 22, and that it ended up, hey, are we gonna date? Like, do you want to come over at this time of night? And I'm like, no. Like, I wouldn't even do that with one of my girlfriends. So no. And I'm from a 90s baby. You know what girlfriends means. But yeah, like one of my female friends. But yeah, it just never worked out as far as having a platonic relationship. And I know they're possible, but I just don't hear of them being a norm.
Yeah, that's true. So you say, well, before you got married, this guy pretended to be your friend just because he wanted to date you. That happens. But Lee, I just talked about that.
Well, I'm saying it
You
was
saw the
two
Steve
guy
Harvey.
friends, one from high school, one from college. And I'm like, oh, this guy is cool. One guy, we met in the dorm to eat. There was a little cafeteria at the bottom. I'm like, oh, we're going to be good friends. I think we had one class in common or something. Yeah. And then eventually, like, hey, are you dating anybody? You seen anybody? I'm like, no, why do you want to know about that? And I'm like, oh, no, I just want to be friends. And that was the end of it. Never spoke to really either of them again after those conversations. Because I was really big at like not leading people on, and I'm not going to lead you on if I'm not interested in you. And they took it on the chin. Oh, I understand, no problem, and then just disappeared.
You know what he wanted? He wanted to hook up with you. That's what it was.
No, and I'm saying that's fine, but when I'm not interested in somebody, I at least try to be honest about it. Even one guy from high school had messaged me saying, "Hey, I want to take you out." And I said, "That's sweet, but I'm not interested." This man went and called me the B word. He's like, "I knew you were a B anyways. I don't even know why I asked." I told my brother because we went to school with him. And he was like, "Just ignore him. His feelings were hurt."
Just ignore him.
Mm-hmm.
Did your brother beat his ass? I know I would have.
No. Oh my! 1 second. No, he didn't.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know Bunny was right there. My bad. Oh well, ladies and gentlemen, Bree doing her little mommy thing, so give her some time to get adjusted. Bree, you still there?
Okay, I'm back.
Little Bunny acting up again?
Oh yeah, she's just thirsty.
Oh, okay. I guess you want her to continue the fame.
Always fun. Yeah.
What's up, little bunny? Feed
Hello.
that tummy because being hungry is not funny.
You're hilarious. But yeah, I think it's really important for women. If you want to maintain a friendship, open communication is important. If you feel they're trying to take it that route and you don't want to go there, be honest. And honestly, you might need to cut the friendship off. You don't want to lead anybody on or let them know they could potentially have a chance. That's just a headache waiting to happen as well.
Bree, you dropped off, but feel free to come back up because I was enjoying this conversation. Once again, the link is right there. There we go.
Okay,
Welcome back.
I pressed the back button on YouTube by accident, picking up the phone. So here we are. But did you hear the last thing I said?
I forgot what it was. I don't know.
Oh.
My man all over the place today.
Oh, no, I understand. No, I was just saying the friendship probably needs to end after you realize that one person is interested and one is not. Because then trying to maintain that friendship, somebody might get confused or, still hold out hope, which I think is unfair to both people. So, yeah, that's how I feel about that.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, that's the way it's supposed to go.
It's probably possible, but for me, absolutely not. I don't have time.
Yeah, cool. Now, there's this thing that said that, have you ever heard women say stupid ass stuff like, excuse my language. By the way, on my panel, I use a little bit of foul language, but I keep it at the minimum. But for your sake, I'm not going to use, I'm going to try not to use it, okay? Okay?
Yes.
Thought I lost you for a second. But anyway, have you ever heard people say either in real life or heard it from around the way that heard women say things like, if a man has a problem with his wife's having male friends or seeing other men, he's insecure, he has a small PP, stupid stuff like that, just to derail accountability on a woman's part. Have you heard that before? Because I've heard it.
Yes, I have, and especially if you knew the guy friend longer than the husband or the boyfriend. And I'm saying it's still a problem because it'd be a double standard. Like, you don't want him to maintain that friendship with a pretty girl. And then you'd be questioning, well, do you have feelings for her? Do you think she's cute? Are you waiting for an opportunity? Because you know exactly what men do to you.
Right.
Yep, a lot of things.
Okay, this computer acting crappy. Hold on a minute.
Okay. While he's getting his computer together, like, subscribe, follow the stream. I'm also simul-streaming to get more people on here. So support H&M. He's on plenty of panels. He does amazing work. And it's always a good time. So please like and subscribe. I want to be on his panels more. I obviously have my hands full. I'm literally changing a diaper. But I love being on these panels and saying...
Wow. I'm so proud of you, my girl. You're being a mother, a husband. You're being a mother, a wife, and you made time for your boy H&M to drop some gems. Got stomp hard like a pair of Timbs.
While changing a diaper, okay?
Yep. Oh yeah.
Okay. But yeah. Oh, you got something to say, Bunny? But yeah, we literally just had this talk, me and my husband, about wanting our children, male and female, to court and not actually have boyfriends and girlfriends, and we're gonna explain to them why.
Run that through me again.
Oh, I said my husband and I were talking about how we want our kids to, go through relationships when they're older. We do want them to court. We don't want them to have boyfriends and girlfriends.
Now have boyfriends and girlfriends.
Correct.
Doesn't courting lead to them becoming boyfriend and girlfriend somewhere down the line?
No, courting specifically is towards marriage. So having a boyfriend and girlfriend is literally out of alignment with the traditional idea of courting. So are we compatible? Do we like each other? Do our families mesh? Are we going to get married? Yes or no? If the answer is no, you move on to someone else. You don't have a boyfriend, girlfriend as a placeholder while you guys both try and figure it out. Because if you want to marry somebody after a few months, there's no point of dating somebody for 5 years and then deciding, we dated 5 years, used each other up. Yeah, let's not do this. No. Hold
on. I don't want to cut you off. You said use each other up. Yeah. Are we talking about boyfriend and girlfriend relationship? Or are we talking about friends with benefits, F-boy, F-girl relationship? They're not the same,
No, I'm not saying they're the same, but the similarities are, one, you're not married, you're both you're single in both instances legally. And then on top of that, a lot of people, the same way, you'll have a boyfriend you'll be in a situationship treating it like your boyfriend and girlfriend, and then your boyfriend and girlfriend treating it like a marriage when neither of them are what those are. So less confusion, um, better marital rates, and marital success when you're courting the way it used to be. So you would talk to the person, they meet your family, you would go out on dates. But after that, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. You're not going to sit there and date and stay in limbo for years. Yeah. You gonna dance? Go, go. Yeah, so I think
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, because we all know the boyfriend and girlfriend, that's like the first step. I mean, seriously, don't know, but it's like, think of it as the old love at first sight, like we had back when we were growing up. You fall in love, become boyfriend and girlfriend, and then it turns into a marriage, possibly. Now, as far as dating somebody for 5 or 6 years and they not getting married, you got to ask yourself the question: what's wrong with the man and what's wrong with the woman?
Mm-hmm.
Is a man marriage minded? Is a woman marriage minded?
Mm-hmm.
Because
Yeah,
I've been in
I'm saying get rid of
situations.
that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, all I'm saying is the studies say like that doesn't lead to longer marriages. Dating, it's pretty much the longer you date, the worse the marriage is going to be. Let's say you're dating somebody for 10 years. Oh, we might as well get married. You know, we've been together 10 years. And then you just see divorce rates then. Because if you're with somebody for 10 years, more than likely there's at least 1 or 2 kids in there. So if you're dating that long and already have kids and no marriage, then you decide you might as well do it. It's not to the benefit of the family. It's just, we're old enough now. We've been together long enough. Like, that's not how you want to start the marriage. By default, you want to start it because you want to.
Oh, okay. Now I get that. If you've been seeing somebody for 10 freaking years and he ain't asked you to marry you, accept where you stand and accept where he stands as well. Y'all just two people dealing with each other. Again, I got a female friend I've been dealing with since 2010. We've been hanging out, kicking it, chilling since our university days, and we have showed no signs of getting married. So unless you want a situation like that, I suggest y'all date for a while, maybe a year, and then propose to that woman. If it ain't happened after a year, it's a done deal. I'm sorry. Wait, before you continue, let me say shout out to my home girl Angela C. How you be? What's good with you, girl? Angela C. You're a sight to see. Tell me, my girl, how you be?
Hello, we love Angela C. on this part of the internet.
Angela says, from my experience, no men and women cannot be just friends. Okay, elaborate on that for me.
Actually, I can't even talk. Absolutely. And it's not even, here's the other thing. It's not even the fact that they could be interested in each other. If you get in a relationship with someone new and they see this other person hovering, they might be insecure about it. Or I don't even want to use the word insecure. They will be cautious about it. So, even if you guys aren't interested in each other, you truly see each other as just friends, it could be a problem for outside people that you want in your life. It could be, this person is walking with you, guys are out hanging out, and your potential partner thinks that you're taken because you're spending so much time with this person.
That's a good point.
You don't need.
Yeah, that's a good point. Because, I've heard men say that they cannot deal with a female that has a lot of male friends. So maybe that kind of, hits home on that. I would say, Angela C, come back up here and explain this comment, but I think Bree kind of summed it up. But Angela, you want to come up here and explain that, feel free to do so. Elaborate on it. And I say that because I got females that I could never see myself sleeping with. They're platonic friends or associates. If the idea of sleeping with you makes me cringe, we're just platonic friends. So I'm not going to say that's the truth for everybody. I'm pretty sure back when you were single, before you met your husband, you had men that you could never see yourself kissing on or hugging on or having fun with. So it can be done.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'm saying. It can be done.
In me. So then it ruined everything. What if we both weren't interested in each other and truly saw each other as friends? It would have been perfectly fine. But now, even being married, what if I was still trying to maintain those friendships? My husband said absolutely not.
And you don't think he's being insecure? I'm not saying he is. I'm just saying you don't think he's being insecure?
No, he's absolutely right. Because, again, luckily we didn't have those issues. But imagine if, I was upset with my husband and I just casually told, the male friend about it. And then my husband found out about that. He'd be upset. Well, you went to someone else instead of talking to me
You're
or
damn right he gonna be
something
upset.
fixed and he was at work, and I called the male friend over. I've never done this. I'm just saying for example. And the male friend fixed it, and he came home and was like, "Hey, how'd you fix this?" Like, "Oh, so and so came over." Those type of scenarios could happen.
You know what? I was in a similar situation where my homeboy was going to do something with his girl, but the thing is, he at least got permission from her first before he went and called me up and see what's going on with this little situation. Okay, he at least got checked in with her. He said, "I'm gonna call one of my boys and let's get his opinion on what's going on here." So the least you could do is get permission, confined with each other before you go doing stuff like that. But other than that, I don't stick my nose to other people's marriages and relationships. I don't care if we go back 25, 30 years. That's just not my style. I don't do that. So that can get a little sticky.
Yeah, and the problem is most people don't realize those situations come up until way later. There was I guess I won't say the show, but a show that's used to familial drama. One coworker just kept making the husband food and bringing it to him. And he's like, "No, that's just my friend. Don't worry about it, babe. You're being insecure." And she's
That's
like,
probably secretary.
"Just use pies and cookies and fried chicken." She even learned how to make his favorite dish. You know what I mean? Things like that you don't know is an issue until it's already happening. Like even before they got together, she was making him all types of food, but they had never did anything. It was to the point they had to do the lie detector test to prove that these two people never did anything together.
Damn, was it that damn deep? I mean,
He's bringing him food, pies, everything, and the I believe it was the girlfriend. The girlfriend was like, "What is wrong? You need to choose me or her." He's like, "That's my friend. I don't have to choose between y'all. We ain't never did nothing." And they didn't. But that doesn't mean it wasn't going to happen in the future.
Yeah.
And by the way, one of your needs, probably two if they were having good conversations. The third one is just inevitable sometimes.
Yeah. Now, who do you think is worse at that? Because, as Steve Harvey just mentioned, some of these guys will be your friends just because they want to lay low until the time is right and your relationship don't work out. They're going to swap right on in and try to do a little something with you. But then you got females that more or less do the same crap. Let's say you and your husband get into a fight or whatever. One of your so-called girlfriends going to come over there and try to get at your husband. It happens on both sides. So who do you think is worse at it?
Yes, I don't have girlfriends. And then the other thing, if I do, they'd probably be on the internet anyways. Like women that are just so marriage-minded and level-headed like Angela C., I can't meet them in real life. You know what I mean? Like, if I can meet women like that and have all types of friends. Because I didn't know these type of women existed that thought like me until I went on the internet. It was so hard just to have conversations with women I grew up with because I'm like, who raised you? Like, we don't have the same even core value system. We just like the same colors and the same food, and those were the issues for me. But yeah, I mean, every panel you've pretty much been on, especially the two female panels that I frequent and, I watch while I'm, doing my daughter's hair, changing her. Those are the type of women I would want to meet in real life, and they're older than me. I think every female I watch is older than me, and I was like, these would be my quote unquote like, big cousins that I would sit and listen to all day because they've said it before. They don't even have women in their lives that even want to listen to them. They're going to start listening to them 20, 30 years from now, though, when they realize their decisions were wrong. I can see now that the things they're saying, even about being a parent to teenagers, like I'm learning from them. And it's really hard to find women like that, personally.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you got one friend. Oh, I guess Angela C is not back there anymore. But hey, shout out to her for coming through and supporting your boy. You got a friend in her. Y'all both married women. So, hey, you got one friend.
And that's the thing. The panels and stuff I go on, I love hearing these women speak. I've heard Angela C. Angela C has actually been on my panel, too. But especially like the bigger panels and the bigger channels, they're able to have these, even longer discussions to get into the nitty gritty of these things. Because being married, they say it's hard. It's not even hard because of the person you're with. If you're with the right person, it's hard because of all the outside influences, all the outside opinions, and you have to deal with other people while you're in your marriage, co-workers, people at the grocery store. I mean, literally, my husband had walked with the baby to a separate aisle because we was trying to get out of there. We was tired, okay? So he went to one aisle, went to another. We're grabbing stuff. I go in the aisle and tell me why one of the workers is over gushing over my baby, inches away from my husband. So I walk my happy butt over there. Hey, what's going on? She's like, oh, I was just admiring the baby. I was just, the baby's so cute. Oh, yeah, thank you. Okay, we're going to go. You know what I mean? And
Wait. Was this a man doing this or a woman doing that?
A woman. Every single time my husband is alone with the baby, I kid you not, I count to 10 and here comes a woman. No ring on her finger, I mean, I've seen a woman at one time. This was I think when the baby was real young. I'm talking about like a month. I saw a woman kind of perk herself up, put her hair behind her ear, and start walking towards my husband. I walked slightly in front of her, walked up to my husband, smiled at her, and she just kind of walked past.
Okay.
Adjusted her dang bra walking over to my husband. I'm like, I ain't got time. Not happening. And I'm a sweet girl.
You know what?
But you know how women operate.
You know what she was trying to do? She was trying to get at your husband.
Mm-hmm.
And what is this? Why is it that y'all find the married men more attractive than the single men? So your husband, shout out to him if he's back there listening in on this or listening in on your end. Shout out to him. Why is it that women would prefer to go after a man that's already in a relationship or taken, but they overlook single people like myself? Is there some rule that says all men and women are single for a reason, so leave them alone, but the ones that are married, they're there for a reason? Because he don't remind you, not everybody that's in a relationship or married is a good catch. Prime example, Will Smith's wife, Jada Pinkett Smith. See, Russell Wilson's wife, Sierra Wilson or whatever. These are bad examples of how wives should act. But you and Angela C, shout out to her once again, y'all are prime examples of how a wife should be. So it's just mind-boggling that we like to associate the title of spouse or lover to whether someone has good character or not. It's mind-boggling. What you think?
I think it's completely mind-boggling. But in that example, at least I'll give it to her. It didn't look like he was wearing his wedding ring. He had his hand full of, at least I think he was in the sauce aisle or something. I don't know. He had both his hands full with the baby in the car seat next to him. So he was contemplating a decision, which covered up his ring. So at least give that woman that. But in the other cases, his ring is in full show 24/7. So the fact that woman still went over, was inches away, just kind of laughing, giggling, talking about how cute the baby is, ridiculous.
Damn.
If I see a couple with a cute baby, I'll smile at the baby and keep walking. The problem is, I'm not going to go up to the man and start having a full conversation, even if it's just him and the baby. My assumption is 9 times out of 10, he has a woman. Even if he doesn't have a ring on, he has a woman nearby or within phone call. Like, a lot of times babies will, talk to me and wave at me. So that's kind of different. Like, that's just a constant thing. But these women here are bold. They will go straight up to him and start having a whole conversation. I'm like, absolutely not. And even a woman came back, like the worker at the store. She's like, oh, I just love babies. I stop everybody when I see a baby. No, you don't.
Oh, like hell you do.
No, because she wanted to add that extra piece in because I was looking at her crazy. I was tired, didn't get any sleep. And I'm like, so you just come walking up to random men, even though you work here, that don't ask you a question and start talking to them about their babies. Focus on your job and make sure that you're not, doing that often. But she claims she stops everybody. How about if I watched that camera throughout her day, there's been plenty of cute babies and she did not stop anybody else because they were not as cute as my husband.
Right. That's a laugh I ever heard. So this crazy lady talking about she does this. She goes around here stopping everybody that has a baby with them. Man, all I can say is
it sounds just unrealistic. Like, you can't stop every person with a baby. You work at Target. It's going to be every 5 minutes.
Right. And if she's stopping everybody, imagine how many people she's going to stop at a damn grocery store. You got about 20 people, and you got 20-some people in a big-ass grocery store like Walmart or Target. That's a lot of people you stop that's got babies with them. And over half of them got babies with them.
Exactly. Oh, you had me, mama. But yeah. But that's what I'm saying. I got a cute baby, I got a cute husband. I'm not mad at that. But I do keep in mind, as much as possible, I try not to let him go to the store himself.
Exactly. Oh yeah. Shout out to the cynic. Shout out to Miss Cynical, unpredictable, always at your pentacle. Thanks for coming back.
Hello. We love the cynical.
Okay, Cynical said, why would they? It depends on the nature of the friendship. Oh, I guess you're talking about the topic.
Mama?
The nature of the friendship. Cynical, you can't explain that. Because as I said at the beginning of the stream, I'm gonna say friends you've known since, I don't know, middle school, high school, whatever. They may be okay, but set boundaries as far as when they can come by. Like, don't be asking your friend from high school to come visit you and your husband. That's just doing too damn much. Same thing with him. Don't be asking lady friends you had since middle school to come visit you and your wife. That's doing too damn much. Again, set boundaries. I look at it like this. Let's say I want to hang out with you and your husband. I'm gonna grab one of my lady friends and we're gonna have a double date just to make it even, okay? That's the way it needs to be.
More sense to me, but that also can create other problems. Very short example, when my husband, because we moved across the country, he had a lot of friends from high school and stuff, and they would have their wives. So if I ever brought like snacks or pies or anything, the girlfriend would get mad, because women don't like when you make food for their man. But here's the thing: I made it for everybody, not just your man. If he liked it and enjoyed it, that's because he happened to get a piece. So cookies, pies, like I used to make a lot of stuff for his coworkers. So yeah.
Wow.
And then a lot of times these women wouldn't be with a guy long anyways. It'd always be a boyfriend-girlfriend thing, and they'd break up after a year or two.
Wow, that's the
thing. They made a comment
thing.
about how nice I was, or something about my hair. It always ended up being an argument. My husband would tell me later. I'm like, I didn't even do anything to this woman. And I always try to keep it short and sweet when I'm talking to anybody associated with him. Hey, how are you doing today? Doing good, just doing the mom life. How are you? And then just keep it very short and sweet. Smiling, being sweet and respectful. But there's a way you should talk to men that aren't your husband. Short, sweet, and pleasant. That's it. Anything longer, extended, it's unnecessary.
Even if he's a longtime friend you've known before your husband?
That's the thing. I don't have a good example of that, because even the one guy I knew in high school, was trying to get at me. So I'm like, okay, I can't even use that as an example, because my husband would have been right. He was like, any man that is not related to you, that is trying to be in your face, wants you. And I said, I don't think nobody's looking at me like that, honey. But he was right. And again, it was the second instance, a friend that I thought was a good friend, and he made me realize it wasn't a friendship.
Yeah, he wanted more. Okay, Miss Cynical once said, but the friendship isn't strictly platonic. They need to change how they move. Mm-hmm. Yeah. If one is in a relationship. Yep, I agree with that.
Then that's not a friendship, because for instance, if your friend has a baby, you call them less, fine.
Oh, damn.
But you don't have to move differently because they had a baby if you have a female friend. Now, if you have a male friend, you have a husband, you're barely ever going to talk to him ever again. Might come to the wedding, might send a gift, but other than that, you're never going to speak to him again. Unless something goes wrong, and then there lies the issue.
Okay, she said, love you guys as well. Change how you move in a relationship.
Yeah.
Okay, she also says, if they're flirting or effing each other, they should stop doing that if one enters a relationship. Now that I agree with 100%, because I've seen that kind of stuff before. So ladies, whatever men that you're dealing with as a friends of benefits or F-boy, you need to cut those people off out of your life immediately. Same thing with y'all men. If you're a man, whatever girls you were sleeping around with back in high school, college, or whatever, any event that you're still dealing with them, cut them off when you finally meet that one. That's the way it needs to be. Like Cynical said, if it's someone that you was freaking on, that needs to stop immediately once you get into a relationship. And it goes for men and for women. Because, I've heard stories of women who still keep their little roster around even after they committed to somebody or got into a marriage. And they want to say, oh, you're just insecure. They're just friends. I don't want to hear that shit. Oh, excuse my language. I'm sorry. You have no business doing that. No, not when you're married. Do what you want when you're freaking single. But when you're married to somebody, all bets are off. It ain't your body. It ain't your choice anymore. It just ain't happening like that. That's all I'm saying. My mic is muted. Oh, by the way, Bree, your avatar disappeared. Can you switch it up?
Oh yeah, I can switch it up. That happens for some reason on StreamYard. Then because I'm simul streaming.
Oh, that's why you popped up on here twice. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Let's see.
Okay, Cynical says she'll be right back. Okay. Yeah, I would love to give your take on this. By the way, Cynical, are you married by any chance? Because if you are, you can give your 2 cents on this whole thing. Bree? Oh, wait, hold on.
Did that fix it or no?
Nope, I still don't see. You may have to just drop off and come back in. Oh, there it is. Okay, there you go.
Oh, okay, perfect. I just did a different picture. Yeah,
All right.
sometimes because I'm directly linked to my YouTube.
Okay, I like the other picture better, but this is good too. All right. Bree, you there?
Yeah, I just changed the diaper to wash my hands, and it was going to be loud. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, I got a video. I got a video for you to check out. It's like a 3-minute video. Hold on, let me put my camera on.
Okay. Right now?
Okay. Yeah, let's do it. Let you be critique this one. Oh, shout out to Sterling Cooper. The title of the video says, if you can see that, should you let your woman have male friends? Featuring Jada Bala, whatever the hell his name is. Okay. Let's see what they have to say about this. Okay, ladies and gents, fair use.
Listen, whoever says that a woman cannot have male friends is very insecure.
Stop the cap.
Deeply, super, very insecure.
Tell us how.
Because he doesn't want his woman to be surrounded by any male energy because he has a small fucking dick. I'm sorry.
Hold on.
Does not compute. Does not compute. Does not compute.
Oh my God, Bree, you heard that?
Male energy or male influence? Which one is it?
Well, she said energy, so
I say influence. Tomato, potato, because yeah, she's not right.
So she basically said that if you're a man and you don't want your girlfriend or wife having other friends, it's because you're insecure. You got a small penis and you're afraid of other men. So I guess common sense, morals, and decency don't mean a damn thing to some people. It means you're insecure. You're worried about her leaving you. This is why relationships are dead now, because dumbass bras like her mess it up. They say they will influence other women and tell them that if your man is not okay with you seeing other men, he's the problem, even if y'all in a relationship with each other. Now, if y'all not in a relationship with each other, it is what it is. If y'all are just friends with benefits, then bruh, let it be. And sis, you let it be. But give each other that same kind of respect, you know? If I'm dealing with this female and she got other men, I'm gonna have other women. I'm gonna have a roster, she's gonna have a roster. But we're talking about married couples and honoring their boundaries. So this female is just full of it. Let's see what she has to say. Are you good back there, Bree?
Yeah, I'm still here.
All right. Fair use.
There you
So you want big dicks around you then?
That's not it. I just feel better with men around me. Yeah, you guys are gonna make fun of this. But I can be better friends with guys than girls because it's less drama, it's less talking behind your back. It's just.
Where have I heard that before? Now, Bree, do you agree with that it's less drama dealing with male friends than female friends? I'm just curious.
Actually, I do agree with that part. Women are naturally more emotional, so it's going to be heightened. But the problem is, you're not supposed to have the male friends anyway. You're supposed to just have a husband to deal with. And again, I'm not a component of not having female friends, right? But the problem is, a lot of them actually thrive off of the excitement of the day-to-day and who's doing what, who slept with who. And I just never liked that. I remember thinking, like, can we talk about something else? And this was in high school when I was telling my friends this, like, it seems you guys are doing, but like, can we talk about something else? Like, what classes do you like? What do you want to do when you grow up? And none of them wanted to talk about that. They said, you're so boring and a goody two-shoes. We want to talk about boys. Literally got it from the lunch table. I'm like, oh, that's what you want to talk about, that being, having intercourse, all these things I'm not doing in high school. Yeah, I don't want to talk to you guys.
You didn't talk.
Two freshman girls because they were on that same time. They're like, you know what? Everybody around me's talking about intercourse too, and I want to focus on school. I'm like, me too. And I became friends with mostly one freshman girl, and then she had a friend that was obviously a freshman. So I had more conversations with them that were more meaningful than the other upperclassmen I was originally friends with.
So you never talked about that with your girlfriends? Cap. That's a lie if I ever heard. We've all talked about that. I talked about that when I was in high school. So come on now, Bree.
I mean, I remember talking about wanting, a boyfriend and all of that, but that's not something I was doing in high school.
No, you know what we're talking about. You have them little desires when you're like 14, 15 years old. We've been there. Times were different when we were in high school, but come on, that aspect will never change. I'm just saying.
No, I'm agreeing with you. I'm like, yeah, I'm sure you talk about the curiosity of it, but I'm saying the people I was around, they were talking about doing it and how to sneak out of the house and how to sneak boys in. I'm like, I'm not on that type of time. Y'all have fun with it.
Oh, by the way, you remember how back in the day we used to watch some TV shows where the guy will climb he would use a ladder to climb to her room, to her window, whatever, just to sneak into the house, kind of like that?
Yeah, that actually happened at a family member's house, right? Next door, a boy was doing that. And the father came home early and chased him out the house. He literally jumped out the window down the banister. Hilarious.
And how high was the window? Because if he didn't fall and break his neck or break his back.
He got up to that window by climbing. There is what is it called? A drainage?
A storm drain.
Yeah. Again, I'm not technical. Yeah, he climbed up that to her window. So he used that to jump, and he jumped down like at least one floor. But yeah, father was gonna kill him or delete him. Delete. Yeah, was gonna delete him. It was bad.
I'm like, damn. Yeah, those were them days. Climbing through a girl's window just so you can sneak him in. And then when the father come on, just have him in the closet.
Oh no, that wasn't gonna work. I think he saw him go into the house. So yeah, he got gone.
Oh, so he saw him before he was going as he was trying to get through the window. Oh damn.
Well, no, actually, I think the story is the neighbor saw the boy go through the window and called the father.
Damn.
Yeah.
And you know what that reminds me of? Because I remember when I was on Sweet Melody's panel about a month ago, we were talking about how back in the day when, our parents' neighbors had permission to discipline us if we ever acted out of pocket. That's how it was back then. If you got caught doing some BS in the neighborhood, your neighbors would be out there snitching on your ass. You're going to get an ass whooping not only from the neighbors, but from the parents as well.
Yep.
And Melody's mom, and Melody's own mom, well, off camera, her own mother confirmed that. So back in the day, we gave neighbors, we trusted permission to discipline kids when they acted out of pocket. That's how it was back then.
Yep.
So yeah.
I miss that. Girls, stand up if you want to stand up. I miss those days. I really do. Because for one, I wasn't a problem child. Two, I didn't have to snitch on people. The other neighbors did. It was a wonderful life,
Mm-hmm. That's why you got to be careful with that. I think one of my boys, when he was staying home with his parents, he got caught smoking outside the house because a neighbor drove past the house and saw him.
Yep. That's how it used to be. And it was so many benefits of that. Of course, there was always like a bad apple that kind of ruined it for everybody. But for the most part, you had a lot of people not only keeping your child safe from doing dangerous things, but also holding the parent to a certain standard as well, because the parent didn't want their child leaving the house acting crazy because it would be a bad reflection on them. Now, when kids get to a certain age, parents put their hands up and say, I did the best I could do. No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
No, you didn't. It just don't work that way. My mom did a good job with me because of her and my uncles and other male influence. I'm not in jail. I ain't got a damn record. I don't run the streets. Unless you want to count going to the bars and strip clubs, running the streets, if that counts as anything, but that's the most I've done.
No, I wouldn't count that as running the streets. Running the streets is you're doing street pharmaceuticals. That's what I consider running the streets.
Oh, I don't do that. No, you got me messed up with
Or
somebody
doing
else. I
real
never
life
did that a
Grand
day in
Theft
my life.
Auto. You know,
So
that's
what?
the only other thing.
Say what now?
I said unless you're doing street pharmaceuticals or doing in real life Grand Theft Auto, no.
You got me mixed. I never did that a day in my life. Just go to the bar, the club, strip clubs, whatever. Friends' houses, male and female friends' houses.
Mhm.
Yep, that's the most I ever did growing up. So hey. But yeah, even Melanie, even sweet Melanie, shout out to my homegirl Melanie. Yeah, she just had to come up here. But yeah, she confirmed, her own mother confirmed how back in the day our neighbors had permission to discipline us if we ever got out of line. That's what happened there. Your neighbors saw that boy trying to sneak in and snitched, and we call it snitching. Snitched on his ass.
Mhm.
All right. If you
silly butt.
You're a full-time, you're a mom and a streamer at the same time. I love it. I love it. I love it.
She thought it'd be cute to lick my leg and just laugh at me. Funny, huh?
Welcome back, Cynical.
Yay, Cynical. But I'm glad because the Cynical one too. Like, think about all these women I've only learned about being on these streams and doing these panels. These women, again, I love, my family members, but we just don't think the same. We don't live the same type of life. The fact that I always mention, like, I love being a stay-at-home mom. They're like, okay, when are you going to go back to work? And I'm like, why does it always revert back to work? Because they're so used to dropping their children off at daycare. They think it's just okay, you're going to do that for a little while, and then you're just going to go back to doing what you're doing before. No, I don't want to go back to doing what I was doing before.
What were you doing before?
Everything. I think I said on one of those streams, I was doing like 4 different jobs, especially when I was my early 20s when I had the energy. I was a waitress at 2 different places. I also was doing YouTube. I had just started making a few dollars on YouTube. And then I was working at a makeup store. Like, it just depended on the week how many hours I was working. Sometimes it was like 60, 75 hours a week. Sometimes it was 20 hours a week. So it was very inconsistent because I was working, lower level jobs. And, being a waitress definitely goes up and down. Even on my Instagram, I have a picture with one of the Wahlbergs who happened to be touring in the city I was in and left a big tip. Those things were far and few in between, though. Like a nice big tip that pretty much covers you for the whole week. Those are rare.
Yeah, that's true. Oh yeah, Cynical one said, well, she said the baby's adorable. Shout out to Little Bunny. She's giving a shout out to Little Bunny.
Yeah,
she
I
said,
posted a couple of shorts. I can't, just show her whole face. But yeah, she does a lot of funny stuff.
Yeah. She also says if you can be a stay-at-home mom as long as you can, that's a blessing. Well, that depends. Some people don't want to be stay-at-home mom. They want to go out there and work. Now, granted, I ain't got a problem with a female working. Don't get me wrong, but don't neglect your wifely duties. Don't neglect your wifely duties just so you can go out there and bust your ass like a man. That's where I have the problem. Don't sacrifice your femininity so you can be on par with what a man is doing. So we see more of that. It's bad enough we got single parent households dominating our community, but now we got more women entering the workforce, busting their butts almost the same way a man is. So they neglect their wifely duties. Thankfully, you never had that issue. I'm proud of you for that one.
No, I'm saying the only time I quote unquote neglected my wifely duties is directly after having the baby. I couldn't cook, I couldn't clean. My husband had to do all of that, but luckily he has
that makes more sense.
Yeah, because when you are getting ready to have a baby at his job, you get to take a thing called paternity leave. So when you're having a baby, you get 6 weeks off. So I had 6 weeks to heal. He cooked, he cleaned, he did everything I did for him, and it was an amazing thing to see. My husband, he's an amazing cook, so I was very spoiled. And of course, we had takeout a few times. We were both tired, but it was a really good time for us to both just bond with the baby and enjoy ourselves. And for me to sleep because I needed a lot of sleep, and I got sick. shortly after the baby, I feel like I gave her all my immunity, which is biologically true. Right after you have the baby, or right before you have the baby, your body gives the baby one more good push of immunity from your body, literally, before the baby comes out to protect them in the world. And, you know, shortly after having the baby, I got the C word, and I was so mad. So, yeah.
Well, it makes sense. And by the way, Cynical said, I hated working in retail. It drained my soul. I can imagine.
Yes, exactly. And that's the thing. People think me going back to work would be a treat versus staying at home with my baby. Like, I'd much prefer
Independent
this.
boss chick. Anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying it, but that's the thing. I'm not saying it's easy. It definitely is hard. And then I have to balance everything I was doing before. Trust me, some days are not perfect, but, you know, making food and making sure things are clean. Deep cleaning honestly gets done, you know, on the weekends. It doesn't get done during the week like it used to. But those small adjustments are just a very small, you know, what is it called? A small detriment, you know, in comparison to all the good things I get to do being home. But yeah, I mean, shout out to the women who are, you know, working and, you know, taking care of their kids, but the ball dropped somewhere, and I just didn't want the ball to drop for my baby. So being at home is the best thing for us.
Yeah, that's true. And by the way, Cynical, if you're still back there, are you married by any chance? I already asked the question earlier, but I wonder if she married by any chance. If she can, she can speak more on this.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never heard her speak in that way. Heard her speak, I believe, about one of her parents at one point on a separate panel. But yeah, I'd be curious to know that. But that's the thing.
Oh, she said no.
Okay. Definitely, I would see Nicole being in a relationship where she could be a stay-at-home mom. But the other thing is, times are so different now. You can be a stay-at-home mom and have a side business. Like, I have a business. So you don't have to just depend on the one income. I mean, honestly, I don't make a lot a month, maybe like $200 a month. I think that's what I sent myself this month. But it's nice to have that extra money, you know, and it's fun. Like, I make body butters and body scrubs. So it's something like people can have fun with. It's fun to make. And it makes the house smell good. So those are all the benefits there. And then I know other stay-at-home moms who have like candle businesses, hair product businesses. You can be at home and whatever extra time you have, you could run a side business for, you know, start with like $200 and then build it from there. Because I think we started this particular business with like $250. And then I just got enough products to make 20 body butters and started from there.
Okay. So at least you were keeping yourself busy doing something.
Yeah, I did a majority of this while I was pregnant because I was just home. I remember I just got laid off from my job. I was like, oh my God, what do I do? And then I just, you know, I'll just make 20 body butters and see what happens. Sold out. Okay, next time I'll make 40. Sold out. And then just kept going from there. So there's a million small businesses you can run from home.
You balling out of control, my girl.
Mentally, yes.
Yeah. And by the way, Angela, see if you're still back there. Feel free to come up and explain your take on this whole thing. Can married couples have friends outside? Can have friends of the opposite sex? You know, as being a married woman yourself, feel free to come up and speak your piece, my girl. But until then, let's get back to this video because this is some nonsense we got to unpack here. Oh, by the way, this is my Instagram. If you want to go into that, do you see that?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay. And there's a link to the show. Fair use, gents, ladies. Fair use.
Just literally friendship, straightforward, nothing.
Okay. So let's break down what she's saying. Let's break down what he goes on and on, talks a little bit about what we talked about before. Is it a red flag if she has male friends?
Oh, yes, it is. I say yes, it is. What do you think, Bree? Is that a red flag, having male friends?
Possibly. It's initially probably not because men, she's a beautiful woman. I think men are going to hover regardless. But it's only a red flag if she continues to have the same amount of friends when you guys get together. That's when it becomes a red flag, in my opinion.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense. But you know, when it comes to women, we don't know who y'all smashing or letting smash. We don't know any of this stuff. So we don't know up front who you're dealing with. So when we see that you have a lot of male friends, we're gonna speculate, oh, you must be doing something with this guy, you must be doing something with that guy. That's the first thing that come to our mind. Kind of like with y'all ladies look at us men the same way. We got a lot of female friends, you know, we smashing one of them. If not all of them, we smashed at least a couple of them in the past. So it's the speculation goes both ways. So what now?
Let's be on the safe side and just say yes, it's a red flag.
Yeah. Now, as I mentioned earlier, it's possible to have friends of the opposite sex. While it's possible to be just friends with men and women being just friends. I consider that possibility because I got females that I'm just friends with. I would never in a million years see myself sleeping with. So I consider the possibility. So I'm not going to sit up and say they cannot be friends. Like, you know, but apparently I guess Angela C feels differently. That's why I want her to come up here and explain this little comment. Talking about they cannot be just friends. I need to come up here and explain that if she's back there listening. But anyways, fair use.
So what women will typically have is what I just described in the previous example, right? Was with if she's going to have dudes around her who she thinks are her friends, but they all just want to sleep with her.
Right.
Maybe not all of them, but like 90% of the dudes that are in her friendship circle are going to want to sleep with her if the opportunity ever presented itself.
They would throw that friendship into the toilet real fast.
And you agree with that, Bree? I mean, you experienced that for yourself, right?
Said about throwing the friendship because I didn't hear the last part. I was changing the channel. It said
No. He was just saying that. Now he was just saying that women who have a lot of guy friends have guys that they think are their friends, but they're basically there, you know, just to capitalize when a relationship go bad. Like you break up with your boyfriend or husband, he's right there just to pounce on you and get some of that action.
Yep.
But I can rewind it for you. Hold on, let me see.
But I can be better friends with guys.
Hold on, not that part.
As male friends.
So what women will typically have is what I just described in the previous example, right? Was with if she's going to have dudes around her who she thinks are her friends, but they all just want to sleep with her. Right? Maybe not all of them, but like 90% of the dudes that are in her friendship circle are going to want to sleep with her if the opportunity ever presented itself.
They would throw that friendship into the toilet real fast.
And this is actually a problem.
See, that's what he was saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That happened to me twice already, and I was like, okay, yeah, not doing that again.
Wow. So you had two guys that were your friends because they just wanted to get at you.
Mm-hmm.
They want to smash.
I'll be I guess less graphic and say, well, they wanted a relationship, and I didn't want a relationship in that way. Of course, but I know intimacy would have been a part of that, obviously. But yeah, they wanted to date, go on dates, and I'm like, no, not like that. And I didn't even play. I was like, we're not even going to go out on a meal together if I'm not interested in you like that. So.
Yeah, makes sense, I guess. Makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, let's face it. You can't be. I mean, I understand you're not going to find everybody attractive. Don't get me wrong. That's just part of life. You're not going to find everybody attractive. Mm-hmm. But I guess for men to be hanging around women hoping that's going to turn to something else, that's bullshit. I put myself. You think of it like this. If you're a woman and I find you attractive to the point where I can imagine myself sleeping with you, I'm not putting myself in your damn friend zone. I'm gonna put myself in your neutral zone, meaning you're somebody I know from around the way. I'm not gonna be at your every beck and call whenever you need me. Hell, you may not hear from me for weeks or months on end. But so I'm staying in the zone where I'm less likely gonna get played. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, save everybody the headache, and just, go a different route. Yeah, it's unfair.
Yeah, it is. Okay, fair use.
With the dudes, if I'm being honest, because like guys will prioritize like female companionship, not like the kind of men that we have a problem with, right? Mm-hmm. Will prioritize female companionship, as in aka sex, over like male brotherhood. Mm-hmm. So they'll stab their brothers in the back. They'll talk shit about their boys, like even in the club to like a complete stranger. Mm-hmm. They'll shit on their friend to try and get with her over their friend, right? Mm-hmm. This kind of
and it kind of decodes the whole bros before hoes code. You know how y'all say sisters before misters? We say bros before hoes. Not the case all the time. Because yeah, men will throw each other under the bus just to get at a female. So it ain't like y'all ladies any more loyal than us men. Yeah. Now, okay, fair use.
Energy is just weaselly.
Yeah.
And you see a lot of that when you have women with like a ton of male friends around them. It's just these weaselly dudes trying to like get one up on over each other, trying to get her attention. Of course she likes having a bunch of male friends because it gets all this attention. Of course she does.
It's also sometimes like a bunch of backups, right? You know,
It's all backups.
she's got.
See, there you go. Backups. Like I said at the beginning, a backup dude or the rebound guy. If shit hit the fan, she going to this guy that she know want to get with him. That's how that goes. Bree?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. You didn't respond. I'm like, don't go to sleep on me now. I know you're a busy woman, but don't go to sleep on me now. You got like another hour to go.
We're still talking.
Huh?
No, I was just listening. I thought you were still talking.
Oh no. But yeah. So what are your thoughts on that? These guys are just there as backup, just in case. I know you don't do that, Joe. You proven you don't do that kind of stuff. But do you think women are guilty of that?
Yeah, not even back. Let's say, so for one, it could be backup for a relationship or backup in case I need you for something. I need you to, fix this, mend this, pull this, open it for me. You know what I mean? Guys are really, really useful, just for their hands alone and their strength alone. So yeah, you're not the dude I want as a boyfriend. Okay, I got 5 other dudes that are gonna help me build something, fix something, move my stuff into the house, open this jar of pickles for me. And it doesn't have to be you.
Yep, that's a true fact. And you know what? I got a crazy little story to share. Hey, before I share my story, let me just say this. Women will only make that rule as far as having men around to do stuff for her. They will have the guys that they do not find attractive do extra stuff for them. But the guys that they do find attractive do the bare minimum just to get access to them. True story. I'm gonna say in 2019, before COVID-19 took off, the sickness took off. I was in a situationship with this woman that I've known since 2018. We decided to go out to eat. Well, I went to her house to pick her up first. I saw a guy in her backyard fixing up something, fixing up her lawn or whatever. You listen?
Yeah.
It was a guy in her backyard fixing up her lawn. So I sat there for like less than a minute waiting for her to come out. And when we got in the car, we pulled off and went to eat, went to this little festival. And while we were hanging out, she was giving me some sexual attention, plenty of attention. So I felt satisfied at the end of the night. So anyway, we went to this little summer festival that they had in the downtown area, and we had a pretty good time. Yep. Tell me why. 2 days later, she calls my phone saying that she's being stalked and harassed because he didn't get access to her. You know who was doing the harassing? The same guy that was in her backyard 2 days prior, fixing up her lawn. So you was hanging out with me for 6-7 hours while this dude in your backyard fixing stuff up, thinking he gonna get a chance to tap that ass. What did I just get myself into? Oh my God. Oh my God. What did I get myself into? I'm like, oh. So I guess she made the rule for him, fix my lawn and you'll get this. While me, I just came to pick her up, took her out to eat, show her a good time at a festival, and I got a chance to tap it. So yeah, that's what they do. That's just crazy. That happened. What you think of that little crazy situation?
Sometimes those situations just are funny stories, but some of them turn out dangerous. You've seen other creators talking about how, women lose it or get super mad at the guy. Again, most of the time, it's just not worth it for a little piece of action. If it disrupts your life or makes your life hard or, gets rid of your life, it depends. So I highly recommend, guys avoid that at all costs. Hurting feelings, can be costly sometimes.
Yeah, and that can go both ways too. Luckily, nothing ever came of it. And when she told me what the heck happened, she said that she didn't mention my name or anything. So I wasn't upset at her or anything. She didn't mention my name or anything. So we continued kicking it even after that.
Ooh, yeah. If I was your friend, I would say, yeah. If it's getting that serious, you might need to slowly back away. But you kept going for it. Yeah, I would tell a family member or a cousin, like, don't do it. You know, run like the wind, bullseye. You know, it's not worth it.
Correct. But like I said, she didn't mention my name to him, and nothing like that ever happened again. So yeah. Yeah, that's what happens. Anyways, let's continue. Almost done with this video. Fair use.
Fair use.
To the fight with the guy she really likes, and then it's like, oh, I got these 5 guys over here, and I can go and cry to them, and they'll rub my head, and they'll take me out to lunch, and they'll tell me how beautiful I am. And all that. I mean, it's like, you know, you're a constant ego boost coming your way.
And maybe she's aware of this consciously or not, but either way, her having all these male friends around her is like a weapon that she can utilize against her boyfriend in the form of jealousy.
Power play.
It's a massive power play. It's totally power. And you see what she, like, the immediate response out of her asking this question. This is how I know that that woman doesn't actually think for herself for a start, because what's her default response? Sign language. Shaming, insults, guilt, and the need to be right.
Yeah.
Yep. Shame, insults, guilt, and need to be right.
Exactly. No, you didn't. Just perfectly placed that. Yeah. Ooh, wipe your nose.
Yep. Let's continue.
That is the default. I think it was Kevin Sanders who coined that. But that's default what these kind of women will go to if a dude puts down any kind of boundary that she's like, that makes her responsible or makes her actually like, she feels like she can't have her cake and eat it too. The moment.
Exactly. And by the way, one thing I've noticed, have you ever noticed how some females will compare the guy that they're dealing with to the guys they dealt with in the past? Oh, my last boyfriend did this for me. My last boyfriend didn't complain. I don't give a rat's ass what your last boyfriend did. You with me now, sweetheart. Every man's different, just like every woman is different. You ever notice that, Bree?
Well, mine is the opposite problem. I always compared every dude I've ever dated to my husband, which is what? Only ever been in 2 other serious relationships. Yeah. The comparisons were off the charts. I'm like, he doesn't do this like Tez or that like Tez. Yeah, and that's why I married who I married, because there was no comparison.
Oh, okay. So I guess your husband does everything better than the last 2 guys you dated.
Yeah.
Damn. It's too bad I don't have that round of applause sound effect up here, because my girl, you deserve it.
No, it's important to, you know, use your experience to make better decisions. But the problem is, sometimes if you've already had the best and you go back, it doesn't work. I'm glad I didn't do it in that order.
Yeah, true that. Because most women will be like, oh, my last boyfriend did this. Why can't you be like the last guy I dated? I don't want to hear that. Or better yet, your last boyfriend's PP was bigger than this one, bigger than this guy. I'm like, oh my God, who wants to hear that?
Oh my God. Yeah, haven't heard that one, but I believe you.
I don't want to hear that shit. I'm sorry. I don't want to hear that. You know.
Oh my.
But anyways, fair use.
There's a boundary put down. Oh, you got a small dick. What a coincidence that all the guys, all the men that have standards have tiny penises. I didn't know that.
I never knew that either. So if I got a standard, I got it. So if I have a standard, it's a sign of erectile dysfunction, right? Is that what they're saying?
I hope not.
It better not be. Wow.
That's astounding. Like, that's amazing, that coincidence. Yeah. But and I guess all the big dick guys must just let their women do whatever they like.
Right.
By correlation, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's the end of the video, but wow. Yeah. So I guess the men are working with something downstairs, let y'all do whatever the hell y'all want to do, right? That's the message I got from that.
You gonna say something, Bunny? Yeah.
Oh, I know you're a busy woman.
Yeah, I'm sitting here trying to braid her hair.
Okay.
So, I think it's important to. Girl, let me get the phone closer.
And little bunny, calm down, my little lady.
No, she's just happy we're spending time. Yeah, she just woke up not so long ago. I think.
Yeah, I can tell she's happy.
Yeah, she's a happy baby. I'm so grateful. But I think it's really important to understand why a person would feel like that. Like, why can't I have this friend? Nothing's happened. They haven't crossed that line. But if you think about it, they have crossed that line at some point. Asking a question they probably shouldn't have asked. An inappropriate joke. It's just there are so many things girls don't consciously think about, where a guy has pretty much told you he's willing to cross the line, and they don't sit and think about that consciously.
Yeah, I get you. Okay, here's a video talking about this. This is from Steve Harvey, the one he made years ago, 6 years, maybe about 6 years ago or whatever. And he's talking about, let me see, what is this? Oh yeah, he's talking about can a woman have male friends? Let's hear what he has to say about this. Fair use, gentlemen, fair use.
My different guy friends have revealed to me that they have feelings for me, and I'm not interested, but I'm just wondering where this sudden mojo came from. I mean, do you notice anything unique about me?
I don't notice nothing. No, I'm happily married. You thought that they really just wanted to be your friend?
Well, yeah, I mean, you can have guy friends.
No, you can't. Only way you have a guy friend is you're saying we're only friends. They're hanging out with you in hopes of something else happening. They hang out with you and they circle like buzzards, waiting on a crack in the door, a chink in the armor.
I can't hear
Guys
it at
are
all.
not made that way. Men, you don't hang out with fly chicks to be their friend.
You say you can't hear it.
Yeah, it just went completely silent on me. That's what I'm saying. On the other end, they might be able to hear it if you ask them, but I think it's just because I'm on the panel.
Oh damn.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Well, let me try it again.
Okay.
Let me try it again. See if you can hear it. Hold on. Okay. It's a fair use.
That they have feelings for me, and I'm not interested, but I'm just wondering where this sudden mojo came from. I mean, do you notice anything unique about me?
I don't notice nothing. No, I'm happily married. You thought that they really just wanted to be your friend?
Well, yeah, I mean, you can have guy friends.
No, you can't. Only way you have a guy friend is you're saying we're only friends. They're hanging out with you in hopes of something else happening. They hang out with you and they circle like buzzards, waiting on a crack in the door, a chink in the armor. Guys are not made that way. Men, you don't hang out with fly chicks to be their friend. You hope you catch them hurting one day and you're there for them. Guys know I'm telling you the truth. You don't find any of them interesting?
No, I mean, they're all good guys, but we're friends. I mean,
Stop. What are you looking for?
I mean...
Are you looking for a good guy?
Yeah, definitely.
And there's a good guy that's looking at you.
Yep.
So what do you think about that? You agree with everything Steve said in that segment?
I do, because here's the other thing. He's right in the sense of, well, you want a good guy. There's like 5 good guys around you. Why don't you choose one of them? Well, because I think, you don't have a real answer for that. Because here's the thing. If one, buffed up in the gym, or one got a little bit more money, then all of a sudden they might look a little more interesting to you. Her being, kind of vague like that, it's either, one's short, one doesn't make as much money, one needs to buff up a little bit, one, just needs to get his acne together and get a haircut. It doesn't take much, for a swift change to happen like that. The example I think I've given in the live, I'm pretty sure I did, is imagine that dorky kid from middle school. And you see him after college and he'd buffed up, cleared his skin, got a haircut, and he grew quite a few inches taller. He's looking really different now, isn't he? And most women forget that happens. It's a swift change, a little change in confidence, a little change in, the things you can update and fix and make better. And then you're looking at him completely differently. And then the other thing is, what if you're in an emotional state and that's the person that's there for you? They're looking different in that instance as well. So yeah, it's very unrealistic to, they're good guys. And then he's like, aren't you looking for a good guy? There's like some around you. Why aren't you looking at them? And it's for one of those aforementioned reasons, and those can't be ignored, because a lot of those, all it would take is a week change before that girl is looking at him different as well.
Yeah, that happens. It's kind of and to add to that, by the same token, kind of like that girl that was obese and out of shape in high school. Fast forward to her college days, now she's thick, petite, and in shape because she put in work to get her body right. Kind of like that.
Exactly. And I'm not saying it all is, hard work. Some of it can be easy to make some swift changes to look different in someone else's eyes. But either way, it's just not a bet. It's just not a good bet to keep people around, especially when you're unsure of your relationship to begin with. Sometimes you're out hanging out, sometimes you're not talking for a few months, and you reconnect and rekindle. It's just a bad idea all around, unless you're single and you guys both want a casual relationship. And again, casual relationships don't work because eventually somebody changes their mind. So that's my same idea with these platonic friendships. They don't exist because somebody could change your mind in a split second, and then the friendship's ruined.
Yeah, that's true. I never had that issue. Most women I've been sexually involved with never change their mind. We just lose touch with each other, if anything.
But imagine all the stories that are literally based off of that dynamic. Oh, we were friends at first, and then this happened, and then somebody got a girlfriend, and then we weren't friends anymore. Like, they had movies about this because this happens, in real life.
I think they did. They had a movie called Friends of Benefits starring Justin Timberlake and Mila Kunis.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Literally, that's one of the millions of examples I'm sure we could find if we sat and thought about it. Sometimes it's just a headache, sometimes it's heartache, sometimes it's life-threatening. If you want to have a peaceful life, you gotta create that for yourself by making decisions that facilitate a peaceful life. Being in a stable relationship with one person, don't burn any bridges. And a lot of times when you start your family, cut just about everybody off. Because less people...
Cut everybody off?
In some circumstances, cut everybody off. Because extra opinions in your marriage, when things are actually going good, is the issue. Because I noticed that some women, not all, but some women will actually have a conversation like, okay, what's your husband do wrong this week? Or on your nerves at some point, like, it's never anything positive. It's always, okay, I need to learn what your husband's doing wrong so I can keep hitting that dart. He doesn't do anything wrong. He's a wonderful man. Man, you're lying. Every man does something wrong. Like, does he forget things? No, my husband actually really never forgets anything. Is he right?
Wow.
Does he think he's right all the time? I'm like, he does think he's right all the time because he is right most of the time. Like, let's say he's right 98% of the time. I will say that's most.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we all know that ain't possible. He ain't gonna be right on everything. If you're wrong on something, he needs to call you out for it,
Now, I gave myself a 2%. I can't say 100% of the time. That's unrealistic. He is right 98% of the time on things. When it even comes to the baby, he is right 98% of the time. I'll take my 2% though.
Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that. Okay. Now let's see. Oh wait, here's another one from the great Andrew Tate. Let me know what you think of this one. Fair use, fair
if I was
use.
to get with a girl and I was to take that kind of girl seriously, all those dudes hanging around, you're going to have to go out of respect for me. Listen, I don't care how good the locks on my Lamborghini are. If I see a bunch of dudes trying to break in, I'm going to walk out there and say, get the fuck away from my car. That's all it is. It's a territorial thing. It's nothing to do with jealousy. It's nothing to do with insecurity. If I love a woman with all my heart, I don't want a bunch of dudes orbiting around her. Why would I?
Yep, I think I've seen him talk about that in many different ways and many different days. Being territorial isn't a bad thing. Women, oh, you're territorial. I'm not an object. Well, no, you're a person, but you still are a mass that should be protected, right? So if you're protecting something, you do have to be territorial. I'll say a lot of women are like, why aren't we protected as a whole? Well,
right.
There has to be some ownership for protection. Protecting somebody at the kindness of your heart is a good thing, unless somebody is left, fatherless and husbandless and no way to financially support themselves. I saw this on, the big channel, she did a whole video about how this man went to help support a single mother and lost his life and left his pregnant wife alone right by the holidays. Like, these are stories that you hear about how men will sacrifice for women because they're naturally inclined to it, and then watch what happens. The community did together. Yeah, the community did try to get things together for the baby before the baby was born, but it's never going to be the same. That baby needed their father. Like, they got run for her. You know, big whoop. Some diapers. Nobody was paying her mortgage. Nobody was, going to go to the rest of the doctor's visits with her, and none of those people were going to be in the delivery room when she delivered the baby, without her husband being there because he was, because he lost his life. I think it's important when we're having these conversations to always realize that a relationship can be a benefit or a hindrance depending on what type of relationship it is.
Yeah, if it's not a traditional relationship, it's a hindrance. But if it's a traditional relationship, it's gonna work out good. You just have to, kind of make it work.
Wait a minute. You just said you had a non-traditional relationship that you said was fine. So which one is it?
Run that through me again, Bree.
You just said you had a non-traditional situationship and it was fine. So which one do you believe is true? That your non-traditional relationship was good or a marriage?
To each his own. See, let's face it. Even traditional marriages ain't for everybody, No. Let's face it. I mean, don't get me wrong. I support the idea of people getting married. Hell, in a perfect world, every human being on this planet, even our pets, should have spouses or lovers. But that's just not the case for everybody. Maybe some just ain't fit to be in a relationship, ain't fit to be married. Which
one is right then? Let me ask that. Which one would you prefer to be in?
A traditional relationship, but sometimes what you want and what you deserve ain't the same thing, or what you can get are not the same thing.
Okay, well, I was just holding your nose to the fire because you said both of them within the same 5 minutes. So what
I'm saying is, yes, a traditional relationship can work, but at the same time, you got men and women that can make a non-traditional friends with benefits, F-boy, F-girl relationship work. As long as they play their role in it, take out the emotions, take out all the jealousy, take out all the insecurities, because remember, you can do what you want when you're single, but when you're in a relationship with someone, all bets are off. So you're the kind of person, male or female, that doesn't want to have their feet held to the fire by somebody, don't like someone all up in your business. And for you ladies talk about this is insecurity, this is controlling, your ass don't belong in no damn relationship. Continue being a friends of benefits, F-boy, F-girl, whatever you want to be. Like you saw the girl in the other video talking about men who don't like women having male friends is insecure. Women like that don't need to be in a relationship. Because that's exactly what she's going to be in for. And when she gets inside one, and she's going to make his life hell. So no, what's good for some people ain't good for everybody. Everybody can't be like you, Brian, or Angela C, or Sweet Melody. Everybody, shout out to all of y'all. Everybody just can't do that, unfortunately. And sometimes I wonder, am I one of those guys too? I've only had one good relationship. Everything else just been a hookup. So at 39 years old, you think it's late for me to try to get married? So I just say, the hell with this, hang it up, just be single, but look for me a little companion. What do you think?
I think part of it requires you to be inhuman. Like, no emotion, you can't get too attached, you can't depend on them too much, just enough. Average person. Of course, I think there are those special cases of people who just don't require that or don't even want that, didn't see it work out in their lives. But to, I guess, sum it up, both me and my husband both believe that was true. We both believed we wouldn't get married, that traditional marriages, we didn't see them work out, or we just didn't see them at all in our families. And we thought that, non-traditional relationships, would work out long term. That, I think I even did a study in college about how polygamy, helped to form the world into what it is today. because you have to get a random topic to talk about based on something in the class. So it was talking about civilizations, and I used that to make a paper that I'm sure I did fine on. But there's an aspect to monogamy and building a family that still works and has always worked. But no, I think the other important thing is, because for a while I did want to be a journalist. So I started hearing things from both sides. So I kind of found my way to this side of YouTube.
Yeah. Because you know that as of right now, the United States got a 60% divorce rate. That's probably why.
Exactly. And when I saw the other side, I still believe I can be a hypocrite too when I said I think that marriage is not beneficial to men, but it's beneficial to women. Because if
I could have told you that.
Well, yeah, but I didn't know this. Remember just a few years ago, just now finding the space, I didn't know that. I was like, no, marriage is beneficial to everybody because then you get to have kids and you get legacy and blah, blah, blah. Not realizing that women are just giving men legacy regardless, which is the problem.
Yeah. Think about this. As a married woman, what are you getting? Security, protection, provision. What do we men get? A sexual partner to give us kids. That's all we getting. Something we can get from almost any woman. But hey, it takes a special woman to make a relationship, a committed traditional relationship, actually work.
Yes. And that was kind of my don't touch the phone. Oh gosh. Hello, are you still there?
I'm here. What happened?
The baby grabbed the phone real quick. But yeah, I still believe things about monogamy works, but the problem is we don't live in a world where they're making it work.
Exactly. No, we don't. It's like nowadays we live in a society where it's all about having our women rise above men. Go to school, get an education, which is all well and good, but don't wait till you're damn near 30 years old talking about you want to get married.
Yep, and they're ready to be housewives.
You can't spend 2 decades of your life being a strong, independent boss chick. Now you want to settle down with a man when you're knocking on 40 and men ain't checking for you anymore. Now, don't get me wrong. You could look good at 30, 40 years old, but come on. Compared to an average 20-something-year-old, you don't have that much value, honestly.
Oh. Not disagreeing with you, but I think the other problem is you can't equate what do they like to say when they're older? Experience to moldability. Like when you're with a younger woman, you actually grow together. An older woman, you become set in your ways. I think older people in general do become set in their ways, which I do see really.
Yep, we do.
Yeah, so we do. All right, young man. But no, I think it is important when you're getting into a relationship, get into it as young as you possibly can. Don't put an age limit on it saying, oh, when I'm 30, 35, then I'll get married. No. If you find that man tomorrow or he's already one of your friends, you might want to consider that relationship because he's only going to get better with time if he's on the right path.
Okay, let me ask this question. Do you think that applies to men and women or primarily for men? Because we all know when women get 35 that they're not going to be fertile anymore. So they got to have kids at least before then, unless you just have a condition where you can't have kids. Now, what about men? Do you think men should just get married, start a family at 20-something years old instead of being, 40-something years old, single, don't have anybody? You 40-something years old almost, and you're still looking for a girlfriend. Isn't that kind of off-putting? So do you think that applies to men and women, or just?
No, I think women should get married as early in their 20s as possible. But on the flip side, I think men should get married 30 or older.
30 or older. I never heard that because you say you met your husband when he was like what, 28, something like that, 29, something.
No, we met when I was 14. He was 16. We were kids.
I'm sorry. Y'all got engaged around what age? I'm sorry.
Engaged, 26. He was 20.
See there?
28.
See there? Y'all got engaged young.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because when I was 25, when I was like 15, 16, I remember saying, when I'm 25, I want to be married with kids. You know, that was my thing. And I told all my friends that. They're like, you still need to live your life. You're still going to be young then. And I'm like, nope, I'm going to be old then, and I don't want to waste time. When I hit 22, I think I said this on my channel too, I hit a midlife crisis. I'm like, why am I not married yet? Like, I don't want to be dating.
Right.
Or a failed relationship. I'm like, yeah, I'm not doing this anymore. No, thank you. I don't want to just be out here just dating for the heck of it. So, yeah. Relationship.
Yeah. Hey, it kind of makes sense to me, because I used to wonder, does that apply to men and to women? Because you know, if you're an adult man, you don't want to be 40 years old, single, don't have anybody of importance. You 40 years old, still out here trying to date and have relationships, but your ass should be 40 years old, married, and got kids either out of high school or damn near about to get out of high school. My best friend 20 years got a 21-year-old goddaughter. I got a 21-year-old goddaughter. His oldest child is 21, about to be 22 next year. And look at me, and both of us are knocking on 40. I think he'll be 40 this December. And he got a child, 2 kids. One is grown, the other one is still in high school. I look at myself like, why not? Like, do you think maybe I should have had kids when I was in my 20s instead of, like, I don't know.
No.
Help me out here, young girl.
No, not you specifically, but you're still young enough. You can pop them out into your 70s. So your timeline is just different. And let's say you're not ready this year or next year. What if the year after that you meet your dream person and they're like, I want a baby with you? You would strongly consider it then.
Wait, say that again.
I said, what if you meet your person like 3 years from now? Let's say you're not ready this year, next year, but the year after that you meet somebody and they want to have your baby. That would change everything.
But Brienne, I'll be 42 in 3 more years. So what the hell?
I've had uncles that had their babies well into their 50s, almost 60s. So again, with guys, the timeline is just. I'm just saying your timeline is different. I'm not saying that you definitely should, but you could change your mind 3 years from now and still be able to do it. I can't. Like in about 4 years, closing it up.
Now, what about age range? Because, ask yourself this question. As a 40-year-old man, what the hell am I going to do with a 40-year-old woman that can't give me kids? So you know what I'm going to do? Date younger. But they don't want that to happen now, do they?
Oh, of course not, because that would only make sense. Oh, no. Like, if you actually do want kids, you're like, okay, she's going to have to be of a healthy weight, have healthy family history, and be young enough to have them. And honestly, another thing women don't consider, especially if you're older, what if the first try doesn't work? I've been through that, and I'm decently a young person. So if the first try doesn't work, you have to wait a few months, heal physically and mentally, and then try again. If you're already in your late 30s, you're not going to want to try that again or go through that again. And if you do, what if it's a second time, trying and it doesn't work? What if you then have to go through IVF and pay for that? And again, one of those main factors is age. Our bodies age differently, and they were meant to age differently.
Yeah.
A lot of women, especially on those dating shows, they'll be 35 saying, oh yeah, I don't have any kids, but I'm ready to have kids. I'm ready to start a family. Well, and then you remember how KS used to be like, okay, so let's say you find your dream guy this year. Okay, so you're 35. How long do you plan to be engaged or wait to get married? Okay, we're probably going to get married within 2 to 3 years. Okay, another 2 to 3 years. How long do you think you're going to try for a baby? What if that takes another 2 to 3 years? And then you're already at 42.
Wow. And by that time, you're not fertile anymore.
Or it's just even harder because, of course, they like to tell the celebrity stories, but you don't know how much that celebrity paid, for those benefits. They could have, had physical therapy and, all the best doctors in the world, IVF. Like, these celebrities aren't telling you the whole story. Yeah, they had a baby at 50, but you don't know how long that took them. You don't know what they had to go through. You don't know how much money they have to get to the best vitamins and the diet plans and the workout routines. All those things, add up.
Yeah, that's true.
Celebrities, Well, so had her baby. I think it was Janet Jackson who had her first baby at 50, and everybody was like, "Oh, I can do that too." Oh, yes, you have Janet Jackson money to get a nutritionist, a personal trainer, the
Boy,
best vitamins and the best things in the world, and the prenatal care, postnatal care. No, you don't.
you said Janet Jackson had her first baby at 50?
Yeah. Am I wrong? I think somebody in the comments knows. Yeah, I believe she had a baby at 50 years old with her fiance. Yeah, and they're not even together anymore. So that's a separate issue.
Yeah.
All that. That's what I'm saying. She didn't just happen to get pregnant. That's what I'm saying. She had to have done at least 10 different things before that baby even came. Working out, diet, exercise, vitamins, nutrition, probably because a lot of times when women are older, you do have to get your vitamins through an IV. Like, you don't know what she went through to get that baby. And then all the doctors she saw to maintain that pregnancy.
Yeah, facts. Nothing but facts, my girl.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. So, I don't want to, I prefer women my own age anyway, 35 and up.
Mm-hmm. But it comes at a cost. So if you do...
And that's what I'm worried about. I don't want people...
other than companionship, it's a longer road. And again, I think women those age, because I'm a hypocrite too, I'll say women those ages, especially the ones that did the inner work, yeah, you can get in a relationship, but that's going to come at a cost to you too. Because what if you do want children and you can't have them, or you've been told you can't? Now you are getting in a relationship older and you can't get one of the outcomes you would want as well, which is a family.
Well, you can always adopt a child.
Ooh. Yeah, and that comes at a cost as well. Because a lot of people, again, I worked at an orphanage for half a second, and pretty much what I learned is a lot of people who want to adopt, the first thing they ask for is the babies. The babies are the first ones to get adopted out because they're not going to remember anybody else other than, their host family. So the other problem is they have to literally tell the potential parents, like, okay, you want to be an adoptive parent, I'm going to tell you this right now. You're more than likely not going to get, an infant or a toddler. And then kind of crush their dreams that way. And a lot of people back out at that point. Now, the ones that still want to adopt a kid, they're trying to get the youngest kid possible. Okay, let me just try and get one 3 or under. They're gone too, Because even the 3-year-old might have some memories, but they're less than likely. So I remember the orphanage had a whole family event to try to get them to adopt the 17, 16, and 15-year-olds. And then the black boys, statistically, they're hardly ever adopted out. So when you see a celebrity couple adopting a black kid, that is an anomaly. They're the least likely to get adopted out. I promise you, every study I've seen, the place I used to work, they're the ones that are typically in the system until they're 18. They turn 18, they pretty much dump them loose on the street. Every once in a while, they'll have a program to help them with housing and a job, but half the time, they're like, okay, you're 18, you need to go call, one of your family members or go live with your friends. You can't live here anymore.
Yeah, and that's what they do. It kind of makes sense to go for a toddler, seeing as how they're still young and you still got a chance to raise them up, in your household, in your kingdom, in your environment. You can't do that with somebody that's 7 or 8 years old or older, because they've already adapted to life in the orphanage or life outside of whatever it is you have to offer them,
Yeah, and then they have already been through, more than likely, they've already been through physical, mental, and psychological trauma. So then you have to deal with that on top of, this kid possibly never accepting you. And then that's the other, when I was going through this in my early 20s at that job, I also realized a lot of men feel like this when they're dating someone with children. A lot of the same mentalities of, I'm going to put in time, effort, energy, and money for a child that may not even like or respect me at the end of it. And that's a very, very big deterrent. And then for foster families, they're like, if I adopt a 15-year-old, what if they have too many issues? What if they cause issues for my other children in the house? What if they don't end up respecting me as a parent? So these are all the things you're thinking about before adding a child into your family. If you're going to go through those issues, a lot of people say, well, it might as well be my own blood. So that's why people are spending thousands upon thousands of dollars on IVF tries versus just adopting. If you're spending all that money, again, I'm not equating the two. I'm just repeating what I've heard. If you're going to spend all that money to try to get your own biological child, well, wouldn't it make sense just to adopt one that's already here and not go through it? because those particular people saw the benefit in, trying to have their own blood, because they know the statistic is if they're at least blood related to you, it's more than likely, again, statistically, more than likely they're going to have a stronger connection to you.
Right.
Because there's also a study that said adopted children still go on and seek their biological families. They do 23andMe. They ask questions around, the place they were born and other family members they were able to get in contact with, because they need to know about their identities, where they came from.
Yeah, that's true. Now that does happen a lot with adopted kids. And from what I understand, usually when families adopt kids at a young age, they pick a timestamp when they're going to tell them that they were adopted. Like we'll tell them when he's in high school, maybe when he's legally an adult, something like that.
Yep. But they still like, oh, okay, now that I know this, what are they like? I need to know my family history, because for one, they need to know medical history. Two, they need to know what the last names of those people are, so they're not dating cousins, another family member.
It's funny I'm sorry to cut you off, but it's funny you mentioned that, because in my family reunion back in 2008, yeah, we talked about that. Talking about this young man was messing around with a woman, not knowing that they were cousins, and they didn't find out to some years, some months later, they were actually cousins. This is why family gatherings are important, Oh man.
Yes, and like I said, it's funny in hindsight, but do you know how detrimental it could be if a person has a child by somebody they're related to? How many issues that child could have that they didn't ask for? So no, you have to do that work. And then again, this is personal, but in my family there are people with sickle cell anemia. If those people would have done the test before having that child, you could have saved the child from having that sickness.
Yeah.
Because it takes 2 carriers to create a child with sickle cell anemia. So there are so many things that have to go into before you have a child. It can't be a willy-nilly, decision for multiple reasons.
Yeah, true that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, maybe because I don't know. Because at my age, what am I supposed to do? I don't know. You're too old to be out here looking for love, but at the same time, you don't want to be single and by yourself for the rest of your life.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I've said this on my channel. I think you can find love at any age. There's 8-year-olds out here getting married.
Now, hell, we can.
Yeah. But I am a big advocate for enjoy your life, enjoy your life, mind your business, and keep it pushing. But I think there's a lot of people out here that are of older age that, went through a divorce or went through a bad relationship. They still can find love, but it's going to be more work. Because when you're young, you kind of get with each other, and you move on. But when you're with someone older, they've been through a lot more. They might have kids, traumas, heartache, pain. And you might, again, depending on the situation, you might have to just stick it out with them and see if you can get past all of those additional barriers. Because if you're living life, you're going through something. No one's life is perfect.
No, it ain't.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, that's probably why older guys want younger women. It don't mean that, we can't get women our own ages, because you can't associate age with quality. I'm tired of hearing that BS. You're a 40-year-old man dealing with a 26, 27-year-old because I guess you can't do a 40-year-old woman. Well, first of all, a 20-something-year-old is probably going to be more fertile. And second of all, you can't compare age to quality. You can't associate age with quality. That 27-year-old could be just as messed up and ran through as a 30 and 40-year-old. So we got to get rid of that old age. Yeah, I did a whole show on that over a couple months ago. Older men dating younger women. Because you can't always associate age with a person with a person's quality. 20s are not always better. 30s is no better. 40s is no better. I mean, when you're 40, you're stuck in your ways. So what am I going to do with a 40-year-old woman that not only can't give me kids, but I can't tell her anything? It's not a control thing. I can't tell her anything or teach her anything because she feel like she knows it all already. What are people supposed to do when dating in their own age range? And plus you got kids by another man. What that's supposed to lead to,
Well, would you date somebody with kids?
No, absolutely the hell not.
Okay. I've heard that a few times. I think I do think it's different for a guy, because again, you would have to take on a lot more of the financial and the provisions. At least that's what most women say they want. Well, if you're going to be with me and my kid are a package deal. And I agree with that. I actually do agree. You're gonna have to deal with both of us. The only thing I really don't like is when a woman will have a kid, like, you don't got to worry about my kid at all. That's not true, and that's not a good thing to tell a man, because you're giving him an unrealistic expectation. So when he's ordering pizza or getting you a Christmas gift and you said you didn't have to worry about the child at all, now you're mad he didn't get, an extra Happy Meal or something at Christmas. You have to be realistic and sit and think about it. And I tell most people, you need to almost visualize what you want your future family to look like. So if you have a child, you might have to bite your tongue and be like, all right, let's get an equitable visitation schedule with the biological father. Not because you don't want the child to be around you and your new spouse, but because it's going to be better for your child, for one. And two, this man is coming into your life to make your life, more whole. You should be able to give him a more whole, less stressful environment, not because the kid is stressful, but because when the kid is around, regardless if they're biologically related to you or not, you bear some type of burden to them, as you should. Again, I've been a godmom in the past, an auntie, a step this, step that, and every time a kid was around me, I told myself, I'm going to act like this is my child, because I only thought that was fair. I hated growing up, being the niece-in-law, or I think I had godparents. I don't remember.
Niece-in-law.
But, I hated being that extra kid watching all the other kids get treated better than me. So when I became an adult, I said, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to treat every child that is here, regardless if they're related to me or not. I'm going to treat them all equal. Even when I go over to my cousin's house and their friends would be there, I would treat them the same as if they were my family, because it only seemed fair to me. Because if you've ever been a kid and got treated, like, as they used to call it back in the day, the redheaded stepchild, you didn't want that for someone else. And then here lies the problem. When you're dating somebody with kids, they don't have to look at you like a parent, even if you are, dating their parent.
Yeah, that's true. And that's what I worry about dealing with single moms. I'm not trying to take a single mom seriously. I know the kids are not going to look at me as the father. Hell, I'm not the father, and I'm not trying to be a father. Not to them, not to those kids anyway.
But if you truly, I guess I was just trying to add some context. So I'm saying I'm a hypocrite because I do believe you should treat them the same, but I also don't believe you. How was I going to say this? I think you should treat them as if they're your kid. But if they're not your kid, they don't have to act like your kid. So that's my hypocrisy with the two, and it's unfair.
Yeah, it is. So treat them like they're your own child, but at the same time, the child ain't got to act like you're the father.
Or the mother. Yeah, I guess I was speaking from the side of a woman. Because I feel like the father role is so flippant. A lot of kids will call their stepdad their dad, but they won't call their stepmom their mom. You know what I mean? Because a stepmom is a different position than a stepdad.
It is?
Yeah, it's a completely...
I mean, I know it's a mom and dad role, but they're both steps. There's some kind of step.
Yes. Okay, so it has similarities, but I do feel they're different. Because in society, they make dads very replaceable. Okay, if your dad's not acting right, I'm going to get you a new dad. But imagine a father saying that, okay, if your mom's not acting right, I'm going to get you a new mama. Oh, my goodness. You know what I mean? Here comes, the army to, knock you out.
Correct.
Yeah, so I'm saying they're the same role in some instances and different in others, because there's so many cartoons and movies about the evil stepmom. So even by default, you're just setting boundaries. Do you know how many times I didn't gotten called out my name, cussed out for setting a boundary? Like, well, you're in our house. We don't do that here. We don't stay up that late. The lights have to be out at a certain time. Like, I've done this before, and I don't recommend it if the boundaries weren't set by the biological parent first that you're with. Because the exes are going to set the boundaries for you. You know what I mean? They're going to go way past the boundaries. Yeah, I would highly recommend, if it's not Stonewall with the ex, don't do it. And I was stonewalling on my channel. If you get with somebody and they have kids, you shouldn't see, smell, hear from the ex ever. And I don't care if things are, kosher and no one's, causing drama. Nope. I don't want to meet you out for lunch. I don't want to talk to you on the phone. I don't want to text you. You will not have my phone number. And it's not to be rude. It's just, if you set the boundary up front, there will be no confusion later down the line.
Yeah, that's the way it needs to be. And plus, women need to choose men that they know are competent enough to run the household. Don't pick no dude that just got out of jail. What the hell is what the hell you think he gonna do? Bring nothing but chaos.
But think about it. How many women have chosen men straight out of jail, multiple baby mamas, didn't set boundaries, still dealing with all of them, So I think that's another separate problem. If you're going to get with a man, especially if he's already a father, you say, you know what? I want a peaceful life. If you're not going to facilitate that, I can't be with you. I'll love on your children. I'll treat them as my own. But the second they get disrespectful, out of line, you fix that, and then as soon as, your ex comes into our lives and tries to cause drama, shut it down completely.
Yeah. But women ain't gonna do that. But and plus the idea of me getting between my woman and her crazy ex-boyfriend doesn't sit well with me. I'm either gonna get brutally injured or I'm gonna be put in the ground. So I prefer not to even deal with females who have kids, honestly. And there's your reason why.
No, I'm saying I get that. But again, I'm also a hypocrite when I say, what if your future wife happens to have a child? It's just good to have this information in your back pocket, especially because somebody's marrying a stepmom and somebody's marrying a baby mama or a baby daddy every single day and becoming a stepmom and a stepdad. I think they should just be more informed. That's why I think this part of the internet is important, because we're able to inform people, especially those of us who have been there. My first piece of advice, hypocritically again, is saying, please don't do it. But if you do, the same way in middle school, how they said, you know what, don't do intercourse. But if you do, and then they give you, steps if you do. I'm a if you do, here's the advice person, because
Use
people
protection.
will still do it. What was that?
Use protection.
Yeah, and I'm saying use protection. Mentally and psychologically, if you're going to deal with somebody with kids, it's the same thing. Use protection, set set boundaries.
Okay.
No love, no glove, no discipline.
No glove.
Yeah, no ring, no fling, something.
No ring, no fling, no romance without finance.
Exactly. But yeah, I don't know if people didn't actually get to talk to people about this, but I mean, I know at least just about every girl I've ever talked to, friend-wise, associate, they always found one dude who had a child by somebody who was a little cuckoo. Always found him attractive. Oh yeah, he has a baby mom that's kind of crazy, but he's so cute, or he's so buff, or he's so this, he's so that. I'm like, sit and talk to me about this, because I'll tell you everything you need to know if you're going to try and pursue that relationship.
Wow. What kind of nonsense is that? You see, they don't want the nice, stable guy when they're young and in their prime. They'll go for that after the fact.
Actually, some women just like bad boys. So, yeah, sometimes a bad boy does come with a kid or two. And they're really going through that fire.
They want a specific bad boy. Because I could be a bad boy too, but she ain't, because she wants a bad boy, just not me specifically, or him specifically, the bad boy. They have all these character traits that they want out of a man, but they're not checking for a certain man specifically. If he ain't tall enough or buff enough, whatever the case may be. So you got to consider that too. Break.
Yeah. Oh, I was looking. Are you going to play a video?
Oh yeah, this one says, shout out to The Real Daytime. This is on that show, The Real. This says, can men have female friends? Yeah, let's flip it around for a bit. We talked about women having male friends on married. Well, how about we analyze what they got to say as far as men having female friends? Okay, fair use.
Do you think men can have female friends?
Nope, not mine.
Wow.
Thank you for
I mean, I thank God for everybody on this earth, but I don't want to be no other woman's friend. I love my wife. I want to have a happy marriage.
Well, at least he's honest about it.
That's my best friend. That's my best buddy. I don't need nobody else but Jesus. Thank God.
You're going to hold your marriage together with that kind of mindset.
They're
Bob
broken
Boom.
up.
Huh?
He was with Tamar. They're broken up now.
He was who? He was who?
With Tamar Braxton, the loud woman that was on that show. These are the husbands. The only one that's still married is that white man on the panel. You don't remember this?
I don't watch the real, so I don't know any of this.
Her ex-husband is right there on the right-hand side. That's one of the twins' husbands right there, the white guy. And then all the way on the left was Tamar's husband. So 2 of these 3 men are already divorced. You know Jenny Mai and Jeezy? That's the ex-husband.
Yes, I remember Jeannie Ma. She was on this show back in the day. I think that's her right here.
Yeah, no,
I'm not
that's
sure this is her or not.
in Baylon. Right next to her, they switched the husbands with the wives. That's why there are 3 men on that panel right now. So Adrian Baylon was single then. There's Jenny Mai's husband right there next to, in the blue, right next to Adrian Baylon. Then there's Lonnie, who was also single at the time, right next to her. Yeah, that's Lonnie Love. And then right there is the twin, what's her name? Tamara Maury's husband. And then on that side is Tamar Braxton, the loud woman that was on this panel. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I remember. Tamar Braxton, she's Tony Braxton's sister, right?
Yes, that was her husband. So yeah, that's who's on the panel right now. They did a switcheroo with the husbands and wives for this particular episode. So if you show another clip with the wives, or maybe the same episode, probably they're there.
Oh, okay. Well, I couldn't find that clip at the time, but but anyways, fair use.
What do you mean by, you think I'm gonna go hang out with other, or just like friends like this? For example,
seriously, just regular female friends.
You better answer right.
Do you think it's possible? Do you think it's possible for a man to just be friends with a woman?
Well, I think there's a 2-part answer to that. I think yes, it is. Okay. But when you're married, take a different avenue. So like, I'm not gonna go hang out with 3 women and go out and have drinks by myself. Now, if it's you or you guys are together and Tamara knows you guys are good friends with Tamara, that's different.
Yeah.
But I'm not gonna go hang with maybe a couple of girls that aren't friends with Tamara, that may be my friends. And generally speaking, they're going to be from Tamara's friends.
Wait. Did you say Tamara Morrow was married to this guy at one point? Bree.
Yeah, that's her husband. Yeah, they're still married. I'm saying the other 2 men on that panel, Jenny Mai's ex, which is in the blue, and then Tamar Braxton's husband, which is on the far left, they're broken up. She is still married.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Okay. Again, I don't watch this show. I don't watch the Real for obvious reasons, because it just doesn't appeal to me. So I didn't know who these men were.
Yeah, it says
Besides Lonnie Love, I don't know who these folks are.
Switch. If you look at it's in the background. It says husband switch or something like that. Yeah, they just switched the husbands.
Oh, it said The Real. I think that's Husband Takeover.
Oh, Husband Takeover. Yep. I saw the episode in real time. Yeah.
Yeah, it said The Real. The Husband Takeover.
Yep.
Where's the wife takeover? I didn't know there was a husband and wife takeover. Although just one episode. I thought this was just one self-contained episode or clip.
Yeah, it was just one day they had the husbands take over for the wives that were on the show.
Okay. So that's Tia Mowry's husband. That's Tamara Braxton's husband. And this is
no, Tamara Mowry.
Tamara Mowry.
Yeah, Tamara. Tia was married to the black man.
Yeah, then she dumped him. She divorced him, talking about she graduated from her divorce with her little dumb butt. But anyways, fair use.
Anyway, because they're going to meet my wife.
Somebody always thinking something extra.
Yeah. Well,
really? I have a question. What do you think about that?
Yeah. Well, for me, it's really crazy because Jeannie was the one right away as we got married. She's like, well, why don't you have more girlfriends? Why don't you have more gals to hang out with? Initially, my insecurities were like, why are you hanging out with all these guys and not hanging out with me? You know?
Yeah.
But then over time, I started getting it, where it was like, oh, I get what she's saying, but I do have 2 sisters. And that being said, like if I wanted advice, I'd probably call them. But one thing I learned long ago from my father is he said, put yourself in a position that you'll never be questioned.
Yes.
So to me, it was that, I never, all of you being public figures, I never want someone to assume something.
Right.
How they feel in the present.
What the hell is going on here?
I have no idea. I don't remember this part.
I don't either. But do you agree with what he was saying?
Yeah, most of the time when these guys talk, they make perfect sense. It's like, okay, there's pretty much they're saying boundaries overall. Like what all the guys said, at some point they said it's possible, but not for me. Like my wife is everything that I need. If I did have anybody I consider a friend, there'd be a boundary. And once you get married, the dynamic changes anyways. This is everything that I said at the beginning of your life because I believe it all to be true. I'm not going to have any friends outside of my husband, And for the most part, all of his friends, I also know. So it's not like some girl is going to pop out and be like, oh, we've been friends for 10 years. Hi. No. Who are you? Like, I had a whole baby. Where you been? You ain't helped me with my pregnancy. You didn't help, us do anything, with the baby. Like, you can't just pop up and now say you're his best friend. You don't know anything about him now. He's a completely different person. So, yeah, I think those friends before marriage, they either need to become both your friends or neither your friends.
Yeah, it does make sense. I mean, just for what if it's a female best friend of his? Would that make all the difference?
Nope, not to me.
I'm just asking. It should make a difference because like I said at the beginning of the stream, friends that you've known for 10, 15, 20 years, set boundaries for them, but don't be out here trying to make new friends after, post-marriage or whatever.
And a lot of women like to play that with husbands. Oh, we're work, husband and wife. Nope. Somebody tried to play that once, it don't happen. Nope, you're not work husband, but I'm his 100% all the time wife. Because women think it's like cute and harmless. It's not harmless. You wouldn't want somebody doing that to your man. Don't do it to someone else's.
Yeah, exactly.
Because even if you're being harmless about it, it could turn into something else. So no.
But they expect men to just do right and they can do whatever they want. Ain't that about some? But anyways, fair use.
What is
Okay, let's fast forward some of this.
Did she trying to hold your hand? Grab my hand? No, that wasn't. You was alive. That's what you doing. He needed help. Okay. He needed help coming down the stage. Whatever. Welcome to the real.
I don't know what's going on from that point on, but I think we get the picture.
Yeah, did you see the wives walk out? Those are the people they were with originally.
Oh, okay. So
you
that
saw Jeannie Mai with her husband, and then you saw Tamar Braxton come out, and the one that was screaming "Welcome to the Real." So yeah, divorce.
Okay, hold on a second. I know that's Tamira Mari. Yep, I know her face anywhere.
Yeah.
And this is Tamara Braxton.
Yeah, that's Tamar Braxton and her husband at the time. And then, the other clip, Jeannie Mai, she was over there with her husband. I don't even remember her husband's name, but he was a really good guy. He was on the show a couple of times. And then you talked about how he also wanted a child, and that it was still her decision because it was her body. And I'm like, no, you should have been left. They were together for 10 years, and he wanted a baby so bad. But as soon as they got legally divorced, he literally got with somebody immediately and started having children. He has 2 kids now. Yeah, that I don't want to call him white man because I can't remember his name, but the Caucasian gentleman on the right hand side, he is happily with a new woman with 2 children now.
Yeah, ain't that something?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know. I didn't know who that was. Tamara Braxton. I don't recognize her with the new hair and the sunglasses for 1970s hairstyle.
Yeah, she doesn't typically look like that. Typically, she has a long blonde weave and no glasses. But yeah, for this episode, that was just her style, I guess. But yeah, the other side of the table, you already know who that was.
That was Jeannie Mai.
Yep.
Right here in the blue dress before she got with Jeezy.
Yep. Having her husband of 10 years.
All right. Okay, I have another one for you. Now, listen to what this man has to say. Fair use, fair
Do you
use.
have any female friends?
I ain't got none.
Okay. If you did have female friends, would your wife be?
I know females like that I can invite to the crib and all that. But as far as us being friends like that, nah. Like I know you on the pass by, you cool. Introduce you to my wife. Hey, I've been knowing this person, this and this. They want to come through for crawfish or something, or whatever. And if she say yeah, it's cool. If she say no, you just can't come through.
Okay.
That's how it works.
So, do you think there's a double standard there?
No, women should be thinking that too. Like your man friends with a female, you should be thinking that female will come off that ass. You should be thinking that. And that's why y'all get cheated on. Because y'all be optimists. She just cool, and then bam.
I hear what you're saying.
She pregnant.
See, that's exactly why. Here's the thing. I think women should be skeptical. Because you never know another human being's intentions. Even if, your husband has no attraction to this woman and he thinks she's just a friend, she could be thinking, oh, I want what, his girl has. You just never know. Sing it, girl. But yeah, I think the last thing I'll have time to react to, because I got to start making hubby's lunch. But I think it is, these clips are funny because a lot of it's true. Most comedy comes from a truthful place.
Yeah, and that's kind of the beauty of it.
Yeah.
I think you saw the one by Andrew Tate.
Yes, I did. And he was right too.
Yeah. I got two more.
I'm gonna do that because you don't think your woman should be able to pretty much follow your covering, not embarrass you, and follow your boundaries. If you don't want to follow a man's boundaries, he should tell you, okay, if you don't want to follow my boundaries, you're free to leave. You shouldn't hold anybody in a relationship they don't want to be in. But yeah, a woman cooking for your man, giving him extra attention, trying to be all up in your house, in your area. Oh yeah, she is trying to take your spot. Simple.
Yep, then that's usually and that's how this stuff usually gets started. Now I got another clip for you. See if you got time to react to this one. Okay, fair use, fair use. I have a very strict rule when it comes to having female friends, and that is, if you are not my wife's friend, then you are not my friend. Dedicating time to another female that is not my wife just does not make any sense to me.
I can see how that would be problematic, especially when you break down some of the friend relationship dynamics that a lot of women have going on when they say that they have male friends. With the women I know, their male friends always want you to sleep with them. I'm not saying that there cannot be male and female friendships where both parties do not want to sleep with each other. I do think that those exist, but I also think that they are exceedingly rare. And if you are a female right now thinking, I have male friends and they don't want to sleep with me, do a little experiment, right? Where, you and your boyfriend are sitting down on the couch on a Saturday night, and then you text your male friends like, hey, what are you doing right now? You want to come over? See what the response is. Willing to grant some of them are going to behave themselves, but I also bet a few of you are going to be shocked.
Yep. And here's the thing. Those, I call it poop tests. I can't say the real word, but I would call it a poop test. Oh, okay. You really think this is your friend? Tell him, you're feeling hot and bothered and ready for him. And if he doesn't say, oh, no, girl, I ain't doing that with you, anything other than that response, you are absolutely 100% wrong in your conviction that is just your friend. Because, a person willing to do that with you is not your friend. That's a whole different situation. And especially when you're already in a committed relationship, half the time it's not both your friend, it's more one person's friend than the other, and that's unfair for your relationship.
Yeah, true that. Yeah, true that.
Mm-hmm.
Because absolutely. Because how many times have you seen them videos of where a guy walked down the street interviewing this couple or whatever, he asked the woman, call one of your guy friends and say you want to hook up, just to see how the guy over the phone gonna respond.
Yep.
How many times have you seen that play out before?
1,000,000,001.
Yeah. And it further proves a point earlier mentioned during the stream, how these guy friends are just there waiting for an opportunity to get at you the second something goes wrong with your current relationship. So not every guy has good intention when it comes to being just friends. I never had ill intent. Now, granted, have I been that guy that just waited for her to stop dealing with one guy before I swoop in? Yes. But she was not a relation. It was not a relationship. Hell, this chick didn't even qualify to be in a relationship, so I had a feeling we weren't gonna go nowhere beyond just fun. Either he gonna get tired of her, or she gonna get tired of him, whatever. And not only that, she wasn't the only female I was dealing with, so I didn't care at that time.
Oh my God.
But that's how that works. I know I'm a cruel little bastard, I know, but it's just the reality of the world we live in, you know?
Yep. And I say if you can avoid those problems altogether as a woman, because even if you're not attracted to him that way, he could be your emotional, designated person. So then you're telling him personal information, you're confiding in him, you're crying on his shoulder. That's cheating too. Like, you're giving all your emotion to this person you're not in a relationship with, that you're dependent on them for that. I think that's an issue as well. Because I know we spend enough time talking about, not enough time, but a lot of time talking about the physical aspect of it. And that just comes, sometimes as default. My main problem is how it starts emotionally. Emotionally, you're telling this person personal business about your relationship, your likes, your dislikes, the things you desire out of life. Like, you're telling all this information to somebody that's not even with you. This person might as well be with you. And then the physical happens after. So, yeah, I always say, ladies, don't even put yourself in this situation. Be with somebody that you actually want to be with. And don't have guys waiting on the sidelines. You're either going to give your all to a relationship or you're not.
Yeah, exactly. Now, do you think men are just as guilty of this stuff as women are? Because, men will have a roster of women that they're just keeping around so they can have someone to have fun with without it being turned into a relationship. You think men are just as guilty, or are we worse at it?
No, I don't think guys are as bad at this, because not a lot of women are just going to hover around an average guy, but a lot of average guys are going to hover around a girl. So I think this problem is more prevalent in just the average lady, because even a good-looking guy, he's not even going to have a lot of orbiters. I've heard a really good, and even my husband said this, and I believe he's a really good-looking guy. So when women would approach him, he'd be shocked as heck, because women don't typically approach. So you'll think he's, talking to a bunch of girls. At one point when he was dating, I think he was talking to maybe 2 or 3 at a time, but the girls he was talking to had 10 guys orbiting them at all times. Oh, that's my friend from college. That's 2 of my friends from high school. These are 2 of my
bullshit. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I think women had just more numbers in general to have guys orbiting around.
Uh-huh. And for women who just have all these beta male orbiters just so they can feed their own insecurities, I got 2 words. For them.
Emotional damage.
I think the emotional damage comes over time when those guys stop being their friends or start getting married and start living their own life. Because I don't want to tell too much information. Someone I know of, again, the popular girl, the cheerleader, the popular one, the one that always had the fashionable clothes, male orbiters, and then year by year, he got married, he moved away, he went to the army, and then it just spirals to the point to where, we're pretty much same age and she's all alone. I just saw how it happened, because this was the same girl that told me, you're boring, you're not going to have a husband, no one's going to want you. And I remember thinking, I'm boring? How am I boring? And then it's, when music was on, we didn't call it twerking, but I didn't shake around like all the other girls.
We call it, no, back in the day, we called it juking.
Oh, juking? Oh, okay.
That's what we called it back 20 years ago. I'm going to say 25 years ago, we called that juking.
Oh, okay. Well, we called it butt shaking.
That too.
Yeah, because music would come on, And especially if this is in high school, they would be dancing around and, you know, make sure the teachers weren't watching, but they'd be shaking it, dancing around while guys are looking. And I'd be like, yeah, I'm not doing that. And I would literally go to a different, you know, part of the gym or part of the school. And then again, she was one of those girls to say, you're boring. No guy likes boring girls. I'm like, you're exactly right. In hindsight, high school boys didn't like me. I was boring. My dad was in the house, you know, and I didn't do that stuff. But now my husband was like, I love everything about you. I know,
I
Mama.
mean, you're not a boring person. I mean, when we say women are boring, we mean there's nothing physically or sexually arousing about her. Because I've had that same mindset when I was younger, but I grew out of it by the time I started college. I'm at the point, I'm going to say fast forward to age 19, 20. I could care less if you're the boring girl that doesn't do all that clubbing and dancing. Heck, I prefer you over the girls that do all that clubbing and dancing. Don't get me wrong. The females who club and dance, they're good for a good time. Because I've interacted with some, I've met some. They weren't bad people per se. They weren't evil people, scandalous people per se. At least the ones I know personally weren't doing that. But in hindsight, they're not the kind of women you want committed relationships with. They're not relationship qualified women, unfortunately. They want their freedom. They want to be with different men. They have a roster. I mean, back then I had a roster of my own, but it was a small roster. And keep in mind, this was the early 2000s. This is before social media, before Instagram, before, I don't think Facebook was even around back then. So you could be an average dude and still have your pick of the litter. Nowadays, that ain't happening often. So yeah, I had a roster, and it was mostly just these fun girls. But the ones that were not so fun, they were fun in their own right. You know, they were women like you, women like Dee Dee, that the plain Janes of the world. Hell, and I might say I spend most of my time with women like yourself. Like, hey, let's go get a bite to eat. I'll call you. Let's go. I may want to see this new movie or this new video game that came out, or this whatever came out. I'll do that with someone like you, not these fun girls. That's what I was doing back then.
Right. But I think the comparison of them calling me boring is me having boundaries. So yeah, I'm not going to, you know, be shaking and doing this and wearing these types of clothes because I don't want to and I wouldn't feel comfortable. The fact that those girls were doing that, well, they had fun with that. It was all cute until, you know, you're single, still wanting a relationship when you get older. So what did being that fun girl do for you? It doesn't do anything. Having boundaries early on sets you up for a better life, even if it doesn't feel good in the long term. I mean, in the short term, definitely the short term. Because in the short term, I remember all the girls around me, oh yeah, I had my first kiss in 6th grade, had my first kiss in 5th grade. And I'm thinking, I have not kissed anybody yet. And I remember, you know, crying to a corner because they're like, really? Nobody wanted to kiss you? You know what I mean? And I'm like, oh my God. So I don't think I had my first kiss till I was 14. And that was actually, ironically enough, that was my husband. So I remember thinking, like, your time comes when it's time. They were rushing the processes of, you know, what they were supposed to do in a relationship.
I mean, that ain't nothing new because people were doing that even when I was in school.
Yeah, but
People
they
got
were
their first kiss when they was like in
came
middle
from not
school.
doing it the way they did it. So I think that's the problem. Women will shame women into bad decisions. And that's why I love this part of the internet, because the women are actually saying things that I thought I was crazy for saying back then. I was like, no, I shouldn't be doing this in high school. Aren't we still kids? And I remember saying that a lot. But yeah, I have to drop down in a minute. I'm just getting myself together. But no, I really enjoy having the stream. And I hope I added some insight. I just run my mouth. I don't know if I actually helped with anything. But it's always a pleasure.
I mean, don't get me wrong, Bree. You do talk a lot. That's what I like about you. I mean, you're a verbal woman. I'm pretty sure your husband can't get you to shut up either. So I'm not gonna try.
Hey, I think he does a good job because he knows me well enough. Sometimes he just finishes my sentences, and I said, "Oh, okay, thanks." All right, what's next? But yeah, he's a good man. Well, for the ladies who will see the restream, because I think most of us, especially smaller creators, we get more views on the restream. Be boring. Have boundaries. If you absolutely have to date somebody with kids, set up boundaries from day 1, not day 100, not day 200.
No.
You said no? Oh.
No. I'm agreeing with you on that because I've seen that happen before. Because I've heard stories of men who date single moms or whatever, but they don't set their boundaries up front. Like, ask her if she has kids or whatever. and then make it be known. I'm not saying blatantly say it to her face, but let it be known that you're not going to be taking care of her kids unless it becomes something serious, you know?
Yeah. And then even when you take care of the kids, what is the biological father able to do? Because I think when you become a step parent, you have to assume some responsibility. But at the same time, they have a whole nother parent that they can depend on if all else goes wrong. Like, there are times everybody struggles. Okay, you need to probably go to your dad for the summer while we figure this out, you know, because you can't put all the energy towards somebody that didn't create the life of that child. But I think it's great that step parents step in where there is a hole. But honestly, it's very similar to godparent to me. It's like a person that's supposed to be there to support but not do everything. Unless the parent isn't there. And that's why I know people may not like that, but that's why I compare. I think a step parent should kind of take the role of a godparent. You're a positive role model. You fill in when you can, when you should, but there should be a boundary. Now, if the other parent isn't around, you assume parentage at that point, like the same way a godparent would, if the parent wasn't around.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but before you continue, let me say shout out to my boy Killer Swag. Get that bag. You don't care about them price tags. How you doing, my guy?
Hello, Killer Swag. But yeah, unless you have any other questions, it's been an absolute pleasure, and I'm going to make this man some food so he can be ready for work.
Oh, okay. Did you get your final thoughts before you hopped off? And Swag, you want to come up here? You can too. I was talking to Swag. You can come up here if you want to. The link is in the description. He said,
"Oh yeah,
he said, what up to you? What up, H and what up, me and you? What up, to us?"
Hello, Killer Swag. It's always a pleasure being on that panel as well. But yeah, I hope you guys at least listen to something that we said. I truly do not believe, for the majority of the time, platonic relationships can happen between a man and a woman, between friends. It's not a good idea. And you should avoid it at all costs. Like, literally, look at Maury. How many times the friend ended up pregnant? Like, come on. Like, we got to stop with the ridiculousness. Like, so if you want a peaceful life, don't make it one of these drama shows. Keep it simple. Keep it simple, stupid. That's what my dad used to say all the time. Like,
I've heard that before.
Keep it simple, stupid.
And that's what I try to do. Minus the stupid part, I try to keep everything simple.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, Swag at work, so he can't come up tonight. Damn, boy, y'all with these work. I mean, I work too. My schedule just changed just Sunday. So now I got Monday, Tuesday off. So now I'm gonna start doing my shows either on Tuesday nights or Friday mornings, if need be.
Oh,
and Swag said, I always love. He said, I always love it when you come on the panel, Brienne LaFaye. Talking to you, my girl.
Yeah, I was on this panel a few days ago. I had to jump off because my husband started, I think he started saying something. I'm like, babe, I can't hear you and do this. So I was like, I'll jump off real quick and come back. And I tried to come back and the panel was over. I'm like, I don't know how much time had passed. But yeah, you know how that goes.
Yeah, that was a grown and sexy conversation. You know how that be.
And it was going long too. And I was like, oh man, I hope I get to say something before it cuts off. And I went back and, the only thing open was, Fight Club. And I was like, yeah, I'm not doing that. So I went to bed, I think. My schedule.
Swag I said my schedule been the same for 6 years, man. Well, Swag, you work at a hospital. It's different for you. I work at an airport. My schedule changed like once every 6 months or so. I work at the airport, so we got to do something called bidding, where we got to pick a schedule, a shift we want. It can vary from day to day. It can vary from work area to work area. So hey, I'm off Monday, Tuesdays now. So that's the way that goes, my guy. He said if I do a show next Tuesday, I'll be on H&M. It'll be on H&M because I'm off work then. Okay. That's cool. I'm gonna have another. I kind of have an idea what I want to talk about next Tuesday. It came to me while I was putting this show together. So I said I'll do this one this time, and next Tuesday I'm gonna do my next show. So y'all can tune in. Feel free to come by and support your boy.
Yes, like the stream. I'll be sharing it on my page. And be well, everybody. You'll see me on the internet very soon.
Oh yeah. Oh, by the way, Swag, say shout out to your girl, Sweet Melody, for me.
Oh yes, we love Melody on this side of the internet. Yes,
See,
be
you
well.
got some
Adios,
friends.
guys, in the next one.
You know, Melanie is single, so maybe you can give us some insights on married life. He'll tell both of us a little something, something. Bree? Oh, she muted up. Okay.
Oh, you can hear me? Oh, okay. Oh,
Yeah, I
so
can
I'll
hear
see you
you.
next time. Take care.
Oh, okay. Take care, my girls. It was a pleasure having you up here.
Been a pleasure. Bye.
I mean, you were the perfect candidate since you're married, but so hey, thanks for coming up. All right, the lovely Brienne LaFay. I ain't got no mods on here, so I can't even for those of y'all listening in, subscribe to Brienne LaFay. She is wonderful. She was wonderful, and who better speak on this topic than somebody that's currently married? But Swag, since you're still in the chat, what are your thoughts on? Well, you can tell me in the comments if you want to. What are your thoughts on this? Can married or dating couples have friends of the opposite sex? In other words, can you be a married man, still have female friends? And can your wife have male friends? That's the initial topic for this show. Now, I do have one more video I want to get into. And this one, and anybody that want to come up, they feel free to do so. Link is damn. The link is in the hold on, where is it now? Oh, here we go. Yeah, the link is right here. Anybody that want to chime in on this conversation? The topic is, can you be married and still have friends of the opposite sex? Basically, that's the initial topic. Anybody want to chime in? They're welcome to do it. I'm going to react to this very next video once this ad is over with, so give me a second. All right, good looking out, Swag. I'm not sure if I made you a moderator or not, but hey, that's her channel, Brienne LaFay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna do a reaction. I'm gonna react to this next video. This one is called, wait, hold on a minute. Okay, shout out to the manhood. This person is very insightful. Shout out to the manhood. This one is called Male versus Female Friendships and how they and how they work. Okay, so I did make you a mod. I don't know when I did that, but okay, it is what it is. Because I'm still trying to figure this shit out. You know what I'm saying? I'm not sure if I made your homegirl Melanie a mod, but then again, she hardly ever comes up here. No offense to her, but I get it. She's busy. I'm a busy man too. So hey, I get it. But anyways, fair use, people, fair use. Hold on.
I saw this thread earlier, and it got me thinking about female friendships and men. First off, IMMO attracts to female entitlement and the ongoing pathologizing of males. You've all heard it before. Some iteration of guys can't just put in nice guy coins and expect getting laid in return.
Nope, don't work that way.
The red pill reversal of such thinking is women can't just put in tokens and expect commitment from a guy. The reason it's so rare to hear this reverse position, IMMO, is because of how gynocentric our society has become. Many women typically feel they are entitled to friendship when it suits them, and many don't even give it a second thought that a guy might deny being friends with them if she turns him down romantically.
Okay, Killer Swag said, well, honestly, I don't see how that could work as far as married people having friends of the opposite sex. Exactly. That's what me and Brienne were talking about. And like I said, well, since you just came in, I'll say this to you. If you're a married man or married woman, as far as having friends of the opposite sex goes, if they're friends you've known since middle school, like that's your homeboy or your homegirl from way back when, and y'all still close even after high school and or college, you got to set boundaries for those kind of people. But as far as you trying to meet new friends while you're married, that's a no-go. So Swag, if you are a married man, ain't no more making new female friends, for example. Sweet Melanie can probably stick around because y'all probably go way back as far as high school or however long y'all have known each other. So maybe Melanie can stick around, or whoever females you've known since then can stick around because y'all got the Kill 'Em Sweetly duo going. I don't see why that should split up because one of y'all just have to marry somebody else. But hey, it is what it is. So maybe she can stick around. But as far as you making friends with other women while married, that's a no-go. Same thing with your woman. She can't have other new male friends while she's involved with you. And Drake said it best. No new friends, no new friends, no new friends, no new friends. That's the way it needs to be when you're married. That's my take on that whole thing. Set boundaries for the friends you already have of the opposite sex, but don't be out trying to make new friends with other people. It ain't about insecurity. It's more about being territorial and having a standard. But anyways, I digress. Fair use.
What it all boils down to is a type of frame control. Oftentimes, they're expecting you to just go along with it. So when you stand up to her in a sense and say, he'll know, so many times I've seen the women lose it. They've just never been told no or been rejected before. Men deal with it regularly, so we're sort of numb to rejection.
Exactly. You got women out here that don't know how to take rejection lying down because they're so used to men hollering all over them and thirsting for them. When they finally hear no from a man, it's like, what the hell is going on here? You don't say no to me. Trust me, I've had that happen before. I tell a chick no, and now she want to get on her high horse. I'm like, no, I'm standing by what I said. Bottom line, point blank and simple. Anyways, fair use.
But when it happens to women, especially attractive women, it has a much stronger impact.
Yep.
As a commenter in the link thread stated, many women will use a man as utilities in lieu of a boyfriend, or without granting him any of the benefits of dating. For some reason, society expects men not to have a problem with this. If I had to sum up the point of this thread, it's that men need to stop allowing themselves to be used by women in this manner, as they aren't treating us as actual friends.
Exactly. Now, if it's a female that you've known for some years or whatever, doing favors for her may not be such a bad thing. Or at the very least, there's a physical sexual attraction. You got access to her. Then maybe you should do some extra things for her. But if it's just a chick that's just using you as a, I don't know, a Mr. Fix-It or an ATM, no access to sexuality, she's not a true friend, then that's a problem. I've had my encounter with some dirty women in the past, so I know how they go down. So yeah, anyways, fair use.
If a woman place to move furniture, or pick you up at the airport, or help you around the house when you're sick.
No, they won't.
Like you helped her. Is she really a friend, or is she just using you? If you need a way of gauging whether or not you're being used, request some investment on her part on par with what she has asked of you, and judge her on her behavior.
Yep.
Investment should be mutual between friends, so if you find you're investing more than she is, then odds are she's using you, and
I've been there, so I know he ain't lying. I'm just saying.
found yourself in the friend zone, or are an orbiter, and don't even realize it.
And by the way, the best way to avoid being an orbiter is to put yourself in what's called the neutral zone. She's a chick that you know from around the way. Y'all barely interact with each other. You're attracted to her, but you know there's a good chance she ain't gonna let you get at her. So just don't be her friend in that regard. Because me personally, I can't be just friends with a female that I'm physically and sexually attracted to. No. If you're not gonna reciprocate them same feelings towards me, I don't want to be your friend. And I don't know about you, Swag, but I can't be friends with females that I'm physically attracted to and want to smash at some point. I just can't do that. No. So I'm going to stay my ass in the damn neutral zone, which is basically the safe zone, so I don't get used or anything. You need me for something, I'll do it if I feel like it. You want to hang out sometime? Okay, well, what are we doing? How are we going to do it? And are you interested in me in something other than a friendship? This needs to be, I need to know up front what you're doing. Because a lot of times, as we discussed at the beginning of the stream, women will have all these male friends as orbiters, so as backup or rebound men. Relationship gets fucked, he can just slide in there and then pick up the broken pieces. No, most respected men don't want to be that guy. I've been that guy once, never again. I've been the guy that's waited around for a female to lose interest or get tired of a man. But these were not relationship-minded women to begin with. So I wasn't too much worried about it going anywhere beyond just a sexual hookup every now and then. But that's just my experience. But anyways, fair use.
In other words, you are still plugged into the matrix. Women have a great capacity for using men for as much as the man will allow himself to be used for whilst granting him nothing in return. Capitalizing mainly on the attraction said man feels for said woman, which she does not reciprocate. Instead of being open and honest and letting said man know she isn't interested, she exploits his attraction for personal gain.
Right.
Women hamster around this and pretend they are legitimate platonic friends and that nothing is one-sided, but really she just has him pegged as a loser. He is what is known as an all-better. Someone who is constantly around and available to her, a phone call away, ready on her whim to carry out whatever favor of the day she needs.
Exactly. You do not want to be that guy, honestly. You do not want to be that guy.
That's not friendship, that's exploitation.
Correct.
Especially if she expects that because she's a woman, but wouldn't do it in return. The women see orbiters as asterisk backup for when things hit the fan with the BF.
Correct.
The hotter she is, the more orbiters she'll have.
Plus, the sexier she is, the more options she's going to have, and her ego is going to be through the roof. So watch out for that. But fair use.
The number one orbiter gets to have an emotional pity lax with her when she's low and she splits with her BF. She'll either be so damaged from the breakup she'll actually downgrade to number one orbiter as an LTR, or she'll get back with her BF, tell the orbiter it's a mistake and how she never should have done it.
And this is why you should be careful dealing with females who just broke up with a boyfriend, because you never know when that chick may go back to that guy for one reason or another. I know a guy that happened to. And that's why when I hear women talking about I just got out of a relationship a week ago, I'm like, we can have fun, but I'm not taking you seriously, because you're not finna go back to this man for whatever weird reason, leave me hanging. So let's go out, have our little fun. You can do what you want with me sexually. I can do what I want with you sexually if it gets that far, and leave it at that. None of that extra hanky-panky, none of that extra shit. Bottom line.
They were better off as friends. Basically a flowery version of Get Back in the friend zone. Asterisk sympathizers who will come to her aid when having problems with said BF or a female friend. An employer, it's asterisk validation, ego feeders. Asterisk favor givers, help her move, taxi her around, buy her some food, get her a drink, involves you spending money on her without actually giving her money, paying for an actual taxi, buying her own food, and etc.
Yep.
Asterisk a way to make their BF jealous and leverage him, basically a dread game. A BF whose girl has 5 to 10 male friends is going to be way more paranoid than a guy whose girl only has female friends.
Yep, absolutely. Let's hear that again.
And etc. Asterisk a way to make their BF jealous and leverage him, basically a dread game. A BF whose girl has 5 to 10 male friends is going to be way more paranoid than a guy whose girl only has female friends.
Absolutely. And people say that's insecurity. You have a small penis, bullshit like that. No, we're territorial as human beings. Even y'all ladies get territorial every now and then. How would you like it if, as a married woman, some other man was trying to get at your husband? And for those that don't remember, Brienne was up here earlier talking about how her and her husband were in a shopping center, and some strange woman walked up to her and their little baby bunny, you know, just to get a glimpse, just to get a glimpse of the child. Talking about she does this to everyone that has a baby. How the hell you in a shopping center, over 20, 30 people, and over half of them got kids with them? You stop everybody like that? No. I think she had other intentions for Brienne's husband, honestly. That kind of stuff happens. Believe it or not. Yep, that kind of stuff does happen. So you're damn right that they're territorial. You don't want no woman coming on to your husband the same way we don't want nobody coming on to y'all. But y'all look at it as fucking insecure bullshit. Oh, he can't handle this. If you want to be for everybody, I'm going to let you be. You for the streets, I'm going to let you be. I don't have time for that bullshit. And not only that, If you're gonna be interacting with other men while being with me, you better give me the same fucking respect and let me deal with other women. So don't get mad at me if I fuck your next door neighbor or whatever, or she's having her way with or she's doing some nasty things with my penis, because you wanted your freedom. I gave it to you. Now give me the same freedom in return. Bottom line. But anyways, fair use.
Of course, if the guy voices his paranoia, she will shame him as being unreasonably paranoid, controlling, and blah, blah, blah.
Insecure.
And that she's known these guys a long time and won't get rid of them for anybody.
Well, you want to get down with me, you got to cut them niggas off. Again, the niggas you've known since high school set boundaries, but the people but new people are off limits. Same thing with y'all men. Don't be trying to make friends with other women knowing you're in a relationship or marriage.
Basically, it's manipulative. I remember once a girl I knew was trying to get me to orbit, but I had no interest. She asked me if I could help her carry some furniture from the store to her house. Her house wasn't far from the store, but it was heavy, and she had a lot of stairs to go up, as well as lots of long winding corridors until you got to her apartment. I said nothing, gave her a funny look, and she said, I can pay you.
10th annual Hunger Games are soon approaching.
How much? Make it worth it. And she just dropped the conversation. You see, she didn't want to give me value for helping her do something that adds value to her life. She just wanted to use me as a tool for adding value to her life. She says she'd pay me as a test, hoping to activate my...
If she didn't give you shit in return for helping her out through kindness or courtesy or whatever, then it's a setup.
Kindness, and say, oh no, don't worry about that. You ain't got to pay. So then she'd be go, oh really, are you sure? You're so kind, made a favor out of me, or something like that. It's not like we were good friends, and she's asking me to put myself out for her in a way that my real friend is very rarely asked me to. Note my real friends are all men, not someone abusing the label of friend or acquaintance to try and get favors out of me. I have practically no white knight instinct in me at all, and see right through these stupid games. These stupid games where they or offer to pay only do so for plausible deniability, hoping it will entice you to for free, so that if you ever use it against them or realize they are taking the piss out of you, they can go, well, you IDLIDNT and then they can frame you as the bad guy. However, if you actually take them up on their offer of payment, they'll roll their eyes like this guy doesn't get it. You weren't meant to say that. You were meant to just be a good little beater and offer me free.
Yeah, reject them and see how they act.
Stuff. You see, when male friends offer to pay their way, it's because women expect benefits / perks for free. So you accept their fake offer of payment and they back down with a never mind, or they pay begrudgingly, giving you a funny look or something like that. Friendships with women are one-sided.
Yeah, that's what a man is supposed to do. That's how men are supposed to be. Hey, I ain't got to do shit for you if I'm not comfortable with it. So be grateful I'm trying to do anything for you.
It did. 99% of the time, they aren't even friendships. It's her getting you to do stuff on her terms that benefits her, knowing the only reason you do things for her is because you think she is hot. But she won't sleep with you because she knows as soon as she does that, once will expect it repeatedly, and she'll lose leverage over you.
I don't know, because a lot of men will sleep with a chick one time and not think much about it. So, hey.
Modern women are relentless, utterly manipulative, and shamelessly selfish. Female dating strategy 101. Swoon after guys out of your league and collect betters in your slightly above your and beneath your league as a social cushion. I'm quite sure some women actually collect betters just for all the prizes and feel-good emotions. Be careful being friends with women, especially if she's attractive, and you find her attractive, or you're better with a scarcity mindset.
And like I said, as a man with a abundance mindset, I tend not to care. If I found a woman attractive, I'm not putting myself in her friend zone. If she's not attracted to me, then it's just a done deal. I'm not going to make friends with women that I'm attracted to, whether I could possibly see myself being in a relationship with you or not. It don't matter. I'm not doing it.
It's not usually worth your while. and you're usually just getting pegged for a specific role in her cuddle hierarchy. You can be number one cuddle toy that gets to spoon with her. You can be the soft boy that goes shopping with her. You can be taxi guy. You can be Starbucks plus gossip guy. You can be male perspective guy. You can be gay best friend guy. You can be, I see you like a brother. I'm in love with how safe you make me feel because you're tall. And I love the commitment puppy eyes you give me, but I don't want to sleep with you guy. You can be a lot of different roles that a boyfriend should provide for.
And you know, some men are kind of good at reversing and flipping the script on women. Like, I like you as a friend, but I don't want to sleep with you. Yeah, so some men can reverse that by just showing minimal interest in said female, and again, putting yourself in the neutral zone. You're not going to be there every beck and call or whatever, and the few times you are available, it's minimum at best. You could be available today, and you won't hear from this man for about 2-3 weeks or so, maybe to a month. He'll enjoy talking to you and all that stuff, but he's not going to cater to your every need and be there for you all the time. He just won't do that. So yeah, there's a way to get out of that.
In fact, you can be one of many things which are all contradictory in one guy and thus need to be spread out upon multiple guys so she can enjoy all the varying elements of the being in a relationship experience. Except you don't get to sleep with her. You don't get to go past hugging. Even a kiss is too much.
If it's a platonic friendship, none of that shit matters. But if it's someone I'm attracted to, then yeah, that shit gonna matter. I know if I'm not getting access to you like that, then blah, whatever.
She will make you pay in shame and emotional pain for your transgression of the firm boundary she has in place. Men may be less superficially warm and fuzzy, but at least they're straight with you.
Yep.
They don't mess with you like this. They don't lead you down the garden path and raise your hopes up about what your friendship means only to deny you every time you leave your boundaries, just to shame you back into place, so you continue providing them one SPCFIT benefit. That's not a friendship. It's a one-way street of exploitation that she calls a friendship to give the sordid arrangement some veneer of otherwise non-existing credibility. Obviously, assuming you're not gay, there's no tension, so that makes it easier, but the whys are largely irrelevant. It is what it is. Now alphas and men on top can turn this crap around and get women doing stuff for them. They can flip the dynamic with their higher SMV, and that does happen. And again, that's not real friendship. Legit platonic two-sided cross-gender friendships are rare. Generally speaking, the chick should be unattractive to you. Or a hot-wing woman you use for dread predilection but don't sleep with because you want to retain her for these roles specifically. Or a hot-wing woman you use for dread predilection but don't sleep with because you want to retain her for these roles specifically.
Yeah.
The average guy, however, should just stay away. She will out-manipulate you and play you for a fool. You'll think she's your friend because you're an idiot, but you're just orbiting, waiting in a long line of other clueless men. We're all hoping to sleep with her one day whilst dispensing favors for free. That's it for today.
Yep, that was a good one. That was a good one. He hit the nail on the hammer right there. Okay, I'm gonna go on for like another couple more minutes. Right now, we're gonna take a brief stream break. I gotta go downstairs and get something real quick. Okay, be right back, everybody. Until then, enjoy this. Until then, sit back, relax, and enjoy this video until I get back. I gotta show this because you know YouTube be on that bullshit with the copyrights and all that kind of shit. So until I get back, just sit back and enjoy this video. And as usual, everything on here is fair use, fair use, fair use.
No chance, that's what you got. Up against a machine too strong. Pretty politicians buying souls for blood song puppets. Walk, find their place in line. But I am sticking right your finger now, boy, cause it's just a matter of time. Cause you've got no chance. No chance in hell. You've got no chance. No chance in hell. Guys, no chance in hell. With the corporate ministry, the message is simple. Guys, no chance in hell. No chance! You got no chance in hell! You got no chance! No chance in hell! You got no chance! No chance in hell! You got no chance! No chance in hell! Come and get it! Come and get it! Come on! No chance! You got no chance! No chance in hell! You got no chance! No chance in hell! You got no chance! You got no chance! No chance in hell! You got no chance! No chance in hell! You got no chance!
Okay, I'm back. Back at it again. So yeah, this has been a great show so far, but I have another video that I want to react to, and y'all can let me know what you think about this stuff in the comments as well. Okay, here's another one. All right, fair use.
Men, when you're seeing a woman or dating a woman and she says she has guy friends, you need to shut that shit down and run. Let me tell you something about the friend zone guys. Women that have guy friends that are in the friend zone, they're only there because they're on standby. They're not capable of going out and getting a woman like that on their own. So they sit around, wait around until the opportunity presents itself, and then they fall into place. They're beta, okay? That's the worst scenario you can have. Ladies, you have guy friends, you're gonna have a hard time in relationships. It's not that men are jealous, because if my girl steps out on me, then I'm gonna shake the dude's hand and say he did a better job than me, but I don't deserve that. Also, he saved me the drama. But if you got, ladies, if you got guy friends, you're wrong. That's the guy you should be with. When I was single, I go, oh, we can be friends and hang out. I don't want to be friends with you and hang out. There's no value for me to be friends with you and hang out. Here's where I am in life. Successful financially, I invest in startups. What value are you bringing to the table, and why am I hanging out with you?
Yep, absolutely right. Those same men or man that you've been friends with for so long, if he's continuously coming around even after the relationship between you and him has been between you and your current partner been established, that's a problem. Why not just hook up with that guy? Why is he in your goddamn friend zone in the first place if he's that precious to you? Why are you in a relationship with me, but yet this so-called guy best friend could still come around? Shouldn't you be with his ass instead? Because like the man just said, you're wrong for that. And yes, ladies, before y'all get pissed off at me in these goddamn comments, I know this stuff is triggering. You cannot have male friends while in a relationship because we're territorial. And to make y'all ladies feel any better, same thing with us men. We can't have female friends while being in relationships. But y'all will go on and on about that bullshit all day until you're blue in the goddamn face. You will talk on and on about how men should be faithful, men should be loyal. We don't talk enough about what women are doing wrong. So as men, we have to be faithful. Yes, but as women, y'all gotta be faithful too. It's a two-way streak. Bottom line, it's a two-way streak. You can't expect good from one side and then not expect the damn thing from the other side. Both partners have to have that respect for one another. That's just how that works. Oh, welcome back, Cynical. Where have you been? I wasn't even sure you dipped out or not, but welcome back, Cynical. Did you see the video that I just put up here? What are your thoughts on it? If you're a woman and you got male friends, you're in the wrong. Especially if you're in a relationship, at least. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and by the way, anybody that want to come on the panel, feel free to do so. The link is right there. Yes, the link is in the comments section if you want to chime in on this conversation. Okay, hold on. Give me a second here. And yep, there's the link right there. Okay, and Cynical said, but the people on the Discord are cool, right? I don't know, Cynical, because that kind of goes hand in hand with you having social media friends and a whole bunch of men in your and a whole bunch of men on Facebook and other social media sites. So that depends. It depends on the situation. Cynical, if you're a married woman and you're constantly hitting up these guys, saying all sorts of flirtatious sexual stuff to them on the Discord panel, you know goddamn well you in the wrong. You know damn well you in the wrong. I mean, I got friends on the Discord panel too. I'm not flirting with anybody up on there. Okay, there's the link for anybody that want to come up before the show ends. Oh, you're talking about Killer Swag's no new friends comment. Oh, I guess she was wondering, do the people on Discord count? Okay, that's what she was talking about. Okay. I thought you meant something else, but okay. Cynical said, none of my male friends are trying to hit. You sure about that? My lady, are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Because for every male friend that you have in your rotation, you got at least one, maybe two. If you're lucky, you're that damn attractive. You got at least two that are trying to get at you. Trust me, I've been in that situation. You know how many female friends that I've had over the years that I at least envision myself wanting to smash? I got to go at least 20 years of my young life and tell you about that. Every female friend, I'm not going to say every female friend, I'm going to say every female I've interacted with, I've had some visions of smashing. Yes, we kept it a simple friendship, but a part of me wanted to smash her. That's why I told myself, no longer will I'm not going to put myself in the friend zone of a female that I'm attracted to. I'll be a mutual acquaintance, but that's it. Like I said earlier, if you're a woman that I'm attracted to or have some thoughts of smashing at some point, I'm putting you in the neutral zone. We're not friends, but we're not enemies either. Because I don't want to get consumed by the thought of wanting to sleep with you. Then when I'm left disappointed when shit don't go down. So no, I'm not doing that. We can kick it, hang out, do whatever. But hey, I'm not anticipating shit from you because I don't know you like that. Bottom line, point blank. Okay, Senegal said you shouldn't be flirting with others while you're married, regardless of gender. Exactly. You shouldn't be flirting with others while you're married. But you know, like you saw in the previous video, they say, oh, men are just paranoid. Men are just insecure. Dumbass shit like that. No, we're just territorial because the woman that we're with doesn't need to be with other men. By the same token, and ladies, the as a woman, the man that you're with don't need to be out there hanging with other women. So it's okay for women to be territorial, but hell, we can't be territorial. It ain't adding up, my girl. What y'all think? Does that add up? Y'all ladies can be territorial for the men that y'all deal with, but we can't be territorial for the women that we deal with. Ain't that some shit? Oh, I guess you're positive none of your male friends want to get at you. Okay, whatever you say, at least 50% of them don't want to do anything with you. Okay, fair enough, my girl, fair enough. Sometimes the waters are super muddy. What the hell does that mean? What do you mean by that, cynical? Sometimes the waters are just super muddy. Oh, my. Oh, man, you're something else. Anyways, oh, man, who else is in the building besides these people I just listed? And once again, shout out to my homegirl, Brianne LaFay, for coming in and giving us some insights on this whole thing. It made sense for her to come up here, but, you know, her being a married woman, it made sense for her to speak on this kind of stuff. I wish Angela C could have joined me because I wanted to hear her side of this, but she left some comments. She left some comments in here. She said, no, I'm saying at least 50% of women you befriend, you want to smash. Oh, okay. But you know something else I heard, cynical? And this is something I just heard. Tell me if it's true or not. I was told that men want to smash 80% of the women that they interact with, but they'll marry 20% of the women that they interact with. Is that true or not? Let me know in the comments. And I'm not going to sit up here and say 50% of the women I interact with I want to smash. That's a pretty large number. Do I find them attractive? Yes, but do I want to smash them? I don't think, probably not. She said, befriending a person you want to sleep with can muddy the water. Yeah, it can muddy the water. That's why I say I'm not trying to be just friends with a woman I can see myself smashing, that I want to sleep with or do some sexual stuff with. If you get my penis erected every now and then when you're interacting with me, I can't see myself being just friends with you. Seriously, imagine you as a woman hanging around a guy and he's constantly getting hard on after hard on whenever you make physical contact with him, knowing you don't want to do anything of a sexual nature to him. That's just awkward. That's really awkward. You said I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know the stats. Well, that's just what I heard. Kind of like how y'all ladies find 80% of men unattractive, but 20% attractive. Yeah. Y'all will sleep with 20% of men of the world, but reject 80%. Well, with us, it's the opposite. We'll smash 80% of women we meet, but only marry 20%. That's pretty small either way you look at it. Especially if you're close friends. Yep, correct. I couldn't do that with a woman that I'm attracted to. I just couldn't do it. It's just not, it's just not in me. Now let's see here. I have one more to show you. Damn, where is, here it is. I have, okay, I think I already showed you that one. Here's another one. Let me know what y'all think of this one in the comments below, or come on a panel. Let's talk about it. But fair use, fair use.
Why not?
What?
I meant to say, no, we can't. We can't. We can't.
Oh, okay.
Having female friends is not the problem. If you had female friends entering the relationship, now that's one thing. But there needs to be some distance and some boundaries in place. But making female friends during your relationship, now that can be a problem. Well, I need someone to talk to. Bro, you can talk to your wife. She doesn't understand me. Because you're not talking to your wife. Yo, we're not even having fun anymore. You're a man, and you're supposed to lead. Men, we need to man up and take responsibilities for our marriage and our families. Every woman that you meet, know, or knew needs to know that you have a wife. Hey, how are you? This is my wife, and this is my child. But in all reality, married men and married women should avoid putting themselves in compromising situations with the opposite sex. it will give off the wrong impression. If they are alone, on the phone or in person, temptation may arise. When we feel ignored and underappreciated by our partner, we should communicate that struggle. We should talk with them and let them know how we feel. Don't seek comfort elsewhere.
Well, he ain't lying. He is not lying. Now, that message was directed at the men, but we all know it applies to women too. You can't talk to your spouse about anything. Well, do you even try to talk to your spouse about anything? And if there's no communication, why the hell are y'all even dealing with each other? Seriously, I've dealt with females whether they can't communicate for jack shit, but that's why I don't deal with them on a relationship level. I come around when I want to get my pee-pee played with or satisfied, because you don't communicate well enough for me to want to consider you a possible wife. That's something they got to think about. So communication is always key in any kind of relationship. So yeah, the man ain't lying. You shouldn't have to go to your female friends or female acquaintances or any woman outside of your marriage just so you can talk about something knowing damn well you got a wife right there. And hell, if she can't communicate, why the fuck you marry her? Why the fuck did y'all agree to even get married in that case if y'all know y'all not fit to be in the position of husband and wife? Why do that? Why? Okay, here's the last video I'm gonna show you. Okay, let me know what you think of this one. Fair use.
Is having a friend of the opposite sex okay when you're in a relationship? Here's what I think. If you already have someone in your life who's a dear friend from the past, then it's not like you're going to just cut that cord and abandon that relationship. But you have to be clear with your new significant other that this is someone significant to you, and you have to explain how you honor those boundaries as no longer a single person. And also, you're going to pursue a relationship with your friend's significant other, wife or girlfriend, of the same sex. It's much more conducive to a healthy relationship and boundary system between the two couples if you include your correspondence in a group setting. So if you have a messenger account, then you want to include all parties in that chat so that you can be directing the conversation more generally. And then when you do need to go through someone, go through the partner that is the same sex. That will help.
Well, what y'all thought about that one? If you're still listening in, again, don't be trying to make new friends with people outside of the opposite sex outside of a marriage. And if they're business partners or whatever, then hell, you better make sure they're of the same gender as you. Or if it is someone of the opposite gender, make sure it's been a group setting. And it kind of goes hand in hand what I said earlier. If I'm gonna hang out with one of my boys who's married or whatever, I'm gonna take a female friend of my own, and we can all hang out we can all go on a double date together. That's the best thing to do, so I don't be no third wheel. Same thing with y'all ladies. If y'all hanging around your girlfriend and she's married, take one of your best guy friends with you. Best to take one of your little guy friends with you. That way you don't come up as being a third wheel. And Swag, what you mean law? What are you talking about, man? But anyways. What if they play for the same team? What you mean play for the same team? Oh. Okay, do you mean what I think you mean, cynical? Playing for the same team. Do you mean what I think you mean? Because that's wild. Oh, you mean same-sex business partner? Same-sex business partner. Oh, okay. I don't know what to even make of that, honestly. But yeah, if you're married to somebody, talking to people of the same sex is a bit more acceptable. I said you have a business partner or something of some sort, better talk to, men talk to other men and women talk to other women just to make things easier. Or if it's going to be a mixed gender, hell, make sure that everyone's on the same page. That's a lot better than you being a married man talking to a single woman or a woman talking to a single man in them kind of situation. That's the best way I can sum that up. Yeah, that's what you're talking about. That is. If that's what you're getting at, and that's the best way to sum up that little situation that you just talked about. But man, oh man. Okay, give me a sec, people. Okay, here's my last video before I give my final thoughts. This one is called Can Men and Women Have Platonic Friendships? Can men and women have platonic friendships? Okay, and shout out to the Crew Seasons for this, and shout out to, I think his name is AC Trill, I believe it is. Yeah, shout out to him. Check out his content. But anyways, fair use, fair use.
This topic, platonic friendships. It's always a funny topic, man, because I always disagree with most people when it comes to it. I feel like platonic friendships are impossible. But I take that back. I guess it's
impossible. Are they difficult? Yes. Impossible. I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't say impossible, but to each his own.
Surefire way platonic friendships can happen. As long as one person is ugly. It's possible. I feel like if you spend enough time around anybody that's attractive and that's that's dope, that's a good person, easy to talk to, eventually you're gonna start feeling a little more than friendship. That's what.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna like that doesn't happen. Whether it be at work, whether it be at school, yeah, that kind of shit does happen. So he ain't lying about that. If y'all getting along and this person, you find this person attractive or whatever, then yeah, that can happen.
I'm just not so quick to call everybody my friend, right? Like I've got some women I know, I got some women that's associates, but as far as just a friend, like this is my friend. See, that's the thing I don't think gets talked about enough, right? There's never like a discussion on what defines a friend. Now let's eliminate a couple things, right?
Nope.
If
Next
one
question.
of y'all have tried to holler at each other before, it's not a platonic friendship. It's not. As far as just a friend, like this is my friend. See, that's the thing I don't think gets talked about enough, right? There's never like a discussion on what defines a friend. Now let's eliminate a couple things, right? If one of y'all have tried to holler at each other before, it's not a platonic friendship.
Nope, that ain't no platonic friendship. I ain't gonna lie. That is not a platonic friendship. If one tried to hit on the other at some point, then no, that ain't no platonic friendship. That's beyond platonic.
It's not. It's just he shot his shot or she shot her shot and it didn't work. So they settled for the relationship that y'all have now. Also,
yeah, so in other words, they were friend zoned by default. That's basically what that meant. Friend zoned by default. You shot your shot, missed the shot, so now you have no choice but to put yourself in the friend zone, or you could just. But then again, you do have a choice: leave that person alone or interact with them again. But hey, each his own.
If y'all have been in a relationship in the past and it didn't work out for whatever reason, but y'all are friends now, right? That's not a platonic friendship. It's not.
Yes, and I've been through something like that when me and my ex broke up years ago. Yes, the breakup was not her fault. Me and her brother got into it, but we still maintained a friendship. It was not platonic though. We were still hugging and kissing and all this other stuff that we did way back when we were together. But after a while, we had to shut that shit down and we had to move on. So that was the end of that. So he ain't lying. Two exes cannot be just friend. That's why I say cut your ex off and move on to someone new. If you want to move on to someone new, that is.
Y'all have had sex, y'all been intimate. My definition of friendship is there is zero intimacy whatsoever. I don't look at you like that. Like you one of the homies. Like it's not even that.
Correct. And by the way, homies or home girl, whatever one you want, whichever term applies. You're either the homie or the home girl, homeboy, home girl, whatever. A true platonic friendship is where there is no physical or sexual attraction whatsoever between the two. That's basically how that goes down. But anyways, fair use.
In the remote possibility of ever being the me and you. If she offered me sex, I turn it down. That's somebody that I would consider a friend. Somebody that you see on the pass by, somebody that you speak to, somebody that, that's just cool, but y'all don't really spend a lot of time around each other, right? Like, I wouldn't consider that a friend. The fact of the matter is if I'm attracted to you, right?
Okay, Killer Swag said ain't no such thing as platonic relationship, especially with exes. Exactly. Like I said, me and my ex broke up 13 years ago. We were not platonic friends. I mean, we like the man just said, we done did everything from going out places, kissing, humping each other, and yes, we did smash. So that ain't no goddamn platonic friendship. A platonic friendship between a man and a woman means there has never ever been any kind of sexual interactions or intimacy between these two. So for y'all calling y'all exes friends, bullshit. Those are not your friends. These ladies talking about, oh, that guy is just a friend. For all you know, that's probably some ex-boyfriend she dated years ago. They not friends. If you got a home girl or whatever and she's still hanging around her ex-boyfriend, best believe that they not platonic friends. Same thing with the men hanging around an ex-girlfriend. That's not a platonic friendship. Because they were intimate in the past they've been too intimate in the past for it to even be considered platonic. So it doesn't work that way. But fair use.
We can never truly be friends.
No.
Because always in the back of my head, I'm gonna be thinking like, man, if I could just get a chance, I would be able to show her that, we'll be great together. Or I look at you and I'm thinking.
And I don't know about y'all, but I find it awkward to be friends with your ex. Seriously, especially if it was a bad breakup and y'all, even if y'all make pieces, awkward as hell for me. Exactly. But he's my best friend. The hell he is. He ain't your goddamn best friend. He's the guy that you either let get away or the guy that just got away. The fact that y'all been intimate in the past does not make y'all no best friends. No, that's Cynical said they may share a bed or two. They may share a bed or two. Exactly. No. That just ain't happening. You don't share a bed with your best friend if y'all just platonic friends like that. That ain't happening. But anyways, fair use.
Damn, I really want to smash. As long as that thought process is in the back of your head, we could never be friends.
No.
Because I'm going to always think about it. Like you could come to me for advice. You could, I can come to you for advice. We can talk. But always in the back of my head, I'm going to think if the opportunity presents itself, if she offers it to me, I'm going to take it.
Yeah, that's what most men do. That's why they linger around the friend zone. Because hell, if the chance presents itself, best believe that this man gonna try to smash. I'm not gonna say every man gonna do that, but I'm just saying it can happen. But we're men, we're horny creatures. What you expect from us? But anyways, fair use.
We're not friends. We're associates. And I think a lot of people have that confused. I've tried the platonic friendship thing before, right? Like I had a couple girls, I'm not going to say no names or nothing like that, but you know, that I thought was cool. And I was like, okay, this could really be a friend, right? So I'm kicking it with them, we chopping it, having a good time, talking about life, talking about relationships, this, that, and the third. And somewhere down the line, you know, they would all eventually try to do something else, right? Like try to invite you over at odd times of the night. You know, you get over and the conversation, you know, they throwing little flirty things.
It's funny he should mention that. And by the way, Killer Swag, you back there listening. Remember that conversation we had on Killing Sweetly panel where Melanie said something about how she would invite a man to her house at 9 o'clock just to chill out, have a good time, watch movies, and how we kept going in on her talking about that bullshit ain't gonna happen. Because anytime you do that to someone that you're supposed to be just friends with, no, that ain't happening. We anticipating something else gonna happen. We anticipate. So I know you. I'm pretty sure you remember that conversation from a month or so ago back. That's kind of what AC Trill is getting at. If y'all just platonic friends, why the hell would this woman invite you to her house at freaking 8, 9 o'clock at night just for some Netflix and chill? Seriously, do that stuff during the day because you're going to give us some crazy ideas. You're going to make us think that there's something more, that you want something. I'm not finna go to no woman's house just to watch movies and especially if she walking around the house wearing some sexy clothes. What do you think is going to happen? You're a woman, you invite this man, your so-called friend, to your house for some Netflix and you walk around a sexy as, what they call that, what's that shit that y'all females wear to bed, the little gowns or whatever? Them little sleeping gowns or whatever? You in a sexy ass sleeping gown and you want me to just stay at your house and just chill? No, that ain't happening. That just ain't happening. No. You walk around a sexy ass gown or whatever, sexy clothes or whatever. You want to come over your house and just Netflix and chill without me getting the wrong idea. That ain't happening. I'm sorry. Cynical says, sorry, Melly, but dudes expecting Netflix and chill situation. What you mean she's expecting a Netflix and chill situation? I don't know what you talking about, Cynical, but okay. But anyways, you can't just invite a best friend over to your house like that at that hours of the night without them getting the wrong idea. Because has that happened to me in the past? Yes. I've had females that want to be like, hey, you want to spend the night? You want to stay the night? And yeah, let's just go out and let's just watch movies all night. But guess what? These were females that I at least smashed at some point, or females I'm on the verge of smashing. Either way, there was some intimate physical sexual attraction when they did this kind of, for the ones that did this to me. And yes, like I know what Netflix and chill mean. Watch a movie and then we gonna get it in possibly at the end of the night. I know what that shit means. What else can it mean? I think people take that a little bit too literal, but I know exactly what it means. So no, you're not finna do me like that. I'm gonna suspect something is up. But anyways, fair use. Cynical said Netflix and chill. You see debating the dude wanting to visit his female best friend after 8. Yep. That's what cynical mean, homie. Okay, I get it, y'all. He said it's different if women like 10 years old than a dude. What? It's different if the woman's like 10 years old. 10 years older than the dude. I'm sorry. 10 years older than the dude. I'm sorry. I misread that. 10 years older than the dude. Well, shit, you're 10 years older than me, then I don't know. If you're 10 years older than myself, I'm 30 now, you 40 now, knocking on 50. I don't know what to make of that situation. What the hell are you up to? Honestly. Oh, and shout out to the Faith Factor. You're late, but thanks for coming in. And she said, nope, nope, no, you're not going to sleep out in the living room on the couch alone. Well, good to know. But Faith Factor, now that you're here, if you want to come up and speak your piece on this, we're talking about married and dating couples having friends of the opposite sex outside their relationship. What are your thoughts on that whole thing? Feel free to chime in while I continue picking apart this video. Anyway, fair use.
And now, you know, to eventually just outright offering me the box. Like literally saying, I want to have sex with you. Every situation that I've tried to have the platonic friendship, that's happened. So you got to pardon my pessimism. Talking to a lot of women about this, like a lot of women are in denial. You know, it's women that tell me all the time, oh, I got, you know, 2 or 3 friends. They would never look at me like that. Like we've been knowing each other forever. And it's just, so considering this, I've come up with a foolproof method of figuring out whether or not you guys have a platonic friendship or not, right? It's relatively simple. What I want you to do is I want you to grab your phone. I want you to go into your contacts, find that platonic friend and send them a short message. You can word it however you want to word it, right? Just say that, you know, hey, I've been thinking a lot lately and I was thinking maybe that you should come over tonight so we can have sex. I want you to see how they respond to that. And that'll let you know every.
Okay, who the fuck gonna be that damn blunt with it? I can't imagine myself doing that. Cause that's why I said I don't even play around with that shit's. He said I don't play around with that shit because sometimes that chick be wanting Netflix and chill while I just want to watch a movie. Well, goddamn, how often does that happen? So you go to a chick's house for Netflix and chill. You want to sit back and watch the movie, but she want to do something freaky. Is that what you're saying? Usually it's the men that want to do something freaky, not so much just sit back and watch the movie. That was me. I want to do something freaky depending on who you are and how I feel about you. He said he might not be there for sexual reasons. Now, granted, that does happen. I'm not talking about myself. Okay. No doubt. Okay. But I find that hard to believe. Oh, okay, Fate. She said, just stopping through. It's almost 11 o'clock over here. I got to be up at 4 a.m. Well, it's 11:45 where I'm at, but hey. If you got time, hop in on the panel and speak your piece and you can hop back off if you want to. But anyways, fair use.
Everything you need to know. Do not confuse patience with not being interested. It's a big difference. That's one thing about men. Men have marine sniper patience when it comes to a woman that we interested in. If we feeling you, we gonna always feel that way. You know what I mean? We just.
I don't know. Because sometimes them feelings can die out. You make a man wait too long, them feelings gonna die out eventually. Cynical, you said, I'm single the fuck. What you mean? But yeah, well, I know what you mean, but why are you saying that you're single the, okay, whatever. You already established that well, we established already that you're not married, so okay. Well, you did that anyway. He said, but we're talking about awkward friendships, not whether I'm entertaining someone or not. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. All right. Shout out to the Faith Factor for stopping by. But anyways, it's almost over. Fair use.
In the friend zone for years, 3, 4, 5 years. And then the girl that he's interested in breaks up with a man and he slides in and try to shoot a shot. You know what I mean? Or, you know, he's that shoulder to lean on, you know, hey, I just want to, you know, if you ever want to talk about anything, you know, I'm here to talk. Don't confuse patience with not being interested. He's interested. So that's my view on it. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but your friendship is not platonic. It's not.
It ain't.
And the sooner you realize that, the better.
Well, he ain't lying. All right, that's my last video tonight. I wish Fate Factor would come up here and give her and speak her piece on this, but she got to be up at 4 in the morning. It is what it is. Well, oh man. All right. All right, but before I close out, let me give my final thoughts on this whole thing. Everything that I played up to this point, I basically agree with. You know, if you're a married man or a married woman, like I said, you cannot have friends of the opposite sex. Bottom line, point is simple. And again, whatever friends you had before the marriage, you better set boundaries for them. If y'all gonna kick it in some group or whatever, then that may be okay, depending on the people you choose. But don't be out here trying to, excuse me, hang out with these single people. If you're a married person, hanging out with single people while you're solo, hanging out with them solo. No, just don't do that. No, you just can't do that. Oh, welcome back, Angela C. I'm giving my final thoughts, but we still got time. If you want to chime in on this topic, feel free to do so. I'm gonna just come up here and give your little final thoughts if you want to. We should have came up earlier, but it is what it is. But like I said, set boundaries for people that you already know, but don't be out here trying to make friends with other people, new people. Like Drake said, no new friends, no new friends, no new friends. You don't need any of that stuff. No. Anytime you got to go outside of your marriage or relationship just to seek companionship, that's a problem. Y'all don't need to be together anyway. Y'all honestly don't need to be dealing with each other like that. All this stuff about, if a man has got a problem with his wife seeing other men outside the marriage, he's insecure. He's the problem. He needs to grow up and start acting like a little sissy. That's bullshit. Don't let any female tell y'all ladies that. Understand that you got to be respectful to your man and his feelings. And ain't shit wrong with you catering to a man. Come out of that damn mindset. If your husband is like you doing something because it makes him feel some kind of way, then don't fucking do it. Show him the same kind of respect that you would want from him. Okay, Angela C said, my husband told me no such thing as friends with the opposite sex. He may be onto something. I'm not going to disagree with that statement 100%, but I'm not going to agree with it 100% either. Because again, I believe that men and women can be just friends without turning to something sexual. It can be done, but it's just a very low possibility of it happening. So I'm not going to say your husband is wrong, but I'm not going to say he's 100% right either, Angela C. But yeah. Because I have female friends that I never did anything sexual with, and acquaintances that I could never see myself doing anything sexual with. The idea of sleeping with you makes me want to cringe or throw up in my mouth. So it's just not going to happen like that, you know? I just can't see myself I got female friends I could never imagine myself doing anything with. So I consider the possibility of it happening. Just don't try to make friends with women you find attractive, or women that are so attractive that any man would be lucky to try to get at them, including yourself. That's when you're setting yourself up for a major fall. I've seen it happen. Damn, it happened to me, but I had to come out that mindset. But with that being said, what's good? Killer swag. Get that bag. Don't care about them price tags. What's good, my boy?
What's going on, H&M?
You finally came up. What's good, my guy? What you think about this whole thing? Well, you always expressed it in the comment, but let's hear it straight from your voice. Having friends of the opposite sex outside of a marriage or relationship. What are your thoughts?
Man, like I already explained, I don't think that's entirely possible. Because, I mean, no matter what, a man and a woman are always going to be attracted to each other unless, the dude is, kind of zesty or the girl is kind of a stud or whatever. But for the most part, if you just got two regular folks, quote unquote, being friends, I don't see how that's possible because sooner or later you're gonna start looking at them completely different than you normally would. Like it may start off as y'all being friends, but the more y'all start talking, and then the more you realize y'all got a lot in common. Y'all both like the same type of things, and then who's to say you might end up thinking that you're seeing choosing signals when in reality it's not even the case. So that's why I say like. I don't know about that platonic friend stuff, and don't start touching on each other either like that either, because that's when really feelings really start coming into play.
What you mean touching, like play fighting or wrestling with each other? I do that with a lot of my female friends. So hey,
yeah, you know what I'm saying. Once the girl really start touching on your arm, touching your head, start holding your hand and stuff like that. Like, let's just be for real. We're all human beings, and once those things happens and you get to touch from an opposite sex, even if they're supposed to be your quote unquote friend, you're still going to end up having some type of feelings, you know what I'm saying? Even though you may not have the same type of feelings if you would if y'all were intimate, but you're still going to feel something.
Yeah, I kind of see how that works because I rarely have that problem. Now, granted, I've had a few women that did touch me in them same kind of manners that had me feeling some kind of way. Like, what the hell are you on now? We're supposed to be friends here. Like, what the hell is going on here?
Exactly.
So I kind of see how that works. You got chicks that you start out just being, seen as just being friends or whatever, nothing sexual, but then one day they come on to you, y'all start being touchy, feel like I said, wrestling with each other, talking shit with each other. Cause I do that with a lot of my lady friends. Next thing you know, a physical attraction can happen. So I see how that works. If that's what you're getting at.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm pointing at, because I mean it happens all the time. Hell, it happened to me a couple of times back when I was younger. Like it was girls that y'all just said it was a lot of girls who it started off as just being just friends, and I only saw them as friends. But you know what I'm saying, it was one particular time where she was going through some things with an ex-boyfriend that she was no longer with at that time. But let's just say her emotions was at an all-time high, and I was just that friend that she felt like she could just turn to. But emotions got involved, you know what I'm saying? I'm just like, yo, I'm just, here just to be the shoulder for you to cry on. I'm not here to try to blow your back out, you know what I'm saying? But
And you know what? Looking back, I had a similar situation where this girl talking about she was going through, she just got out of a relationship. I started hanging out with her, doing some things for her, and she got the weird idea that I liked her. I'm like, I only see you as a friend. I don't see you as being anything beyond that. I'm just helping you get over this breakup. Ugh.
Yeah. Sometimes it be like that, man. It's just like you feel like you just want to be there as a friend, but she could probably look at it as something more, you know what I'm saying? Because one thing about me, I ain't never gonna try to be no damn rebound. That ain't never been my style. Like, because once you get over a breakup, of course, you're gonna end up being a rebound. So I'm like, nah, I'm cool on that. And plus, I didn't see her like that, so it's like, nah, I'm cool on that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I kind of see how that goes. Because again, that's kind of happened to me a couple of times. I've had females that I never saw as being an intimate partner, but then when we start hanging out more, it's like, where did this come from? Damn.
Yeah. And then let's not forget, you know what I'm saying? And it could also play into this particular situation. Cause like y'all both could start off as cool friends, so you're not thinking nothing of it, you know what I'm saying? But then all of a sudden, she started wearing these very seductive type of clothing. She started wearing her clothes a little bit more tighter, showing off her figure, showing off her hips, or her thighs, her booty, all that stuff. And it's like, you never really paid no attention. But of course, as a man, you gonna look and be like, damn, my God. And it just makes you just be like, oh, yeah.
Yeah, you ain't lying about that. I've had that happen a couple of times because I've had females at my other job that I would see only in their uniform, but we start kicking it outside of work. I'm like, God damn, this girl got some hips on her. I'm like, woo, look at them thighs.
Yeah.
Now I'm feeling some kind of way. I'm like, ooh, okay, I want to do a little something now.
Yeah, like once you know that particular girl got some yams on her, you like, yeah, I got to see what's up now.
And that goes both ways too, because I'm pretty sure you've had some lady friends at your job that you work with. They see you outside them scroll. They're like, "Oh, look at swag with this killer swag," that kind of thing.
oh yeah, definitely. Like shoot, because of course at my job, women always see me just wearing my uniform and stuff. But it was one time I had to come to my job because I had to take care of some business. But I decided to stop by and see everybody, while I was there. And then when they see me wearing like my regular, outfits, the shit that really makes me be killer swag, they like, oh my God, like this is what you wear outside of the hospital? I'm like, yes. They're like, oh my God. So yeah.
Oh, okay. If that's what you're getting at, I see how that works. Because like I said, same thing at my job. I see these chicks outside their uniforms. It's like, wow, look at that body.
Right. Yeah. And plus they see that a brother can dress just like how we see how women dress out of their uniforms and stuff.
Yeah, so I see how that works, but
yeah.
So I'm just gonna say, and yeah, Angela C said her husband told her that there's no such thing as a friends with the opposite sex.
Smart man.
My husband told me no such thing as friends with the opposite sex.
Smart man, because he know what I mean. Let's just be honest though. We both are men up in here, so we know how men think. We know what men want, like, because we at one point in our lives we all had that thought process in our head about messing around with a chick, even whether if she was in a relationship or married. It just didn't matter. Now, of course, some dudes, they will never cross their boundaries because they respect the sanctity of marriage and relationships. But you got some dudes that's just like, man, I don't give a fuck, man. If she give me a chance, I'm tearing that ass up. I don't care.
Right.
And that's just like, and going back to the subject that you had mentioned before, as far as like quote unquote platonic relationships, especially with your exes, there's no such thing. I don't care what nobody says. Like, there's no such thing. Once genitalia has been involved between the two of y'all, ain't no such thing as platonic relationships, man.
Oh hell no, I agree with that 100%. Cause back when me and my ex broke up back in 2010, we continued to see each other outside the breakup, but we were still doing the same shit we was doing before the breakup. So no, that ain't no goddamn platonic friendship. So
it's not, man, because like once y'all have been intimate with each other, even if it's just one time, it's never going to be the same. You can't go back to you busting cheeks wide open, but then you're going right back to just being friends. Like, no, it just don't work like that.
yeah, exactly. Especially when you got a friend of the opposite sex who you've either you've seen her naked, you've seen her in her sexy clothes, or if it's a woman, she's seen you naked, she's seen what you working with between your legs or whatever. That ain't no goddamn friendship. I'm sorry. That ain't no friendship.
No, it's not. Like, and it don't matter whether or not if it happened multiple times or it happened one time. The fact of the matter is it happened. So y'all can't go back to what y'all used to be before y'all saw each other naked. There's no way in the world, like, because you're always gonna have that memory. The only way that you're never gonna remember that is if you come down with a case of amnesia. Other than that, it's not happening.
You better get a big, heavy, blunt object to make that happen.
Exactly. Like, it's no way. Like, once you've been intimate with somebody, there's no such thing as, oh, that's my friend, that's my homie. No. He bust your cheeks wide open. He at one point had you climbing up the walls. He was messing around with the headboards. He was doing whatever he was doing. Like, I mean, it's no way in the world you could be friends with somebody that did that to you. It's no way, because emotions are still going to be attached to this person no matter what. That's why I say straight up, when you've been intimate with somebody like that, it's best to cut them off completely. Because once you still decide to keep them around, it's only a matter of time until they busting them cheeks open again.
Exactly. That's why I don't buy into that bullshit of, women can still be friends with their exes. Anytime I hear a female say something like, oh, that's my ex, but we just cool. Get your ass out of here. I know he's still doing something. Y'all still doing something. I'm tired of hearing that. You still friends with your exes?
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not even gonna sit up here and cap like I ain't never been in a position before, because I was in a similar situation, because I was talking to a female, but I was still heavily involved with an ex of mine. But I mean, and then I understood where, she was coming from at the time, because at first I didn't see nothing wrong with it. But the older you get, you start noticing things and you see things for what it really is. It's like, yeah, it's best for me to cut this off, man.
Yeah, exactly, Angela C. She said there is no need to be friends with an ex. Exactly. I could have told you that. Because, yeah, when me and my ex broke up, it was like, well, we continued talking for about a month after that. We just had to cut it all off. She met somebody and I moved on, so hell.
Yeah. I mean, the thing about being in a friendship with the ex, like I said, if y'all both have never been intimate before, it's a lot easier on that aspect because y'all both never done anything. Like, even let's say if y'all was to have kissed or something, like that would be still a little tough, but it can be kind of looked over because y'all both never did anything as far as in the bedroom. But once, like I said, once genitalia is involved, there's no way in hell y'all could go back to being friends.
Yeah, exactly. Once you've seen her cooch and she's seen your penis, it's a done deal right there. Ain't no platonic friendship.
It's a done deal right there. There's no case. There's no way around it. You can't do it. Like, that's why I be looking at females when they tell me stuff like that. Oh, that's just my home. I'm like, man, y'all might as well just get back together. Like, stop playing. Because if in my opinion, if the relationship is over and done with, this dude should be out of your life. Because for one thing is for certain, even like, let's say for instance, if the girl is really is over him, let's say she's not really thinking about him like that, she don't want nothing to do with him, and she really looks at him as a friend, he ain't gonna look at it like that. He's gonna think one of these days I'm gonna get her back. She's gonna come back to me. And like I said, she could be completely over him, but he ain't gonna be over it, but he just playing a role right now. That's why I'm like, nah, I'm cool on that.
Yeah, and that goes both ways too. Because keep in mind, when women have sex, they get an emotional attachment to said man. Unlike us men who can smash a chick and then not think much about it. So yeah, it's more of an emotional thing for these ladies and more of a physical gratification for us men. So you're damn right, she's not gonna just forget this man ever existed. Right. So no. That just ain't gonna happen. So that's why it pisses me off when I hear women say stuff like, "Oh, that's my ex, but we just cool." I don't believe in that. If y'all so cool, cut each other off completely.
Yeah, because I look at it like this: if the roles were reversed, would she let me get away with still being cool with an ex that I smashed down? I don't think so.
Nope, double standards. But y'all wrong. Y'all both wrong. If you still dealing with an ex while dealing with her, you wrong. If she dealing with an ex while in a relationship with you, she wrong too. So y'all both wrong in that regard. But double standards in our society, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, of course it's wrong in all aspects. It's very wrong. But I'm just saying, like, for her, people can look at it like, oh, but what if they are just platonic? What if they're just friends? Blah 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 blah. But men, we don't get that same respect because, like I said, we could be completely over the girl because, like we said, we don't really have those type of emotional ties like a woman does after sex. So we could really kind of look at her as like, oh well, I bust her down, but I could be cool. But she might not be. She might still look at me as her man. She still might look at me as a person that she could see herself marrying, even though I'm thinking about messing with this girl I'm currently talking to. And it's like, nah, man. That's why I say it's just best to just cut it off completely because you just messing around with Pandora's box at this point.
Yeah, right. But yeah, that's just the way that go. And like I said at the beginning of the stream, you cannot have friends of the opposite sex while in a relationship or married. Now, whatever friends you made before you got married or whatever, you can still keep them, but make sure you set boundaries. Like, for example, let's say you get married, I don't know, next year or whatever. You and Sweet Melody may still be cool because y'all got the Kill 'Em Sweetly thing going on. I don't see the point of y'all cutting each other off, but y'all got to set some boundaries. Same thing with her. She's not going to just cut you off just because she got a husband now, whoever she started dating. Y'all still gonna be cool as online buddies, maybe real life buddies, whatever relationship y'all had before, but y'all gotta set them boundaries. But what y'all can't be doing is making new friends while in a marriage. That's where I have the problem. Why the hell are you messing around? Like if Melody is married to somebody, why is she at work meeting new men, hanging around with new men? Same thing with you. You married to a woman, why are you trying to meet other women? Seriously, that's where the line needs to be drawn, basically. That's where I look at that. No new, like you said in the chat, no new friends, no new friends.
No new friends, man, because it only brings problems. Because one thing that they don't tell you about life and when it comes to these relationships, man, when you're in a relationship, that's when they want you the most.
Correction, they want us men the most, not so much the women.
I mean, in some cases, I see women getting it too, but yes, men definitely are on the receiving end of that. Because like I said, as people that I know, guys I know that have been on the receiving end of that, I can attest to that as well. Like when I was single as a beagle, with no women looking in my direction. But when girls even found out that I was even talking to a female, of course, they'd be quick to say they want to be my friend, but at the same time, they're waiting on their opportunity for me to get to them.
Yep, that's happened to me. I'm kind of going through that right now in my current job. I told one chick I'm talking to somebody outside of work, and now she's coming around trying to have conversation after conversation with me. So it's crazy.
Oh yeah, shoot. I'm currently dealing with that as well at my damn job. Like, cause this, in my personal life, of course, I keep my personal life personal, but yeah, there is somebody that I am chopping it up with outside of work as well. And they found out about it because of a big mouth coworker of mine. And now the ladies are looking at me kind of differently, and they, asking me how she doing and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, oh my God, like, what is wrong with y'all? Like first of all, with me, I don't mess with women that I work with because that could be so messy, man.
Yeah, it can be. I mean, it goes deeper than that, because back in the day, the biggest thing I had to worry about was you dating somebody at your job. It don't work out. You got to see that person on a daily basis. That's a problem.
That's my point. You know what I'm saying? Because when everything's going good, everybody love you. It's like, there goes such and such. I love this. He cool as what. But let y'all get in y'all first fight, and it'd be a real good fight to where y'all both end up starting not wanting to talk to each other for a few days. Next thing you know, those same people like, there go that bastard over there, mistreating her and doing all this, that, and the third. Like, you go from everybody's favorite person to the most hated.
Yeah, exactly. Plus, you can't bring drama to your job. Whatever fight y'all get into, now you got to carry that throughout the workplace. That creates a hostile environment.
Exactly. That's why I don't mess with women at my job, because, like, don't get me wrong, it's a lot of women that look too damn good to where it makes me want to rethink it. But it's like, man, I can't do it because I can't have y'all messing with my money.
Right. Now, I'm not going to even cap. Yes, I messed around with a chick I used to work with at my old job. Of course, we had a falling out, not because of, I just found out she was a disrespectful, bossy, impulsive person. So I chose not to deal with her. It didn't affect my job in any way, but we were kind of involved. I had access to her. And yeah, I got it in with her, but she was just not someone I need to be dealing with. She was toxic to her core, which in turn kind of turned me on to this red pill stuff. I've been noticing shit like this for years and years, but I guess she kind of opened my eyes wider to this kind of stuff. Yeah, that's all it takes for some of us. One person do you dirty, now you open up your eyes to the dark side of the world. They're wider. Like them cartoon characters when they're screaming, their eyes bulge out of their heads, kind of like that.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's my crazy experience. But I never got involved with nobody at my job again since then. Now, has it been tempting? Oh, you're damn right, it's tempting. Especially when you're working with a woman and you bonding with her, y'all got some things in common.
Yeah. Yeah, because I mean that's the thing right there. Because you see her and everybody else at your job more than you see your family. You see them more than you see your friends. So of course you're gonna bond more because it's like, okay, yeah, I'm vibing with them. You got a lot of things in common. You know, say you can make them laugh with the jokes you tell. You know, say you can give them real advice and stuff like that. It's like it seems like the perfect relationship, but then you think about the bad things that come along with it. What if y'all have a falling out? What if you get into a huge argument about something? Because let's be for real. It takes the littlest things to start the biggest fights when it comes to relationships.
Little like what?
Just anything in particular. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, let's say, for instance, if you in a relationship with somebody at your job, you could just be looking at somebody and you don't mean nothing by it. And then next thing you know, it's like, why are you looking at that nurse over there? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? It's like, oh, man.
Wow. And that's the thing. People are so territorial when it comes to this work relationship stuff. Work husband, work wife type BS. Oh, my God.
Oh, man.
They be extra territorial.
Man, I done seen so many people calling everybody they work husband, work wives and stuff like, and they actually have actual wives and husbands at home. And it's like, I won't even play with that.
I wouldn't either. At least be single while you're talking all that bullshit. Don't be got a spouse at home talking all that. Nuh-uh.
Right.
Well, yeah, that's just crazy. It's crazy how people get so territorial over co-workers of the opposite sex. Like you said, a woman could be obsessed with you, and now she's like, "Why are you looking at the other woman?" I knew two chicks at my last job that got into it over a guy. I guess they both liked. I'm like, they both got fired. Both of their asses got fired. Now the dude, he stayed behind, but the guy, the two girls got fired. Oh my God.
Right.
I'm like, wow. And Angela C said, hold on. Angela C said, what is a work husband wife? Hold on. She said, what is a work husband? What? You don't know what that is, Angela C? A work husband?
It's
Well,
best
I can
you don't
explain
know
one.
that. It's best you don't know that one, man.
You sure about the Angela C? You sure you want to know what that means? I'll tell you. It's my panel. I can tell you.
I mean, if you want to tell her, you can tell her. But like I said, I deal with it on a regular basis, you know.
Oh, she said, kind of. Okay, you want to know what a work husband is? Essentially a male coworker who's playing the role of a husband while you're at work. And it goes for the work wife too, playing the role, a female coworker playing the role of kind of a intimate partner while they're at work.
Yep.
Oh, you see, you heard the term before. Well, now you know. That's what we call it now: work husband, work wife.
Yeah. Yeah. That's pretty much it right there.
And you're right, Angela. It is fucking silly, but that's what they doing. But like Swag said, when you see more of your coworkers and less of your family, whether it be your spouses or your kids, that's what can happen.
Yeah, because I mean, let's be for real. Depending on the type of hours you work, if you work at 8 hours, you see your family for what, maybe 2 or 3 of those hours of the day, and then you go to work and you see your coworkers for the 8. So you see them more than you see your own wife or your husband or whatever. So yeah, you're gonna automatically get that type of bond with them more so than your own family, which is crazy to say, but you know.
And not only that, don't forget the people that's doing doubles and OT every other day or whatever.
Like I said, and then you got people that work the 10-hour shifts. You got people that work these other, like you said, double time, overtime, and all that stuff. Like, I mean, it's messy.
I'm muted. Yeah, it is messy. Yeah, it is messy. But yeah, ever since that experience, I don't mess around women that might. Well, I'm gonna say yes and no. I say yes because yes, I may talk shit with them, maybe say some flirty things, but at the same time, no, because I'm not trying to date any of them seriously. So I'm kind of in the middle.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of play around with them too at my job. I be flirting with them sometimes, make it seem like I want to mess with them, but in reality, I don't. But at the same time, I let them know straight off here, like, yo, I mean, I play around, but I'm not trying to date y'all. Like, you know.
Yeah. Now, granted, I did take one girl to the gym, Planet Fitness, with me, but nothing came of that. We was cool with it. Just a
Mm-hmm.
workout partner, and boy, she needs help. She out of shape more so than I thought.
Damn.
And she not no big woman. Shit.
Yeah, she needs you to give her that discipline.
Yeah, exactly. Well, she's rusty, so I have to take it easy on her. We was at the gym, I think yesterday. No, what today? Wednesday, so Monday we was at the gym.
Oh yeah, you gotta take it easy on her, especially for somebody getting back into the routine of things in the gym.
Yeah. She barely kept up with me, but I said, go at your own pace. Do half of what I'm doing.
Right, man. The thing about going to the gym for real, like, don't worry about going at everybody else's pace. Just do your pace, and then once your body get used to doing it, then you could try to rev it up and try to go at everybody else's pace. But until then, get yourself right. Get your body coordinated to do the stuff. Don't try to go full speed on your first day back, because that's what's gonna mess you up in the long run.
Mm-hmm. That's like somebody trying to run after just coming out of leg surgery. You're gonna hurt yourself doing all that.
Shoot. Yeah, that's somebody trying to do a full sprint when you just come off an ACL injury or ACL surgery or something.
Yeah. And I know about that because I broke my leg 10 years ago. I was in basic training, so I know all about that.
Jeebus.
I couldn't walk for 6 months, upright for 6 months. Yeah. I had a wheelchair and I had one of my mama's old canes that she had.
Uh-huh. That's wild, bro.
Yeah, it is, but I'm trying not to deal with my female coworker. I'm gonna try to find somebody outside of all this. That's the best thing to do.
That is the absolute best option you got, man, because it's so easy to get caught up with a chick at work because you figure like, well, she feeling me. I see her every day, blah, blah, blah. And like I said, when things are going good, it's going real good. But people forget there's also a downside to being in a relationship too. Like, and that can really make things bad for you at the job. So it's one thing if you're going through it outside of work or whatever, and it don't ever get inside of work. Then it's like, okay, you can deal with that. But when you and her work in the same spot, and y'all both know the same people there, it's gonna be all bad for you, pimp.
Yeah, it is. And that's and let me say this. As far as dating somebody at the job, I say if you're gonna take a chance on dating somebody in that at your job, do not date somebody that you have to directly work with. If it's a female that works in a whole different department or something in a whole nother part of the city, that's different.
Mm-hmm.
Like you work at a hospital, for example, you say, so instead of you dealing with women that you work directly with, how about you do with females that work in a whole other field, a whole other part of the hospital altogether? Like you on the second floor, she on the 10th floor doing whatever, doing cardiac or x-rays or something. Kind of like that.
Oh yeah, that's completely different because you know that you are never going to cross paths with her coworkers, and she's never going to cross paths with yours.
Yeah, like I work at an airport, so maybe I'll date a gate agent who spends most of her time inside the airport compared to me outside the airport on the airfield.
Yeah, shoot, that would make more sense because y'all still won't see each other. Now, of course, y'all will probably be texting back and forth or whatever, and then whenever you on break, you'll call her. But other than that, it's like you won't see her, she won't see you. So even though y'all both know y'all still at the airport, y'all not gonna see as much of each other as you would if y'all both worked in the same department.
Exactly right. Or she work at a whole different airlines altogether.
Well, that would be ideal.
But yeah, that's my take on that. So I'm finna wrap up soon. So what's your final thoughts on this?
Well, my final thoughts on this, like I said, ain't no such thing as platonic friendships, especially with exes or just the opposite sex in general, because let's just be honest, man. Women and men are attracted to each other no matter how you slice it. So
Oh, I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry. I didn't hear that. I had to step away.
No, I'm just saying, like, there's no such thing as platonic relationships, especially with exes. And then let's just be honest, man. Even though you may not be fully attracted to some women, you're gonna be attracted to women more so than anything else. So there's no way in the world that you can, sincerely just be a platonic friend. I've heard people say, "Oh, you can do that. It's cool. It's cool." Sooner or later, feelings are gonna get involved. So I wouldn't even mess around with that, but that's just me.
Yeah, Cause like I said, I've after understanding what you were getting at, I've experienced that. I've had females I never thought I would see myself being sexually attracted to, but over time, it's like, wow, look at her now.
Yeah. And
It's
that
like,
happens a lot more than people think. That's the craziest part. Like, it only takes one night you see a woman wearing the right type of clothing. And it ain't even got to be scantily clad. It could be very tasteful, but it got her curves looking right. It got the hips looking right, the thighs looking right. And it's like, oh, shit.
So yeah, that does happen. Now, is it possible for men and women to be just friends without the sex happening? I'm gonna say yes, but it's very, very low
and rare.
Yeah, because again, I got females I would never smash. The idea of me sleeping with them makes me cringe just thinking about it. I'm pretty sure you got some too.
Oh yeah, it's women that I would never touch like that. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's definitely like that, and I'm cool with them too. But I'm pretty sure they feel the opposite way that I feel. So
yeah, that can happen. So yeah, it can happen, but when you're married or in a relationship, that's just a no-go. It's not being insecure. We're just naturally territorial over what's supposed to be ours.
yeah, because I mean, like, yeah, I don't even mean to get into this little, because I'm gonna make this brief. Like I said, it was a chick that I used to talk to a long time ago, back when I was in like my mid-20s or whatever. And me and her was talking for a good long time. And she would always talk to me about this dude that she be saying, she was going over another friend's house and she would always talk to another dude. And now, me being the type of guy that I am, I said, I think it's best that you leave this dude alone, because I know sooner or later, y'all gonna end up getting close. And she was just like, no, he's just my friend. It doesn't matter. We're cool. Like that. I said, I know men. I know guys. Like, he's going to try something one of these days. And then, me and her, eventually we had a falling out and we stopped messing around with each other. And then, of course, she got mad at me and she started letting some things out, talking about, yeah, that he picked up the ball where you fumbled it and stuff like that. And I'm like, wow, so that's what you think? And the funniest thing about it is that relationship didn't even last.
That lets you know. Talking about he fumbled the ball. He fumbled the ball that you.
Yeah, he talking about I fumbled the ball
fumbled.
and he caught it, and I'm like, yep, he didn't even make it to the end zone. At least I made touchdowns a couple times.
Right, exactly. That's what I was thinking. I'm like, damn.
Yeah.
So yeah. You won the battle, but I guess you lost the war.
Hey, man. Either way, I got my peace of mind, so that's all that matters in the end for me.
Oh yeah. Now, granted, I had one situation where I went to a woman's house. She rested her legs on my lap or whatever, had me feeling a little excited. Next thing you know, we kissing, hugging on each other, caressing each other. So I see how that goes.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Like the saying goes, girls is players too.
Now they want to be players. Some are just better at it.
Yeah. Well, that's all I got as far as final thoughts, man.
Hey, I like your final thoughts. Cool. Good to have you up here.
Yeah, it's great to be up here, man. I'm surprised you was on this long.
I am too. I was gonna do 3 hours, but since we got hella people up here, Brienne was up here spitting her facts. I think she dragged it on longer than it needed to, but hey, always good talking to her.
Yeah, I seen her up here.
Yeah, shout out to my homegirl Brienne, my #1 fan, always cooking like a frying pan.
Yeah.
Shout out to Centico, unpredictable, always at her pentacle.
Right.
And of course, yours truly, shout out to you, Killer Swag. Keep getting that bad. That's why you don't care about them price tags.
Salute, salute.
And I'll be sure to tune into y'all next, what is it, Kill 'em Sweetly conversation. Conversation was 2 days ago.
Yeah. And I think it's gonna probably be on Friday because I work this weekend. So yeah, me and Melody already talking about it. So it's probably gonna be Friday.
Friday morning?
Probably either Friday morning or Friday afternoon. Like I said, I'm off Friday, so it's gonna be between one of them periods.
It better be in the morning because I'll have to be working 2:15, so I'll have time to talk to you.
We'll see. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I gotta still talk to her about that, you know.
Oh, okay. Who else was in here? Oh yeah, shout out to the Faith Factor. She came by too.
Yeah, shout out to her if she's cloud watching.
She said she gotta be at work early in the morning. That's the case. Why? How she's still up? But okay, it is what it is. All right, Swag. Good hearing from you, my guy.
All right, man. And shout out to Angela. I see you in the chat.
Oh yeah, shout out to Angela C, of course.
Yeah, but yeah, it was good to be up here, man. You know, just I'm saying this is my second time being on your panel, so yeah.
Well, shit, I ain't big time like you and Melanie, so hey, I'm still working on this.
Shit, I'm still learning my damn self.
Yeah, but Melanie been doing this for what, 2 years?
Yeah.
Now this moniker been around since 2016, but I didn't start taking streaming seriously until I don't know, back in the ending of 2022, going to 2023.
Yeah, because I really didn't start taking this serious until like late 2022, early 2023. So yeah.
I guess Kill 'em Sweetly inspired me to take this stuff to new heights. So I inspired you in Melody, so now y'all inspire me back in return.
Hey, that's what we do. We aim to inspire.
Cool.
Oh,
by the way,
Angela want to know what's your Cash App, bro?
I don't have a Cash App, but I got an Instagram. It's up here somewheres. Oh, see, there it is. That's my Instagram.
Yeah. So go over there and hit his Instagram, y'all.
I had a Cash App, but I closed that out months ago. Maybe I'll bring it back up. How do you donate to Cash App or receive donations from Cash App anyway? I don't know how that works.
Well, basically, all you really got to do is just have a link.
And they just send money like that?
Yeah. Make sure you plug your link into the chat, and if people want to donate, they can just hit that link and boom. Only thing is, you just can't make your account private because if you do, you won't be able. I mean, they probably could still do it, but of course, you know, you would have to tell them to, you know, search up your name or something.
Well, damn, that's gonna suck. I don't want my information to get leaked.
Yeah.
I've been hearing about Cash
you could
App.
just, yeah,
I've been hearing
but
about-
you could easily make a business Cash App though, to where, you know, it could just go for just business only. It ain't necessarily got to be personal.
All right, I think I'll try that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if you do, Angela probably can help you out with that.
All right. Yep. I'll be sure to. Well, I'll hit her up on Discord.
Yeah.
I want her to host a show with me, but she couldn't come up here.
I don't think Angela like doing these shows, man.
What do you mean?
I think
What
she
you
just
mean?
like. I think she just like being in the chat. I don't think she really like being on panels like that.
I mean, she was on Brienne's panel. She came on my show once about a month ago.
Yeah, but I mean, it's been a lot of times where you know, me and Melody have been trying to, trying to get her on a Grown to Sexy, but hey, like I said, I ain't forcing nobody to do nothing. I'm just saying. This is just my observation.
Yeah.
I do
Yes, I
paddles
do.
once in a blue moon.
Yep. And how often
Well,
do
that just
and how,
goes to show you that's my point.
how often do we see them blue moons?
Exactly. Like I said, I see Angela in the chat almost all the time, but she don't come on the panel. Like I said, I don't be putting it on, people like that to come on panels. Like if you want to come, come. If you don't. Just enjoy the show either way.
Yeah. Like, comment, subscribe, and support us.
Yeah, like, comment, subscribe, and share. That way more people can see it.
Yeah, but I'm gonna try to get somebody to start hosting shows with me, something to do it all by myself. Kind of like what you and Melody got going on, Killing Them Sweetly. Now I got to find a female partner of my own.
I'm pretty sure somebody will come along and fill that void.
Or you can let me borrow Melody for a while. We'll call ourselves Sweet Hustle Media.
Oh God. I mean, I'll throw it in her ear and see if she'll rock with it, but I don't know.
It's up to y'all.
Oh boy.
And yes, I just put that name together.
I could tell.
Sweet Hustle Media.
Sweet
What y'all think?
Hustle Media. Yeah, what y'all think, chat? What y'all think about that name?
Chime in as we're closing out.
Yeah. Let H&M know what you think about that name, yo.
Yeah, well, I'm finna close it. I'm finna shut this down. I gotta get to sleep.
All right, man. Shoot, I'm pretty damn tired myself just getting home from work. So yeah, I'm about to just relax for a while.
You got the juice for this, so I give you credit for that at least.
Yeah.
My man. All right, homie. Take care. I'm finna drop you down. Take care.
All right, deuce, homie.
Oh, he got himself off. Okay. Oh, he dropped himself off. Okay. Well, this was an interesting show. Shout out to Killer Swag, getting that bag. He don't be caring about them price tags. Shout out to my homegirl, Angela C. She's a sight to see. Always wonder how she be. Shout out to the cynical, unpredictable, always at her pentacle. Oh yeah, shout out to Omi Pre. I forgot you was even up here, but damn, my bad. Shout out to my homegirl Brienne, my #1 fan. The girl be cooking like a frying pan. Last but certainly not least, shout out to the Faith Factors. Thanks for stopping by as well. This was a good show. Make sure you like, comment, subscribe on your way out. This is Hustler and Muscular, also known as HNM, dropping them gems, stomping harder than a pair of Timbs. I'm out of here, y'all. Deuces!
Welcome to San Andreas, I'm CJ from Grove Street, land of the heinous gangbangers and cold heat. And Los Santos neighbors get no sleep, even with anybody compete, neither road meets. Old deep in the green rag with gold feet, blast with the flag with strap, that's OG. Stay in shape, hit the gym, lift the weights. The super cutter, big and buff, nice and straight. You got stats, respect, weapon, steel, stamina, muscle, fat, and sex appeal. You get clothes from Binkos and Prolapse, suburban sick, victim and research. Watch your back when it rival Buddhas. They'll test just to guess if you'll survive. Some brother with screw ducking shields at the club and bail. Jump out, busting, gun until they tuck their tail. It seemed like I'm on impossible nostrils. Mid switch to predicaments, hostile position. See, Ted Benny and Velasquez harassed me. Cop coursemen on our ass the last week. Cause the Dre is full of gangsters on board. Dance is a language for the bangers on board. And it's dangerous, whole boy. Get your brains through for how you do the thing. This whole boy. Deep pop, be poppin' hop. Let's dump them out in the block. Shake before the cops come. Listen for siren rings. They don't got none. Back another lap. Get your spagger with the shotgun. Hitting them up with they Grove Street lock. And a dirty slave shot. Mo Levi.
I'ma smoke where I wanna smoke. Fuck that. I'ma choke who I wanna choke. Fuck that. I'ma ride where I wanna ride. Fuck that. I'm a nigga for life, so I'm a nigga till I decide. I'ma smoke where I wanna smoke. Fuck that. I'ma choke who I wanna choke. Fuck that. I'ma ride where I wanna ride. Fuck that. I'm a nigga for life, so I'm a motherfucking nigga till I decide.